Hello. Okay, so chat is enabled doing things this new way, but it doesn't give me a link. Oh yeah, it does. It doesn't give me a link to start it, but I do have the link to the YouTube video. So this should still work good. Never mind, bite my tongue. Um, so I will add the link. Yeah, there we go. Can you hear that? Okay. So what am I doing here? Okay, I'm adding a link. And yeah, there's the chat right there. Amazing. I can even watch the chat. To join link. I was just watching, I'm about halfway through a documentary on Sam Benkin about him maybe being a psychopath, which I heard because he mentioned it with his wife, because his wife, he was making a video with his wife because he says you should go no contact with narcissists, which he is one, he says. And, but he's been with his wife, I don't know, 20 years or something. Okay, so there's that. Live events. Okay, so what about okay, let's stop that. Okay, so here's a problem. Is it really a problem? I lost track of where to put this on my Oh. Illusions exist live stream. Oh, here we go. Let's say, yes, looks like the Google Plus to join. Okay, and now let me check to see if this is there. Yes, and does it connect me? It says do not have access to that page. Huh. Well, that's gonna suck. Can I not let people in? Why would that not be possible to get in there? Okay, let's see. There's the YouTube page. There is no link. To let anybody else in. Of all the regular Hangouts live. What about this? What if I do the whole link? Okay, if I have the whole link, it lets me in. So let's do that. Okay, an advantage here is I can't see the chat at the channel. So if somebody can tell me if they've tried to get in and if it works, because now this new full link works for me, but it's including a part I had learned, oh shit, to leave out. Part of the URL, the auth user equals one part and the HL equals US English, or EN underscore US. I'm assuming that's what that means. Okay, so let's. Hello, I'll say. So, yeah, so what's going on with me right now? I have some topics I was interested in talking about, this personality disorder spectrum and Sam Venkin, NPD, the idea of narcissistic supply, and I was thinking about this. I've long realized long ago my interest in psychology. I figured most psychologists were just had problems and they won't learn psychology open to fix their own problems, and then they forgot about that and tried to fix other people, and it leads to a lot of problems. The fact is that's pretty much why I've looked into psychology. I noticed a few years ago the personality disorder spectrum had kind of stabilized and there were patterns of psychology I recognized. I also thought they were psychological tendencies, that the real problem is, if you're a one-trick pony and you're always narcissistic, then yeah, that becomes a personality disorder. But paranoia and all the rest. And Sam Venkin kind of established this idea. I think he's had an influence on this. There's a lot of nice narcissistic survivor videos and stuff now, and I think that's from him. I believe. So that all the personality disorder as problems, not as tendencies, are reactions to narcissistic abuse. They're part of one big system of narcissistic supply, and this is the relationship and why you have people diagnosed still with more than one personality disorder. Usually people that are diagnosed with one have more than one diagnosis. Something I read. I mean, who knows? That could be getting out of date. Those things are all meant to be challenged. Anybody knows better. I am just an interested amateur in all of this. So I've been looking for work. I got 4 leads at the moment. 2 are big, like billion-dollar open source software companies, and one is a post-third round startup in Oakland, California, and I live in Oakland, Maine now. I love Oakland, California. I lived there for years when I was going to Berkeley. And so I have those, so that's good. It takes a while. On the other hand, it's like one of them even told me out now, well, we want you to know this process takes about a month. It's like, yeah, I know. Jobs. The last company let me go at such a bad moment. But whatever, I had my fallback plan. So, but it takes me like 2 or 3 months. 2 months is optimistic to get a job. And they test you. People have to take tests, and sometimes it's pair programming tests where you're with another engineer. And I've been trying to figure out how to negotiate that because I just have a lot of mixed feelings about that, and I have to be more, just judgmental of them. I mean, the people is kind of why I accepted that last job. I didn't even go to the other people I had, was in 3rd rounds with and stuff. I didn't even take the offer then because I just thought, well, I'll help these people. They're giving me an offer, fuck it. Because I was just so pissed because this one big open source company, they asked, we'll do this function, as a pair programming thing. So I did it, and they said, now in one line. And it's like, we spent decades trying to get programmers, I probably said this before, to stop doing one-liners. And then they're asking me to do it. So I kind of want to learn to get out of the, I always go to a job interview that I'm interviewing the company as well. And when I interview people from the side of the company, I respect they are interviewing me. And if they know that they're interviewing me, that's a big plus, actually. So I want to get out of the make them want me no matter what. I want to balance that more with whether I want to be with them, even though that's always been my tendency. When it comes to these programming tests, it's like if they ask me to do stupid stuff, I pretty much just want to be, well, I don't want to do that. That's not the way I do it, or whatever. The better thing, I like the tests actually, except for the better thing is when they there's websites where you can upload tests or do a test where you can do it overnight. That's better. Okay, so here's the thing. I need someone to come to the YouTube channel and tell me if it's possible to get in here. The YouTube channel has, I don't know if you can get to it through looking at my videos or what. I guess here's what I could do. I could go to my own Google Plus. What's new with me is that I join. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Did this get sent to? Oh fuck, not that one. I don't know if this shared. It doesn't seem to have shared with my regular group, so this should do that. And then right. Okay, so so I've been spending the last 3 or 4 months working on some JavaScript and Node and Angular. Now, last month or so, reviewing Angular 2 and Polymer. Been learning Polymer. I decided I wanted to learn this thing called Polymer. So, which is web components. It's the future of the browser platform side of things. And so I have 2 interviews tomorrow, Hangout interviews. They could ask me to program. You never know. They're all different. Probably not. Well, one of the companies said that's not what they're doing tomorrow. It'll be technical, but not programming kind of stuff. And they're Python oriented. So I've been what I'm doing right now is rewriting this old software that I had where you take 6 images and it'll break the images up, rotate the pieces, put them on a piece of paper, square part of the piece of paper. You cut out the square paper. I guess it worked. Huh. Well, I guess that's good. Hey, okay, fine. I see how that's going to be. So somebody got in, so I assume that means the link works. Right. So where the fuck was I? So yeah, it takes the pieces of paper, puts them on in a square. You have to cut the square out, and then you can fold that into an origami ball and blow it up, and then all the pictures are back together on the outside. So I'm going to make that into a website. I found the old code. This is like 6-year-old code I wrote, and I'm going to make it into a little website where you can do that. And it's in Python. So I was practicing Python. But it's really weird because I've taken a lot. Hello. Has somebody in here? Hello? Well, that's not good. Because random people can get in here. Okay. So I'm also reading this book called Sapiens, which is a lot like a newer version of Guns, Germs, and Steel. And about Homo sapiens, how they wiped out the Neanderthals and the Homo erectus, and how that might have happened in a mere 50,000 years, and also how they wiped out half of the large animal species on the planet, basically all the large animals that was any place that they went to in that 50,000 years. And his belief that this is because they had a cognitive revolution and were able to share myths, and that's how people cooperate. He uses as an example Peugeot, or the myth of the limited liability corporation, that it's an actual thing. It's just a human fiction that's very useful in organizing groups larger than 150, which I'm sure many of you have heard about, how 150 is supposedly the largest group of people that a human being can remember and imagine in terms of their personalities. And therefore, it's also the largest group you can have that doesn't need a formal legal system, formal fictions, so that strangers can understand how to cooperate, right? A nation or a religion or the idea of an LLC, so that thousands of people can all feel like, yeah, we're working the same thing with people I don't know, doing things I don't know what they do. Okay, so here's the thing. I have programming to do, and I'm here entirely. I have some things I want to talk about. Look, I was going to make a video reply to Gail about witches and Trump's tiny hands, and and the I was going to talk about the weaknesses of SJWs some more, because I'm continue to be baffled by how who's called an SJW, which is fine because I'm all for social justice and I'm willing to fight for it. I wouldn't consider myself a warrior about it, but that's just semantics. Um, like I'd rather assassin, social justice assassin. Um, how are we the weak ones when I'm not afraid of immigrants? You're afraid. I'm not afraid of women. You're afraid. And also, I think there needs to be it's time for some cognitive dissonance, anti-SJWs. If our problem is that we're so weak, why do you keep whining that we're overpowering you? Um, And what I had done off of this notebook was talked about the mixed group idea. And of course, some people called me out on, because I said, look, if you had a bunch of people with red caps and blue caps and you knew there were 3 more intelligent people with blue caps, then which group would you accept? And this is one group of people. Some have red caps, some have blue. And the idea is people will assume it's the red cap or blue cap because cognitively, that's what I mentioned to you. But of course, they've got a lot of other things too, like their skin color, like their million other things that you could choose to separate them out on. And my point wasn't whether intelligence is something we understand or can be tested. It's that even granting that, that also grants that we could tell, if 3 more people are intelligent with blue hats, then that must mean there's meaning to it. Maybe there isn't, but we're granting that for the sake of argument. If I wanted a group of intelligent people, I would not take the blue hats. I would take the intelligent people directly. But in reality, that's not how I'd separate them out. If I had my choice and I said, well, hey, just choose the kind of group, I would separate them into those with good character and those with bad character. So I got a comment over here. Berserk Misanthrope says, Java is for pussies. Yeah, I don't like Java. Try Cocoa. Python is awesome. Isn't Cocoa a Java thing? I never use this. What is it? Gonna show me fucking Cocoa, of course. Um, Oh no, that's right. It's the Apple thing. I associate Apple and Java. They're both kind of uptight people. Yeah, I'm a Python programmer. SQL is not best. No SQL is better. PHP is it's like your great aunt. I'm learning Drupal, which helps with my mean stalk. Um, um, did you mean, is that a pun on purpose of mean stalk, or did you just mean mean stack? Um, I like lightweight stuff, so I don't use Drupal or Django or Ruby on Rails. I use, like in Python, I would just use bottle. So just going over here to try to remember if Drupal was PHP. Which the best place to find out is, yeah, PHP. Well, good old PHP still alive. Hey, people are hiring for Ruby on Rails. I was surprised that thing hasn't died out yet. I guess people are even making new stuff with it. Okay. I'm going to let the room run. We've been in here 20 minutes. And I'm going to go. I've cut down cigarettes a lot since I'm looking for work and they're expensive, but I broke down and got some rollies, as we call them, loose tobacco. So I'm going to go smoke a cigarette and see if anybody comes in here. The best free IDE, well, that's a matter of opinion, but I'm kind of over full IDEs for several years now. So I'm not big on evolution and stuff. I used it at one point for a particular plugin it had. I am using a thing called Cloud9, and it does have language highlighting, and I like the editor, and it's browser-based. It's a Node application. They have the Cloud9 SDK, so it's been open source as a company, Cloud9, and you can use their service to get the IDE, but if you want, you can just check their Cloud9 SDK out from GitHub and do your npm and bower install or stuff. You don't even have to do that. It runs a little script, installs everything it needs, fires up, and then you have great multi-paned, IDE in your browser. And the nice thing is it uses tmux, so you can start stuff and you could close it and come back and stuff is still running. And you can collaborate with other people. So two people, though that doesn't work that great, but probably work better in the future. So they can be collaborating. And what I like about it and hate about regular IDEs is one kind of window besides the editor. And you can debug and all this stuff with it, but I don't use that. But it has code completion and stuff. But every time it says you could turn this on, I don't, because I just want the editor. And you can have a pane that is a bash window. So that's another thing, because I've often remote worked on cloud machines. This is why I started using this guy. Not cloud machines, whatever, remote machine, and you SSH in with port forwarding, but then if you lose that connection, you got to open it, or if you multiply SSH in a bunch of times to get all your terminals, it's kind of a pain, whereas with this way, tmux, they're just running always on the back end and you reattach. And the reason I started using it, but now I have it installed on my local machine, but the reason I started using it is because you end up in the cloud kind of environment with headless non-X Windows machines, and what you're going to use nano and stuff. So I'd be developing on my machine and check it in and check it out, but sometimes you have to tweak things and whatnot. So with this thing, usually I don't expose it to public internet. I make still an SSH tunnel so that I can get to it, and then you have a full IDE on a machine that's really just a bash machine. And you have a full GUI editor on a machine that's just basically a bash Unix server type machine. So it's awesome. Cloud9. And it's good company too. I worked for a company that introduced me to them, and they did actually pay the Cloud9 service. And because they'll actually automatically install Cloud9 on your machine. You could pay Cloud9 and go through Cloud9 to get to your own machine. But setting up it yourself with the Cloud9 SDK is trivial. I've done it like 8 times now. Shoo. Yeah, maybe, you know, I've wanted for years to talk about computers, but I always felt, well, I should make a different channel. The people that I converse with via this channel, they're eclectic, but that's just not an area that I've explored a lot. And then, of course, when I do talk about it, there's people, of course, just cross-section of society. And that is one of the regular things now. You know, I come from an era when nobody was really using computers. It seemed weird until my 30s. And people realized, oh yeah, these computers are going somewhere. You know, just, I mean, the business knew, businesses that were using them knew, and people who were making a ton of money knew. But it was really like the 90s, and it was like people were like, oh yeah, I got to get in on that. Before that, it was like you're just basement dwelling, working on some weird kind of plumbing we don't understand. So, so it is a general topic of interest now. So. Yeah, I'm into that. So I'm going to go ahead and do this thing that I did because otherwise I just close the room right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little bit of time. Maybe I should see if I can put up, be right back. Be right back. I'm going to put it over here where it'll show up. That was unnecessary. And then I will, I'll be back in about 5 minutes and we'll see. Yeah, there's no comments yet. There is chat though. So Kibich bitching about the chat, it's finally back. This was one of the reasons I was going to start a new channel. Now I still would like that other channel, but I'm sort of thinking, well, I guess I could just, the easy way is just, you know, for now keep doing these on Sunday, and maybe we can talk about using my information exists Gmail account I just created for a channel that I could share the password. Of course, I'd be able to retrieve and change the password, but when everything's smooth, we could have multiple people with the passwords, and maybe people would pick up and start channels regularly. And, you know, it's quite possible we could cover a lot of the world's time zone just with people, you know, where I know people are on the globe time zone wise. So I think the idea of doing that without having a host, like just opening a room, I don't know, I'm kind of fine with it. I haven't really watched a lot of the Hangouts after I leave, but it seems fine. But now I've been, you know, there are hosts left in there. So Nadia, sometimes it seems like, I don't know, when Nadia's not there, it changes. So, Berserk, you just don't know what you're talking about, or? He says, you know, MeanStack deals a lot with AngularJS, which is Java, and MongoDB, which to emphasize is for pussies. Okay. MeanStack means Mongo, Enterprise, Angular, and Node.js. That's what it means. It's because we started doing that with the LAMP stack, which was Linux and Apache and MySQL and PHP. But then we also called it LAMP, or what I called LAMP P, which is Python instead of PHP, or Perl. Okay, so there is no Java in that stack. AngularJS is not Java, it's JavaScript, which is a totally different thing. Okay. Well, you got to watch out. I'm a sucker for that. If you're just being funny, I mean, getting Java confused for JavaScript at this point. When they came out, of course, we all thought, what? There must be a relationship. No. JavaScript matured into a good language. Okay, well, I have a feeling nobody's going to show up, but log into those links if possible. And when I get back, I did C and then C++ from like 86 and then till around 2004, I faded out doing C++. And that's when I started on Python. The idea we do C++ extensions if we needed them, but we didn't really need to because we were using SciPy stack that's already extensions. And then I got into sick of doing native clients, and there's really no reason to do client software, the front end that users interact with anywhere but the browser. I don't think it's become the best platform for that ever made by far. And now that it's pixel perfect and everything. Okay. Okay. All right, so I've had the following idea that I will check. Let's see, let's clear all that out. We'll check to see if it's possible to see my. Is that it? Isn't it just user Piro 314? Yeah. Okay, I'll subscribe. Videos. No, it does not show me that. What about if I do my subscriptions? Fuck. So maybe nobody can see. Oh, no, there. It says. There's the link. And there I'm going in. Okay, so it is visible at least in some sense. Okay. Well, you guys are going to have to take part because I don't have any soliloquies to do. Well, I probably do, but really, I have Python to work on over here. Some Python programming I want to do to get myself in the right mindset for my interviews tomorrow. So I don't know what else I could check. I guess what I don't know is if anything went out to bigger groups. I don't really get Google Plus. I'm also kind of interested to. So here's Sam Bankman. All right, I was watching. Where's the? Oh, did I lose it? Oh, fuck it. So I'm feeling kind of petulant. I guess what I could do is just start programming. You guys see me here program. I'll just mutter while I program. Oh, hey. Oh, Gary. So Gary found out how it works. It can't be too complicated. I shouldn't say that since Gary's much better at these things than me. Okay, here you go, Gary. Oh, I can't unmute you, but you do have. Oh, I shared controls, but I didn't mean to share controls. Now I'm fucked. Okay, show and broadcast. That's what I was looking for.
It's not on mute. Oh, there, finally. It wouldn't unmute.
There we go. No, it was my fault. I shared controls on accident instead of put you on the broadcast. So now you also have controls, which is totally dangerous. But, you know, it's the perfect day for it. Just kick whoever.
Yeah,
well, I don't know how to take them away.
I don't bother doing that, but the controls aren't even controls anyway, right? They're totally useless as controls.
Well, in the sense that if you let someone in, at least, I don't know. As far as I think they might be able to kick you out even without letting them in.
It doesn't even work, you know, because you ban somebody in the chat. It doesn't have anything to do with the room. And then if you kick somebody out of the room, you're just kicking them out of the room. They just get back in the room. I don't get it.
Yeah, me neither.
I have these assholes that come in my room and they just keep muting me, and it's like, Why, why does Google give them the ability to mute me? Come on. I mean,
I
I
know.
know there can't be any reason, that can't be a feature, right? I mean, there's
Nope.
just no conceivable way to make that into something that can't be anything but a glaring error that they should fix, right? How
Well,
could
you
it
know
be
this
anything else?
this worship for disruptive technology. What's happened is even companies that do good engineering, they've found out, well, you should just do little things like the way you program. You do one little thing, you do something else that's halfway done, then you finish it, and all the time your website is changing. Maybe it's even broken, and they're trying to embrace that, like break things early and often. And
I
so,
know, but you've probably looked at a little bit of Google's code, and it's pretty infrastructure heavy.
yeah,
So I guess I would argue that it can't be there by accident. So I'm
yeah, no.
thinking this must be some sort of spam thing where they just want activity. So they want people
Oh,
going into
yeah, I know
rooms
that's
and
part
being
of it.
disruptive. They just want activity. So they don't want people being able to ban
Well,
people.
that's part of it in that, like, that's why I don't know who saw my feed right away as soon as I went up. Just some strangers came in and got, I mean, they're just following that activity feed. They want that. So that's true. But what I was saying is on top of that, I think it's like somebody at Google said, look, I can do, Skype in my browser. And when you write something like that, there's no UI. You even have the programmer type in the URL or whatever, you know what I mean? And then they're like, let's turn it into a product right away. And they don't think about the infrastructure of what people need to run such a thing. But they drive everybody else out of business, like the Stickums that at least, other than when it
I
was
just mean
over
it's just
flooded,
the kind
Stickum
of
had
thing.
good controls, right?
Yeah, I just can't. Well, no,
They worked.
they had little
Well, they
bugs.
worked.
They had little bugs like this too. But I mean, I'm just saying that this is the kind of bug where you're saying, come on, this has got to be so easy to fix. The guy who opens the room, you don't allow him to be muted. I
Yeah,
mean, that seems to me a pretty simple rule, right? I
it
mean,
does, yeah.
yeah, that there's no brain surgery involved.
And even if it was brain surgery, it's not hard to know it needs to be done and they could do it. You know what I mean? They don't care on some level or actually want it not to be that way.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think it's they find that they have more of what they want if they leave it dirty, and I think that's the way they want it. They want a dirty system because all they care about is people being active, and they want the trolls to be active because their trolls are probably some of their best customers in terms of ad views and whatnot. Who
Well,
knows?
yeah, when I was first in the 90s working in the internet and this online services, it was famous that what's since become kind of well known is that not we, I didn't as a developer, I thought it was bogus, but the business guys, they want the undeleted accounts. They want somebody that canceled the account and then started up another one. That's two accounts now. Or even if one of them's dead, they can put it in their statistics as their users. And and then later when people are going to look closely, they'll just go, oh, we're going to work on that. Yeah, we got duplicates. And so they,
Yeah, I
they
mean,
totally play that game now, like you're saying, that the spam number
I'm
where
just
it
saying
looks like,
Google.
hey, look, Google Hangouts has got 1 billion people instead of the really like 20 million it has or whatever.
Well, I'm just saying they got to have people that do this, just to see if it works. I mean, they got to test it, right? They got to say, "Hey, you can come into the room and mute me? That's retarded." So they got to know it's retarded, and they just don't. Like I said, there's a reason why they're keeping it retarded.
Yeah. Well, one thing might be that they're just playing around with even using it for this because where it's best developed is for businesses. If you want to use it instead of Skype, like if you can put it on your Google Calendar and you can have rooms, like I don't know why we can't have this. I want a room where just come to my room and it's a live room. You can do that with the business version through Google Calendars. You can have a room and I meet the people, the Tuesday status meetings always at the same link, a Google Hangout room. That's how it works underneath. So why this thing? And you have to publish again, they probably want you to have to put a Google Plus message out. Every little Google Plus, if it automatically did it. So I don't know, but it's a combination of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just find it curious that they don't care that it looks totally wrong. So they're not impressing me. Let me just put it that way. For people who are supposed to be so damn smart, it seems pretty damn stupid to have, you know, no noise filters. None useful.
Yeah.
you know. But you know, it's there's a lot of things wrong in the world, and so yeah, it's not that I'm terribly interested in making, I mean, if you need a group of people to do like an hour or 2 hours of a stream thing every 3 days or something, so we can get enough people, I guess, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
technically, it's just that you can't control, subject matters where I'm just not, I just don't have to give a shit about some of the stuff people are interested in. You know.
Well, I mean, that's the inducement to host the room, right? Is that you get to have some control over topic, and you have to, because otherwise, what's the motivation? Everybody wants to just, yeah, feel like being in a room. There should be one all the time. Yeah, but if you're gonna run it, then you
Yeah,
also have to be bossy and kick people out and shit. Whatever, whether it's right or wrong.
kind of like the thing with the video exchanges even, it's got to be people who are all at the same level of conversation. They've all listened to the 38 previous videos, and but that's sort of how I'm thinking, is that the random conversation with random people is just doesn't, you're never going to get to any core issues, because you're always going to be talking the generic public conversation of
Yeah.
crap that just couldn't matter. I mean, this whole MRA thing, I mean, I hate to newsflash you, but it's got to be the most irrelevant subject in the history of mankind. I mean, no policy will ever come out of it. It doesn't mean a damn thing. It's just a bunch of assholes, blowing shit. And then
Yeah, but when are they gonna peter out of that?
well, who cares? I mean, I'm just saying, to me, it's
They're
just
big pain in the
such an
ass.
uninteresting subject, because until you get this to a policy, who cares? It's like Anonymous or something. Anonymous with its non-policy bitching about 40-year-old conspiracies. I mean, numbly numb. I mean, so pissed. I'm so irritated by that cunt. But he's talking, he posted all them damn links to this shit from last week about the conspiracy theories, right? And there's these crappy, shitty propaganda documentaries. They're talking about fucking the Hoover. You know what I mean? They go all the way back to '67 or something.
Well, I watched
guess
one
what?
of
It's
his
a different fucking world, okay? No
Well,
splash.
Well, that's interesting because we could discuss that but here's the thing. I reacted the same aspect. I mean, I went to one of the links and it was a summary, and I thought it was going to be the church hearings, video or something from them. But there are things that I know. Yeah, go back to Hoover. We know a lot of these. There's a ton of confirmed things, and you don't have to go back. Like, I was watching one and it was talking about these front businesses, and people in the front businesses all of them don't even know it is a front business. Well, duh. And Snowden outed a million of those.
Yeah, you're not even getting the facts, which are, there's reasons to have shares in businesses, because that gets you into the club. You know what I'm saying? It's club membership. So there's all kinds of utility to the CIA having an apartment at the Trump Towers, or the CIA having this.
Well, I'm offended that that's supposed to be big news.
I'm just saying that the cruel facts, the cold facts, aren't nearly what they built them up to be. You know what I'm saying? In the sense they're saying they're running the business, or they're doing this. No. Owning stock is a little different than running the business.
No, but I mean, sometimes they've got a laundromat or whatever, and the guy that's pretending to be at the McDonald's manager is a CIA plant, and to find out they own the McDonald's franchise in Times Square should not surprise anybody. They got billions of dollars. They could buy those as toys. Now, normally, I agree with you. It's not like they're manipulating things because they run that business. No, it's just a cover. They buy the business as a headdress.
I'm just saying that the facts are not nearly as interesting, okay, as the story they're putting to them, and that's the part that's even more irritating. It's not only propaganda in the sense that it's using stuff that's 70 years old and who the fuck could care, but this whole idea of highlighting hearings is really irritating, because they're not quoting the testimony, they're interpreting the testimony, and that is a big difference, right? I mean, yeah, you do have to kind of quote that kind of stuff to get it accurate.
Well, I don't know what you're getting at, though.
Well, I'm just getting at, let's say at the hearing, some CIA says, the guy says that, yes, we did have we did own a percentage of blah, blah, American Airlines, because that it gave us a connection with Gigi fucking Butter, and fucking Butter was good friends with the Osama bin Laden's family, and blah blah blah. So I'm just saying that obviously that chain doesn't have much to do with owning American Airlines. It just has to do with if you own American Airlines, you get into a meeting with Jack Hole, and then you might be able to play. You might get one of your agents to play golf with him.
But this is still how they're doing things, especially since a lot of their actual effort seems to be in corporate espionage. That's why they were, bugging Merkel. And so they own businesses to be in the business world, just like you're saying, and they still do things that way.
I'm just saying, if you wanted to get to Batista back in the Batista days, you did it by getting to like AT&T, because AT&T was doing business with Batista, right?
Right.
So I'm just saying, if you wanted to get an in, that's the way you would get your in. You'd get your
my thing is
through a friendship with a guy at AT&T.
Well, my thing is him thinking that we don't know that the world is run that way. Not being open to realize, look, I was raised to think that's how
my point is the world isn't getting run, okay? So that's the part where I just find it...
You don't like the term
This is irrelevant to the human problem, okay? The human problem is all the imbeciles that have the right to vote and don't know how to use it correctly. That's the problem, okay? The CIA isn't our problem.
So you object to the idea that there's like an Illuminati where they're all on the same page, controlling things exactly the same page, and I agree.
We know they're not, because that would require a big, huge, giant conspiracy, and we know that that's not possible.
They fight among themselves.
It's going to get outed. Yeah, there's going to be people who are going to out it, so there's no way that's not going to get outed, especially now because everybody's in the mood to be a traitor. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't trust. If I had a butler, I'd have a deal that I get to shoot him. He can't be fired. He can't change jobs. You know what I'm saying? There's just because everybody's outing everybody.
But I mean, like, I knew / believed from the 70s that they were trying to tap all the phones and were doing that with computers, and it turns out that is true.
Well, I know, but what
and I assumed it was true.
What good would it do them, because they can't possibly glean anything useful
out of it? So it's not
as
scary as it seems, because they're just a bunch of blowhards trying to use Nair to make...
And I really want them to catch me. If I'm actually having phone calls talking about blowing up the embassy or something, it'd be really great if they caught me.
No, but then what happens? No, but that's not what happens. Then they spy on a CEO to find out.
I'm just saying, if you're not breaking the law, you don't have too much to worry about. It's one of my theories. I know.
Yeah, I don't like that.
That sounds crazy, but I don't think you have too much to worry about if you're not breaking the law, because frankly, they can frame you without the phone calls. They can frame you anytime they want. Anytime the cops want to frame me, they show up in the driveway, they throw a bag of cocaine through my window, and they arrest me. Okay, any day they want to fuck me, they can fuck me. Yeah. So it has nothing to do with whether they're tapping my phone or not. That's not going to teach me anything.
I think Snowden pointed out a good thing. I just saw him in an interview say that to say you don't need privacy because you didn't do anything wrong or anything they care about is like saying you don't need free speech because you don't have anything to say.
Well, I'm just saying, I frankly, I don't want people in the country who want privacy in that sense, okay, who want to do things covertly. Well, fuck them. If you're doing something covertly, then you're likely doing something illegal, so fuck you. So, yeah, if you need privacy from the facts, okay, the truth, you need protection from the truth being found out, well, then I guess fuck you is what I'm saying.
Oh, I feel like a dummy. I finally figured out how to get into the room.
Marvelous. Well, now the crowds are on, and you can go back to your usual, as I would put it, irrelevant babble, because it's just not getting to the core of anything.
The social justice thing.
Well, the social justice thing, the silly...
I think it's the forefront of the culture war.
The silly, let's balkanize the country, and it's all going to be for win-win all over the place. We'll have 50 little states that will become totally and utterly weak. Yeah, we'll be like a bunch of Polands. How cool would that be? Let's turn on the United States into 50 Polands. Excellent.
Well, I'm opening it up. Then that's a good reason to only split it in two.
Well, there's no even reason to split it in two, because what we will pay in terms of the conflict between the two halves is going to be outweigh any freedom you're going to get out of it. You're going to pay so much for the Cold War that's going to exist between the Reds and the Blues that it's not going to be anywhere close to
That
what.
wouldn't happen.
Oh yeah, right. That wouldn't happen.
No, it'd still be us versus the world. No, as
I
soon as
actually
we
had-
did that, we'd miss each other, and we'd have these,
I laugh.
and we'd be like, "Hey, look, the World Series really is the world now, ha ha, world."
Yeah,
you
yeah.
guys.
The two Germanys never wasted any energy whatsoever, right? Trying to fuck each other.
Yeah, they never did. What do you mean?
Yeah,
East
yeah.
Germany,
No. Yeah, there was just
East
no.
Germany was the Russian government.
It wasn't the Russian
They
government.
reunited
In the first
as
place,
soon
it
as they
wasn't
could.
the Russian government. But you're really that naive. You think they were doing? They weren't wasting a ton of energy fucking with each other.
That's not at all the situation, because the Germans didn't split Germany in two. It was split by
It
a
doesn't
war
matter
division.
who split it. The point
Yeah, it does.
is they became two separate nations that were in competition with each other, and that competition didn't do either one of them any good.
Well, it
Actually-
stopped them from being a warmongering nation.
Well, you say it did. I don't think that had anything to do with it, frankly. It just had to do with the Russians wanted their half. They fought half the war. They wanted their half of Germany.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not
Because
saying that's
it goes into what you guys were saying earlier about the CIA hacking Merkel. The German finance minister has come out and said the trade negotiations between the U.S. and the EU have failed. Because they're like, we don't want a TIPA-like agreement over here. That's going to fuck us.
Yeah, well, they don't need it, frankly, because our market isn't. I don't think. I mean, it's just another way of converting Asia and selling Asia, right? So the conversion market, in my opinion, is not much of a market. I mean, and especially coming from Germany. Germany obviously says, why would they need? Yeah, I mean, they can sell their cars. They don't need a deal. You know what I mean? Their cars don't need to come with a trade deal. They don't need a trade deal to sell cars. They already know how to do that. But anyway, I will move on and let the mush continue or begin as perceived by others and such.
No, wait, Gary.
What?
No, you could. I went into your and was pointed out to me I didn't talk science much, so we'll stick to the topics you want.
Yeah, okay.
You just brought up the two topics.
Yeah,
you
that's
want.
actually the only thing I wanted to bring up, because nothing actually really happened this week. Kind of boring week.
Well, except for people who had their house fall on them.
Well, yeah.
But, granted, it's not.
I mean, well, Hillary Clinton a bigot like he really cared. Trump cares. The way he said bigot, bigot, like he was so disgusted by that term. I think that's why I'm saying that social justice and anti-social justice thing it's where the culture war is right now between the sides, because that is the same thing. Like he's bigoted, but he's in a position to call Hillary Clinton a bigot somehow for some reason. This is why there's a psychological thing going on that does make it interesting. But I also agree with you, they're not a big danger. It's not like we have to do something so they don't get elected office. We're going to see the opposite. Breitbart is one of these guys, the Breitbart guy, Holloway or whatever. And he's the campaign manager. I mean, it's truly, they're getting it is the alt-right running that thing, and this is the anti-SJW crowd.
Yeah, well, the crowd in there before wasn't too brilliant either, so, But
I do think it's a flash in the pan. It's going to burn out. So that's where I agree you're right, but it is burning right now. I guess that's the way I'd say it. Right now I think it's the thing that's going on, but I do think it'll burn out. But then again, so did the Nazis. Everybody acts like it's, it was just 6 or 8 years of those guys.
Well, I know, but those are always reoccurring threats, right? So that's where I would say, like, if you get to the underlying subject, right? Because we know that the right only gets fanatical when it gets desperate, right? I mean, it's like the Christians and their guns. When the economy crashes, then all of a sudden we're going to notice there's a whole bunch of nutty Christians with guns, because all that militia talk is going to start up again. What do they call themselves? There used to be a word for that. The little clans of them that would live in the wilderness.
Well, they do call themselves militia, but you mean something else.
Yeah, well, there's another word for that.
Well, they're separatists.
That whole ideology of them. But I'm just saying that all that'll come out again. You know,
I think,
so it's like it's always there. It's just waiting for the opportunity to, rise to people's attention, and whatever does that, however it gets their attention, they kill somebody or something, and I mean that's the stupid thing too, right? We give attention to stories based on how many people are killed by the story.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to make much sense, right? So I mean, I have to go out and actually kill school teachers before we'll have a conversation about whether teachers are economically reasonable. I mean, whether they're worth the money we're paying.
Well, I think the theory here geopolitically is that these kinds of latent things are like a virus. What happens is or supposedly what happens, and I kind of believe this, but I mean, I think it's all debatable, but let me just put it this way, that it's going to flare up at some time so that people have to fight back. Like it's going to flare up with its guns and go in the street so that the cops actually have to start shooting white people. And then it'll like stamp it out. Like there's one last big flare up and then the sun is dead kind of thing. So or like right now, there are these I believe they're Lakota fighting this pipeline. And it's just they've taken over some land and are sitting there. They have no guns, and so they're not getting covered. A bunch of white ranchers can take over an Oregon refuge and, get coverage. And what will happen is eventually these guys are going to blow it. Somebody at that Oregon refuge is going to shoot at an FBI guy or more than one of them, and it breaks down and you have a bunch of Wacos, and the next generation might think twice about it. And
well, I don't know about thinking twice about it. Like I don't know what they would think. I mean,
or does it flare up even more?
The lessons learned don't seem to be rational, right? I mean, we paid the Waco nuts billions of dollars, well, millions, hundreds of millions, for defending a child molester who was raping his own kids. Why would we do that?
Right.
I mean, there doesn't make any sense, does it?
I never followed that. You mean there was big settlements for the families of those people?
Yeah. They all got money. All the people who survived, the burning day, they all got paid millions of dollars. Like somehow they're the aggrieved party.
I thought you couldn't sue the government.
Well, I'm just saying, right? Does it make any sense? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's Texas, so I guess you can sue something in Texas, but. Whatever it was, I mean, the fact that millions of dollars went to these people is just what's the lesson learned here? Profit from, it just doesn't make any sense to me that criminals get rewarded, and they're criminals. They've pointed guns at ATF agents. Why do you pay them?
Yeah.
Oh, Gary, I like the new name, Draft Science.
Well, it's not exactly new.
It's new for me. So.
Yeah, it's 3 years for me.
I know the term. I know you use the term, and I say the term is very fitting for that new branch of science is like breaking out. Anyways, good name for it. But about the Native Americans not getting any coverage out there. The police are totally taking advantage of that too. I've seen several videos of police just doing brutal stuff. There's this one video of this guy who's just walking through a field, and the state trooper, I can imagine a sheriff, maybe he's a cop or anything like that, but he's kind of flags the guy down like he wants to talk to him, and as soon as he gets close enough to the dude, he basically leg sweeps him in the front and sends him flying face first towards the ground. And the guy, you can tell the guy's that he does this to is fairly heavy set, and he hits the ground pretty hard, and the cops are already immediately on top of him, bracing on the back of his neck with his forearm and all that type of shit. So I hate seeing stuff like that.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, so they don't have weapons there, and so they're using rumors of, we heard there might have been a gunshot. We heard, the rumors, they can use it better than if all the guys just had the guns in the open, like the Black Panthers going to the state building. Then it takes away the mystery of whether they have guns, and people get more respectful, and you think, no, you're going to get shot quicker. No, actually, probably not, because they'll bully you otherwise and throw the gun in your window anyway to use it against you. And partly it's racism, partly it's having a fucking gun.
Well, isn't it partly, though, also that there's contracts, and unfortunately, you've got to go to the courts that exist, and you lose. And,
well, no, but what do you
need something? I mean, what's the point? I mean, frankly, I mean, I'm so sick of all the Native Americans are really dead anyway. So all this is bullshit in a way. This crying over their 19th removed relatives or something.
That's not true.
Well, it is.
They have their own territory in the United States.
Substantially true. Okay, in my opinion.
They have their own territory.
In my opinion, it's substantially true. Well, in my opinion, they shouldn't.
But you're still bound by the agreements.
In my opinion, they shouldn't, because it's not American. You either be an American or get the fuck out. You lost the war. It's over. It's done. It's time to acclimate. Okay, we don't give people, I mean, fuck these idiots who think they're entitled to something, like the Jews think they're entitled to Israel. Well, I don't think you're entitled to anything, okay? Races aren't entitled to something.
So you don't think any agreements matter? I mean,
I don't think if they're gonna behave like a hostile nation, okay, then we should just have a war with them and kill them again.
You're behaving like a hostile nation because you want to put a pipeline across their territory.
I'm saying, look, they had a process. They legally don't have grounds, Piro. Do you understand legal grounds? There was a process. It was found that the pipeline has rights. If they don't like it, too bad. It's in the contract. It's done. Okay? The legal process has spoken. All right? They're just protesting the law. They don't like law and order. Okay, fine. I guess that's kind of a country we don't need to be inside of us.
Not if law and order is just an excuse to do whatever you want.
Well, that's not what happened.
Are they protesting the law, or are they protesting the manipulation of the law in a lot of ways to disregard, like Piro was saying, their rights and the fact that, you can, all this stuff is public source information. Where the pipeline's going through, it's pretty much right through the heart of the Dakota, one of the last Dakota reserves in existence. And it's not going to be just something they're not going to notice. And the people that wanted this pipeline, very small group of people. The people that are opposed to the pipeline, a lot of people, a lot that are not even Native American.
I'm just saying, my point is, we know
the oil and gas industry has manipulated the laws over the last 30 years. I mean, they've changed they wouldn't be able to do this shit in the 1920s.
It doesn't, well, you say they wouldn't. I think they did plenty of shit in the 1920s. But the point is that, the law is the law, and there's some point we have to just concede. Okay, if the law is broken, we got to fix it. Then you fix the law. But I don't see any activism to do that. I don't see any activism to fix problems until the problem hits them personally. And that's all I see from all kinds of people, is they're just acting like special interests. They couldn't give a shit about a problem until it hits them in the face. So until some drunk drives their car into their living room and kills their kid, they don't pay attention. And that's all this all looks like to me, is the same kind of bullshit. Now we're going to say the law doesn't mean anything. Well, you're stuck with it because the law does mean something. And as long as you're a nation inside of this nation, you've got to respect that. And if you're not going to respect that, then fuck you.
You can fight. You can fight something. That's also legal.
Yeah. You can fight something when there's, through the means that's available, which is you argue. Okay. I hate protesters. I hate the whole let's make a spectacle. Let's try to cause trouble. That's not how you make an argument.
I disagree. I don't think people take you seriously just from then everybody from their couch.
Well, then build a culture,
real activism, and people
that does. See, that's my whole fucking point. Why do I want to live in a culture where to get anything done, you have to go sit in a highway, and you have to go make a scene, and perhaps even do something to get somebody killed so you can get on the news? Why would I want to live in a culture that requires people to do that?
Yeah, but that's like if somebody is attacking your neighborhood, or why would I want to be in a culture where you have to attack people to defend yourself? Well, you're going to try to get rid of that person, hopefully without the collateral damage to create more people that want to do it. You have to go ahead and fight the system. I don't like the way it is right now.
You're going to use the legal process. You're not going to sit there and try to do something on your own.
But creating awareness about things is a part of that process, and you know how hard that is.
Yeah, creating awareness as what? A heckler? I mean, I just...
Well, yeah, first you have to let people know there's even an issue.
I don't believe in trolls, and I don't believe in hecklers, and I don't believe that you when you lost the battle, you go outside the process and keep fighting the fight. I think that's bullshit.
So, well, like, what about John Brown? He was a bit of a terrorist, and his attack on Harper's Ferry trying to do a slave revolt, because people saw it and they paid attention, then it made the South think he was a terrorist, and the North thinking, no, he's actually a hero. They put him to death, made him a martyr. Next thing you know, you have a civil war, and people are ready to fight for slavery.
Lots of reasons why people were already not slave owners and why they already thought slavery was ugly, so they didn't need notice of the subject. And again, you're just making my argument for me.
Slavery was legal.
You're saying the only things worth having are things somebody's willing to die to have. So somebody has to die, or we can't change a law. So
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying slavery was legal.
Or somebody has to be a terrorist, because that's the only way you can get on the news, and that's the only way you can win the argument.
No, I was saying that you were saying that because I believe that sitting peaceful protest is a good compromise, and being a terrorist is not.
I know, but that line of peaceful protest where you sit on land you legally have a right to sit on, and you legally do something that's legal, is very different than protest where you're blocking a highway.
It's their territory.
Whether it's their territory or not, the territory they're going to build on is not theirs.
They are the government of that territory.
For the purpose of this argument, that's not the law. The law says the territory where that pipeline is going belongs to somebody else.
I don't trust that the law's been applied correctly to Indian reservations.
The point is,
I know historically it hasn't been.
My point is, if you don't have confidence, you don't like our justice system, then shouldn't we be talking about our justice system and fixing it, instead of talking about these individual special interest subjects for which a new one will arise tomorrow and a new one will arise tomorrow, and none of them will ever be fixed? Because we don't have a justice system.
No, because how you get people to realize the justice system is broken is you collect all the examples that it's broken with.
Yeah, well, newsflash, that's never worked, and it never will.
It has worked. It's the only thing that's ever worked.
I don't see any evidence of it working. I don't see any evidence of it.
Well, like drunk driving. It used to just be a little misdemeanor.
It's one law. It's one subject. And again, and how effective is that?
Well, name any subject you think there's been progress on, and I'll go back and show you how 200 years before slavery was illegal, there were people going, look, isn't this horrible? Look, he raped the daughter and sold the mother. Look, isn't this horrible? And then after 1,000 of them, people are like,
it had nothing to do with a protest. It had nothing to do with breaking the law to protest.
But you said you hated all protests. I mean, I've been at protests on the side of the road or with permits. We didn't break the law.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm talking about protests in the sense that people go on private property and they force the cops to show up and they force a scene and all that kind of crap. That's what I mean by protest. So yes, if you're being protest, we voiced our opinion, or we made a video, or we did something. Well, I don't have anything wrong. Of course, that protest is fine. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the legal protests. I'm talking about the ones that are created for the very purpose.
Seems like you're not taking into account
breaking the law and creating a scene.
But if the law is corrupt, how are you supposed to work within it in every case?
That's what a democracy is supposed to be able to do. And I'm just saying, if you have a democracy, a real one, a vital one, then you won't have this problem. No, I'm just saying that's what we have to fix, right? That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. The problem is our democracy is broken, our justice system is broken, that we have allowed our whole country to be owned by 12 people, and everybody's just sitting around arguing this bullshit that doesn't matter instead of fixing that problem.
What about like the protests during the civil rights movement? Like they did sit-ins in a lot of private businesses.
And I don't think it mattered. I don't think that's what made the difference. I think Martin Luther King's speeches made the difference.
But he gave them to a crowd organized.
Right, legally collected in a location, yes.
Well, what about when the Black Panthers, I think, went to the State Building and all armed with open carry, which was legal, but obviously provocative?
Yeah, obviously provocative. That's what I would say about that. That's obviously provocative and probably counterproductive.
One thing that did help with the civil rights movement was like the reaction to the sit-ins with the Alabama police force, and when they just brutalized the black people, a lot of people in the country were like, oh, fuck this shit. Like, you might not like black people, but this is awful.
Yeah, well, it does. Like I said, it helps, but I'm just saying that's not which we want for a civilization. Didn't I just say that? I said, well, you really don't want to have causes that people have to die for. Do I really have to go out and die for the cause?
I don't think people intend to go out and get killed, but you know, it happens.
Well,
I'm just more confused by you being when you just said like all these people were assholes. And I was like, well, sometimes it's you have to do it. Like you got no other option.
How are they being assholes? I'm confused as to what's going on because I just came back in.
Like sometimes protesters are just assholes and jerks.
I mean, like. I'm confused. What exactly? Why are they assholes?
Drink some coffee or something and wake up.
Gary, don't be mean.
Okay. Grandpa.
I can answer that.
I came back in, so you can shut the fuck up with your sarcasm because I don't give a fuck.
No, come on.
Stop. Listen there, meth addicts.
I don't
Now
pay
listen there, meth addicts.
I want you to say everything everybody said for the last hour and a half hour.
Can I just answer the question?
Be a good little bitch and shut the fuck up.
No, why don't you go do that?
I can, but I don't have to because I can't to.
You can do that too. I accidentally gave him controls, FYI.
I don't care. I wouldn't use the.
He got fucking controls no more because he got kicked. There you go.
Why'd you do that?
Because Gary's an asshole. You know Gary's an asshole. And I shouldn't have to listen to that shit just because I was wondering what the fuck the topic of the conversation was.
You guys both should have shut up and let me tell you what the topic was. He was just calling all protesting kind of pointless and or assholishness. Of course, that's how he puts things. Whatever, it doesn't matter that what he calls it fucktard rather than very undesirable. It's just, you know.
I mean, that was fine. I just wanted to know what the topic of the conversation was. If Gary's ill-mannered ass can't fucking do that without resorting to, like, 5-year-old ass behavior, that's his fucking problem. Honestly.
Well, no, that's true. I mean, it is. I'm not saying... I can tell you that I wish you hadn't kicked him this one time without it being a huge judgment, because the point is... that's the unpleasant truth about some sort of sociology with these open rooms, and I learned this from Gary, is that the fact that Gary would just start losing his shit for an hour and be kicking people, or I'd get kicked within 3 minutes, that was one reason that the room could exist in the first place. So I think that's okay, but then again, this time I don't think so. I think we could have probably got back on the conversation, because I think nobody else is probably, but then again, you don't know too, because when you were gone, I was pulling him back in. He was gonna set that up anyway. He wasn't really confident that he wants to talk about the subjects that we're talking about, I think, with us. But I was drawing him into it because I am curious, and it is funny because he's pretty liberal in most ways, and he has this anti-protesting thing I don't really get. And I thought it was interesting, and you were bringing up, actually, your confusion about what the topic was. I wish he would have just tried to explain it because it was time to re-summarize it. I know it bothers people. When I was protesting the Iraq War, the W one, you know, people were calling us traitors. And it was still like, why did you guys support blowing up the towers? Because people didn't even know, like they still don't test very well knowing about Saddam's involvement with that. So I find that interesting, and it is a part of this subject that we were talking about with Gary, which he said he didn't want to talk about, which is this social justice warrior, anti-social justice warrior shit. And I think he's mistaken about it being totally unimportant.
He's way off. He's way off.
It gets to a real, it's like you're cutting the group in two, you know, like a bunch of rice or cocaine or something, where you cut it in two piles, and it's like that's happening. A real sharp division is happening among a demographic that didn't really give a shit whether they were liberal or conservative. 20 years ago, they didn't care.
And here's the thing, right?
Stay out of it.
Like I said, like my only thing was I was interested in the topic, but I had no idea what it was because I was gone for most of the goddamn time you guys were talking about it. So when I came in, I was just curious because I thought it was an interesting conversation to have.
Yeah, no, and you're here helping out and keeping things going. I think It's ridiculous. If we have an 8-hour room, I think it's actually good to look for reasons to repeat ourselves so that people can get in the stream. You don't have to listen for an hour. There's a little bit of a love boat element where you're told in 2 minutes what the fuck's going on. And I'm sure Gary didn't do that specifically because he knows who you are and he knows you're in here helping out. So he has a knee-jerk against any authorities or the need to respect someone because it's only fair. So
that's
yeah.
that's perfect.
I don't know. I read that totally different, bro. There was something else in that the comment that Gary.
He doesn't like Kalins. I'm saying he knows who Kalins is, and he doesn't like Kalins or Napalm. And he probably does like you guys compared on his group of who he really hates, but he doesn't like anybody. He doesn't hate me. He doesn't like me either, and we talk like friends.
I guess my thing is that it kind of it just seemed like Veitz, I guess, trying to get at like particularly personal towards me or whatever, or just complete disrespect, and that's. I mean, that's fun.
Oh yeah, no, your tone of voice and everything, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like he just mocked me in general. Then that's whatever. I don't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that's Gary or whatever, but then
screaming.
That was just unnecessary, man.
Like, yeah, no, and your reaction is fine in that sense because I totally believe that. Like if I had said, "What are you talking about?" which I say all the time because again, I want to make some repeats so we can know even ourselves what we're talking about and just go back to whatever, see if there was a point. And I asked that, I don't think it would have gotten that reaction at all. So.
Yeah, like I know that it was like a personal jab at me. That's what pissed me off in the first fucking place. But like I was interested in the social justice warrior versus.
Well, Gary didn't want to talk about it, so it was a matter of time before he bailed if we are going to keep talking about that. And I am actually interested in trying to analyze this, whether it's shallow or long-term phenomena. And we haven't lost the entire topic.
I wanted to ask Gary.
So you haven't lost the entire topic, and you could go ahead and ask your thing, but I'd like to say I think where we were, what got derailed is there is peaceful protest, there's in your face, we're carrying guns, but it's legal, peaceful protest, and then there's illegal squatting on a property you don't own and things like this. And, is you guys get off the train in that spectrum. I mean, the next step is, terrorism.
Be fair, some places...
Well, I was say you also got, you got financial protest. You have legal protest. Like I said, there's a lot of other things that people are doing in between that spectrum. There's a lot more stuff. Once people get to violence,
I think boycotts are ineffective.
Yeah, boycotts the way they were back. Like, if you're gonna do a boycott nowadays, you gotta you really have to hit them financially. So you gotta plan out how you're gonna do it. And it's pretty interesting, though. You can still do it effectively, but it's a lot harder nowadays. I mean, because
it's more like the threat of a boycott is more effective than the actual boycott.
Interesting.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Also, onto the...
That means a lot of companies, if enough people threaten a boycott, they're like, okay, we won't do this.
No, but it's not the boycott. It's getting press because of the boycott.
Yeah, the negative publicity, the negative attention from the boycott.
It's the micro thing.
Yeah.
These companies have computers and accountants paying attention to the fact that we lost $500,000 in the last 2 weeks of June because there was a blogger with one headline. So you know what I mean? So they can be made sensitive. Yeah, old school boycotts, and in general, you can't boycott things you like. That's not going to work. Getting people to not buy grapes is not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because they still like grapes.
Unless you can offer them someone else's grapes to buy.
Like to
probably
the
most successful modern boycott movement is it BSD or BSD? The Palestinian Initiative, where they're like boycott, invest, and I forget the third thing.
You mean the BDS movement?
Right.
Yes, them.
So those are different in the sense that you're actually training yourself to not want to invest in that. And so that's kind of a thing where, I don't know the details of that, but I do think that's not a boycott if what you do is change people's habits. Like, the 20-somethings that
Well, their big
they're
thing is
boycotting
the
McDonald's
boycott.
because they've decided McDonald's isn't their thing. You can make something uncool, but it's
Yeah,
not a
that's
threat
their
at that
main
point.
thing.
But that point, it's a bullet through the head. A boycott's like, we're going to let you make money again if you give in to us, whereas just making it uncool is like, we're done with you. We're going to put a bullet
Yeah,
through
that's
your
the
head.
main thing with the BDS movement is their main thing beyond like boycotts and stuff is they want things that are made in Israeli settlements to be labeled as made in Israeli settlements, not just made in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And that one little thing is like really got the Israelis up in a fucking tizzy because
Oh yeah, they're small nations, but they do a lot of trade.
The other thing is these guys are talking. Yeah, I just went to it. So the BDS movement. So the thing is, sanctions being mentioned in there, or boycotts that are designed to lead to sanctions. Sanctions are they have. I was going to say they're very effective, but we'd have all these nations. We put sanctions on nations that can't give in to what we want to hurt them. Just to hurt those.
Everybody still there?
So I don't know if they're effective, but anyway, it does hurt the nation. So there is a real impact of sanctions. Yeah, I don't know what the buzzing was.
back to
I'm right here. Yo, Nummy's here. What's up, Nummy? No.
I for a second I thought it was one of those kicker guys, the
No.
snipers.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Nummy.
I think it was me because I'm on my phone and it seems to behave strangely when you join
It
these
would have
chats. I'm
been
just
weird though if it was you.
Okay, sorry about that, Nummy. No, you can hold on. Sorry about that, Nummy.
I think right now.
my phone vibrated when I joined. It was like
I know you can
trying to stimulate me.
I know you can hear people that aren't broadcast because people are coming in still dimmed, and I can hear them. So I think right now, maybe if you have controls, you can hear people before they're.
Nummy isn't dimmed, I think. Nummy can actually just come on in normally.
I'm showing him right away. Is all just happening.
Oh, okay, my fault, my bad.
Is my volume okay?
Your volume's a little loud, but I can alter that for you, Nummy. Hold on.
So for example, do you guys remember back in 2000 and 2, I guess?
Okay, Nummy, say something now, if you wouldn't mind.
I am nummy numb.
Still, hold on. Why is it not working? Hold on. Okay.
I see it moving.
It's amazing that it works across so many platforms. I mean, it's actually a miracle.
Okay.
So.
Perfect. Leave it there.
Yes, that's perfect, actually. That fixed it.
So,
This is miraculous.
wanted to. You guys were probably like 2 years old, but what are your memories of the Iraq War? Were you
Which one? The first one or the second
one with W?
I was in high school during the second one.
Alright, Nummy, hold on. You got like some feedback. Someone mute me for a second, if you don't mind.
I did already.
Okay.
But yeah, I was in high school and I remember.
I answered your question
like,
hero.
yeah, let's fuck the Iraqis. They brought down the 2 towers. And it's like, actually they did it.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I remember a lot of it.
That was one of my things. I was like, even during my neocon phase where I was like, nah, we probably shouldn't be going into Iraq. Like, Saddam's an asshole and all, but like, he's not that big of an asshole. I mean, we're fucking friends with Gaddafi now, so why can't we be friends with Saddam too? Like,
we were always friends. Even the sanctions changed that, but there were still various alliances in the Middle East that he was sustaining his role, not because we were great partners anymore, but because he'd been put in a place where we had these confluence of interests, anti-Iran, and there's just a balanced thing that didn't topple all the way over. But Vite, are you saying that I don't know how old you were at the time, but did you have an opinion on it, even if you?
Oh yeah, I have a real strong opinion. I was about we invaded Iraq 2002, 2003. When did we go into Iraq exactly?
I always
I believe
forget.
it.
I always think
yeah, I was pretty old by then,
2002
because
or
I graduated
4.
high school in 06. So,
Yeah, because we were.
I'd already started
It was
watching The
going
Daily
into my
Show.
senior year.
Yeah.
We actually had a teacher.
Yeah, I already
2003.
understood that too, because by the time I got to that age, I already understood that we had this thing called, Desert Storm.
One at a time, you guys.
Because he was part of the National Guard, and when like the build up to Iraq called in, like he got called in, and he went to Iraq. I don't know whatever happened to him.
So,
Figure it out.
wait, Vite, so it was 2003 that it started.
Little staticky, Nami. Little staticky.
Started out 2003. So, what were you saying you did, or what was your opinion?
Oh, it was it looked like it was a terrible idea, and it seemed like our government was being kind of disingenuous with a lot of other countries. So, you know, I remember we were at the UN, and they were talking about that on CNN, and then like the next day, they were talking about like pictures of bombs and stuff flying into Iraq. It's on, we're doing it, and it was without I mean, Congress, voted on it. But it was kind of like in the middle of the night kind of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget about that particular detail, but yeah, there was some sort of doing it real quick aspect to it. The thing is, yeah, the inspectors, all the international inspectors were all saying that even though he was being shifty and moving stuff around, that, this is known science, and they couldn't have been moving around a program like they were worried about. So, he didn't have that program, is what they were all saying. And these are people that have been inspecting on him throughout the whole sanction on and off era. So, because they had deals to sell limited amounts of oil and some things like this, allowed to deal with other countries if this and that. And so, and also just, doing analysis from outside or whatever. Hans Blix and Scott Ritter, I think, was the other guy who ended up getting nailed for child pornography, which was weird because I would say that's not even necessarily true because of who he was up against, because he was one of the guys that all during the war was going, no, he can't have these, and then when they didn't find him, he's like, no, but he's going to listen to you anymore because... So I thought they were going to find chemical weapons. I thought Colin Powell was trustworthy enough that when he sat there and actually said, look, see these pictures? In those buildings, there's chemical weapons, that they would go there and at least find that there'd been chemical weapons in there. And I knew we had sold them the chemical weapons.
Colin Powell was always like my defense during the early Bush years, where it's like, look, Colin Powell thinks it's a good idea, and like, yeah, Cheney and Rumsfeld
at that time, that was kind of before
despicable monsters, but like he has he has Colin Powell.
Wait, yeah, Bite.
Well, look at it like this, Nami. He was one of the first people to turn around and say this was a bad idea and it was a mistake. And he basically also said this.
Yeah,
guys, they were feeding me false information.
He regrets.
Because he had more credibility than Donald Rumsfeld, Bush, and Cheney all combined.
Hey, you know what he did when he was, a great thing he did when he was a young officer was help do the cover-up of My Lai and then react to the as it came out. He was a spokesman for the My Lai massacre. So, no, he's a little obsequious jerk. I did believe...
Yeah, it gives you credibility in Washington, though.
I believed he was honest and rational enough that he believed his credibility enough that would probably be true. But I still, this was a doubt I had protesting the war, but I decided everything all added up to... No, this is going to totally destabilize the Middle East. And everything I thought would happen and said would happen happened. And the nation isn't interested in hearing about that from those of us. Those of us that knew that then, we're social justice warriors.
I thought we'd maybe find at least, some, like fucking mustard gas or something. Cause,
that's the thing, it's not so obvious.
Wait.
Literally, everybody has mustard gas. It's not that hard to fucking make. Like, ISIS can make fucking mustard gas.
Alright, going back to the SJW thing, Piero, you're not what you were talking about then, and you are not the type of person who the insult is used against.
I don't agree with that. I think that's a bunch of bullshit.
mean,
Yes, I am. For one, I get called it all the time right now. So that's
okay.
Two, I'm called a traitor. Three, the same things they say. No, but here's the thing: the same things they say about these. Oh, a subset, but they want to blame everybody for being that way. They've said the whole time that when women couldn't vote, they said the same thing, that they were ugly lesbians that couldn't get a good husband, and that's why they.
There's a lot there,
and that they were treated better than men.
Okay, but what I'm saying is talking about.
Go, oh, my wife never shuts up. I can't get a word in, and she runs me ragged. So obviously there is no sexism.
Okay, talking about like the war in Iraq and shit isn't one of the things that gets you labeled as an SJW. At least
it was back then. I've been talking about those things the whole time of my whole life.
Yeah, but like maybe different language. But
for example, here's something Gary would have thought was bad. There's a place called People's Park. They had a big called martial law in the 60s with Reagan was the California, put out the National Guard. Okay, they made it into a park. They've been battling over it for years and years and years.
But the insult is... Alright.
Okay, wait. And then the university officially owned this land. It had been turned into a park by people going there and just taking out the concrete and planting stuff and giving away free stuff. So when I was there, for example, they had a free box people had built there, and a lot of the local liberal merchants would put free shoes and stuff. The cops come and tear it down, and they on and on. Well, when I was there, they decided that they were going to build a volleyball court. But we didn't really believe they're going to just try another way of taking over the park. So we all stood there, and I got almost arrested, but I managed to run it away from the cop and stuff. Is that good or bad?
The insult was different, and the insult was different because they're aimed at different types of or at different categories of people.
Not really.
I mean,
it's not a real category.
Maybe at the beginning, SJW was like a more specific term for a certain kind of person on the left, but it's just evolved like PC.
You guys are kind of what it is anybody that cares about social justice, we're going to make this stereotype so that that whole group is like that. Because let me tell you, the real thing is every group has schizophrenics, hysterical people, obsessively compulsive people, opportunists that don't really believe what they're saying but figure out an angle. Right? So every group has that. Every human group, it's a cross-section. It's a bell curve-driven, statistically predictable thing that every population of humans is going to have those kind of people. And yeah, if you just get the conservatives that are that way, and that's all you talk about and go, but you're not that kind of person.
Well, we're not, but we are talking about, but we're talking about different things, though. We're talking about different types of people. Like, we're talking, like, when people use the term SJW, Matt, you of all people should know this. They're typically referring to a certain type of feminist and shit, or a person who's perceived to be a feminist.
A lot this election.
I don't acknowledge that they know what they're referring to.
There's a lot of, because, like, with Trump being fucking in this racing shit and the alt-right having a bigger and bigger fuking platform, they're basically in charge of the Republican Party right now.
Let's see let me go. Wait. Let's see a cognitive argument. We know for a fact when someone says SJW and we're talking about what are they referring to, they're referring to an idea in their head, like their particular idea of Santa Claus, which is different from someone else's idea of Santa Claus or St. Nicholas. It's their idea, a little puppet in their head, a straw man, or maybe they're Rembrandt, and it's very realistically painted. Wait, let me finish. Okay. So that's one thing. We know for a fact that's what they mean when they're talking about it. Now the question is, do they have another little puppet for the actual social justice person?
Okay, but
so I've asked them, this is my last sentence on it for now, is I've asked them, and no, they don't have an idea of who really is legitimately working for social justice. and I throw Malala at their face, compound sentence, and they just go deaf and don't hear it because it's such an obvious example. Some people are fighting for social justice, but they don't have a puppet like that. That tells me the puppet is for all of us.
But that you can apply that standard really to anyone though. When it comes to any sort of like catch-all name, when someone calls you like an anti-SJW or an MRA or something, that definition changes depending upon the person using it. What I'm talking about in general practice, at least as I understand.
No, there is no such thing as general practice though.
As I've seen it though, general use is it's
general use is your statistical reduction out of all of the individual cases that you see.
But everyone does that though to an extent though, Piero.
But you can just admit that's what you're doing. When I say anti-SJW and talk about them, yes, I am using a puppet. I try to make my puppets really realistic and so that they move like the people they're puppeting. It's called a model. It's a necessary thing to metaphorically apply from the ideal world out into the real world. And so I'll have 50 different kinds. I'll get as many different kinds of communists. I will think there's 7 kinds of communists. I will just make up, hey, there's probably 5 kinds of every sort of person. And that's because it's realistic. And they don't have a puppet for me then. Quintica says I'm not one of the SJWs.
Who is Quintica? Who the fuck is that?
He's a dude, and he has been in here before. He thinks I am not SJW like you're saying, but he doesn't. But when he makes videos, I never see a video from those guys. Here's someone that really is doing social justice. Look how bad that other person looks to them. Compared to them. They don't ever do that. Why? Because that puppet isn't in their vocabulary.
Like, you mentioned Quintica. Quintica? Is that how you say that person's name? But I don't know who that is, honestly.
He's been in here, but it's been a while, but he is just a bald guy from, which I only say because, you can remember who's bald or not, right? He's not bald, actually. I think he shaves his head, but I don't even know how I got on that. But he is bald, or he appears to be in his videos, could be a special effect, and he is in Detroit, and he talks real low, and he's pretty anti-SJW, and I've just known him for a long time. He doxed Conference Report back in the day. Or not doxed him, but wrote a complaining letter to his employer, kind of thing, and I blocked him, but a couple years later I let him back in, and he's just, he's a liberal guy as far as I could tell in some sense, but he's big on this anti-feminism, anti-SJW thing. So,
yeah, like you have at least.
He's using your argument, is my point. He always says.
He's using my argument to the extent that he doesn't perceive you to be an SJW.
Yes.
I wouldn't say that you're necessarily not an SJW. I'm talking about different, like I'm an SJW. Like different. What I'm talking about is different arguments and shit are typically what somebody means when they talk about an SJW.
Right, so what is the distinction? Let's say, of course, it's possible to have a distinction. Well, what's the distinction then?
Honestly, if you're talking about like you said, the war in Iraq and that shit, honestly, at least in my opinion, I could be wrong, obviously, but from my experience, I think. Generally speaking, a lot of people probably wouldn't really call you an SJW for that, especially with a lot of the anti-government shit that goes on.
I believe the rape culture is a real word with the real meaning.
I mean, like...
I believe victim blaming happens all the time right now, and it's obvious.
I would say, I don't know. I don't necessarily know if...
I feel sad. I'm sympathetic with people that need a safe space, but as a libertarian as well, a progressive one, I believe that place is called your home.
I thought you were going to say your pants. But, no, actually, I disagree. I'd say I probably disagree with you on a lot of those things, but...
Well,
like
I'm just throwing them out there to see which is
going to
trigger.
SJW, though.
Or, I mean, look, I've been in the streets arguing and yelling at people,
I think rape culture is more of a simplification of an issue, but like as a term goes. But I do agree with you for the most part.
Well,
Like
there was. Did you see this headline of this guy that says he got let go from his coaching job at this college which is being investigated for mishandling rape, for going to the police instead of the university, even though they have a really bad record of doing anything about it. Now, why wouldn't that be rape culture? I think it would be.
I don't see how, if it's being investigated, I don't really see how it is rape culture. Wouldn't it be wouldn't it be permitted on some level if it was rape culture though, or if it was a culture that was that permissive of rape? At least
because I mean, just because the mafia is getting investigated doesn't mean there's not a mafia culture, a group of people that do that, hang out at the same places, and actually have a culture as well,
I mean,
right?
Yeah,
so,
but we actively,
when you find that it's happening, shows you it.
But we actively fought and shut down the mafia. Though.
That's like saying if I catch a fish, that's evidence that there's no more fish in the ocean because I just got one.
But that doesn't make sense, and that doesn't follow. That's like saying we have a death culture because there's some people who make fun of people who die. Like there's a culture for everything. Then by that standard,
that's also true. These are cognitive truisms that we should take into account when we think about how things work.
I don't really think that can apply, especially in that broad sense. Like seriously,
there is a culture of people. Well, for example, when girls get raped at parties, they will for sure, if it comes out, be called slut and shamed and all kinds of things by people in that school.
Some people are gonna call them sluts, and a lot of people are not gonna call the dudes who call them who rape them assholes and say that they need to be arrested and kicked out.
Right, and if a lot of people are saying you're going to hell, that would show there's some sort of theist Christian culture or whatever. Yeah, so the way people react, the patterns of reaction of patterns of multiple individuals, that is culture, behavior.
Also, that somewhat undermines rape culture as a concept if you think about it, because it's basically saying that it's comparable to all of these other things that might be ludicrous and or ridiculous. And I think just saying that it's comparable to, what did you say, like a death culture, is somewhat undermining towards the idea of a rape culture. Because I'm sorry, no one believes that we have I mean, some people may believe we have a death culture, but what is that?
But you're talking exactly. There's not just one culture, right? Culture is this thing that is sets of groups. Whether it's a culture or not is just like with species. How much interbreeding is there, or is interbreeding even possible? What are the communication patterns in these many groups? It's not like there's only one culture.
I'm not saying there's one culture. What I'm
right. So saying there's a rape culture in this country is just like saying that there's a crime culture or a gang culture.
But
it doesn't mean everybody is in a gang.
But there's every kind of culture, and I think rape culture refers
what do you know? There's a
wait, hold on. Culture. Wait. I think rape culture refers to a dominant sort of aspect in the culture, doesn't it? It's not just one of many different cultures within the country, right?
Yeah, that it's significant. Well, no, it doesn't imply that in itself, but obviously, that's why we talk about it, because we're saying, and it is significant. Like Rita Parsons, you could see girls that have committed suicide after getting raped, after getting drunk at a party in high school, where they were bullied for years. And because of online, they couldn't even move to other schools like in the old days they would do. So that's something. Where's that attitude come from? I don't care if the people think everybody's against rape. Yeah, everybody's against rape, but you're always going, it probably wasn't a rape, it was probably a false accusation. But I'm against rape when I believe it's rape. Yeah, if your mom gets raped.
Wait. When you say you, do you mean you as in the term you, or me as in the person you're talking about? I'm thinking you just mean the term,
I was talking to an imaginary person.
Okay.
That's questioning a rape victim.
Okay, all right. It's for the sake of
I never heard you. You said you thought you were a SJW just a second ago, right?
I am an SJW. Actually.
So why would I not be thought of as an SJW?
Like what I'm saying is some of the arguments that you were using there. I don't think that like that argument about the invasion into Iraq is what people mean when they talk
Well,
about what an
okay, so forget
SJW is.
Iraq. Let's just talk about how Native
But
Americans.
no, but no, I've already answered this. Yeah, I know you're an SJW. I am too. We both are.
Oh, okay.
I'm just talking about specific arguments that people use. But like,
Well,
no,
what do
like
you? Well, then let
we're
me ask
both
this:
are.
I'm
We're
not
both.
putting you on the spot. I mean, just what do you think? Looking at how this conversation out there in the wild is going, what are the triggers that make someone say that? Is it the safe space thing? I mean, I kind of get that girl in Yale yelling at that professor about the safe space on Yale, and this isn't an intellectual environment. It's supposed to be my home. That could be a trigger of. But
Like
is
I
it the
remember.
orange hair? Is it just being a woman?
I
What is it?
remember. I remember there was this one like white dude or something who apparently had like dreadlocks, and some black chick like grabbed his arm and started yelling at him for like appropriating her culture or
Right.
something
I
like
remember that
that.
one.
That would more or less like that's pretty much like that's an extreme example, obviously, but that would be something. Like, but no, like I said,
That's not a. Yeah, that's interesting because that to me isn't a social justice thing at all. That is a race nationalism type thing, right?
I
That's
mean,
a.
like when people say like when people associate it as an SJW thing, right? They're basically saying that, and this is both the for and against, I guess, if you want to call it that.
What about
It's basically a woman. It's basically the woman trying to explain to him why he was
right?
appropriating her culture and the importance of taking things from her culture,
I
even
didn't think
though.
that.
Well, I mean that's the argument that you
Right.
usually see,
Well,
basically.
so here's some feedback on that. So okay, I think one thing it made me think of is a thing because there's pseudo liberals or people that are liberal that are working through stuff that bug me or I think it's counterproductive, which is maybe one of these things where because I notice again Quintica gets on I think Steve Shives maybe or something about this where they seem fake like he's trying to get him on he won't admit that he doesn't find um, a a transsexual attractive. He won't admit it. Like giving away the participation trophies. I think that is maybe the kind of liberal sentiment where they think the person's being fake. Like I know a lot of baby boomers that are anti-racist, but they're still racist. And you hear the oh, he's so eloquent. And did you know he went to college and just
Vic
kind
said
of
that.
soft racist?
Vic said that actually. He was like, "I don't see what's wrong with telling a black person or something. You speak really well for a Negroid." Like,
Well, I think they don't like the overcompensation. Me, I like the overcompensation. I'm saying this is a guy who, yeah, maybe he is overcompensating, but that's better than undercompensating. I mean, isn't that how you exercise? Put in an extra 5% and that'll get normal, and then another 5%. That's incrementalism. But I could see how it's annoying, and especially when you have people like on a YouTube or the celebrity where you can play it to your own advantage and it gets to seem really, really. So I think that's one of the things. But then, but also, that was the side point. There was also the thing that was directly an answer to your point. But yeah, so as far as I thought in college, I didn't like a lot of the self-proclaimed liberals. They were inventing political correct and being dogmatists, and they had a little social clique. And my basic liberalism was always, I moved around a lot of schools when I was young, and I noticed cliquishness. All the schools had these different cliques and how it worked, and I hate that. I hated that. I hated groups of people.
I mean, to be honest though, like the difference in my mind between someone who is an SJW and someone who just advocates for social justice, in general, it's just the level of dogmatism. That's basically it in my mind, really. It's just that's why I see a distinction between SJWs and people who are genuinely social justice advocates.
That's been my lifelong definition, almost word for word, how I would put it. It's the dogmatism, literally dogmatism in the technical sense, and that's what skepticism is opposed to. Skepticism is like, well, we're not going to have dogmas, but you still believe things. Yeah, but if you find out it's a dogma, we don't hold it dogmatically. Even if it's a precipice on the top of a slopey hill, that's what we're trying to do. Even if it's impossible, It's an anti-dogma movement, and that's what I thought. I didn't like these groups, but when I was young, the idea was that, sure, some young people had a new idea, but we were still facing Nixon's running the world kind of an idea. I was really young at that point, but I do remember Nixon getting reelected when I was 8 or whatever. And so we thought of dogmatism as conservatism. So when we started to see the liberal dogma, which had already existed, but I didn't know, we saw it in the cultural zeitgeist and political correctness in the 80s. Yeah, that bothers me, and I argued with a lot of those kind of people while I was being a protester. And they're also your allies, because they're going to show up and protest the war and stuff, and you can't say that there's not some sort of a good intention to a lot of them. They're not all doing it just to manipulate, get laid by the girl that was going to go, or whatever, pretending they're into it. But, yeah, what I really want from those guys, we don't have to go on this subject necessarily if somebody wants to change it, but could we just talk about more social justice? Like, what issues actually are worthwhile? Yeah. So I don't think safe spaces on Ivy League schools, I don't give a damn. They're doing that, and their rich parents are freaking out or proud of their whatever, fine. You know, let real things...
My thing, yeah, that's basically my position is pretty much the same as yours. It's just really dogmatism and versus just advocating for social justice issues. Hell, honestly, I don't even think a lot of a lot of the groups that are, you know, your typical like misogynistic MRA types or whatever, I don't think even a lot of those people are necessarily against fucking like social justice anyway. I think they see your stereotypical person from fucking Tumblr, and they just assume, oh, that's what social justice means because that's what that person said.
But their apathy is the same thing as being against social justice. It's not like, well, you don't have to think about it. I'm sorry, it's the 21st century.
Okay, well,
we're raping Bangladeshis economically to get your shoes, and you don't give a fuck and shut up about it. You know, they are...
Well, I would say there's a difference.
Like that latent white supremacy argument. They have that. That does apply to them. They are latently racist.
Well, I would say there's a difference, right, between somebody who's just fucking ignorant of something and someone who's, like, apathetic and just outright fucking racist, you know? Like, if you don't know about some issue, like, in Afghanistan, if you don't know about, like, something that's happening halfway across the world, like, that doesn't necessarily make you against it, right? And honestly, there's only so much you can do about, like, things that happen in the rest of the world that are fucked up.
Well, you can admit they happen.
I mean, yeah, of course, obviously. So I think people do. Like, I think a lot of people do admit that there are fucked up things that happen. It's just there's only so much I can do. Like, what the fuck happened to Vite's hair? Like, no one fucking knows, but, you know.
Well, from my experience, what I think is, and you actually did a version of this, but I'm not complaining really, I'm just saying it's a common reaction to me, is people go, oh, yeah, that's how it works, but geez, that's just the detail. In general, we think of it some other way. Like, for example, the war on drugs, not really a war. Being a war is negative. Oh, yeah, of course what you're saying is right. But in general, it's like a war and blah, blah, blah. Back to thinking about it that way. Because it's like a magnet. The cloud of ideas you use to think about something, I'm like, that's the problem. You're thinking about it wrong. And they're like, yeah, of course I'm thinking about it wrong. But this is the way we think about it, man. There's no other way.
It's honest. It's like this. It comes from this place, right? And this is why, like, I support Jezebel and other black activists on Twitter and shit. There's only really so much you can do when you don't, and honestly, outside of like social media, there's not terribly much you can do. Especially when I don't have the money and the means to go build fucking orphanages in some other fucking country.
You don't have to do that.
That's all I can really do except talk about it, because there's nothing much I can do.
No, let me tell you the kinds of things. Okay, I'll tell you.
All right.
When people that are politically active and you're looking for things to do, there's two. One, when people run, you can help them.
Yeah,
and local
that's
people,
what other people do.
Local. You could find out local, because your local counties probably spends $300-400 million a year that's going to bad, corrupt ideas. that could be helping your local community or making a park. So people find issues like that and they show up for those issues.
That's what people do on social media, though. Like, that's a lot of that.
Talk about it.
Yeah, they talk about it, but they also donate to charities and shit.
Well, I'm just saying the people that are actually doing the charities, that's the real deal. Those are the real people. And some of those charities aren't doing anything very real.
Yeah.
Like the United Way.
You can't see. We can only see the public interactions. We can't see the private messages.
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, like
all the networking that happens because of social media.
Exactly. The problem.
See, you're defending the fact that the part that is not on the ground. You're defending that it's important. I've been arguing things online for like 35 years. So I think it's a great hobby, and I think the public conversation does have an impact. It ripples out. I could tell you right now why I want to keep doing this room for whatever, because I think if you think about 6 degrees of freedom, yeah, there's a lot, but you're asking me, there's nothing you can really do except for talk about it. No, there is a local things. No, everywhere I've ever been, you just find out what's going on, and everywhere you go, there's something like this Dakota pipeline protest. Everywhere somebody knows who the corrupt judge is. Everywhere, it's everywhere. You could find out, and you take part in those things, and you try to support candidates locally, or the local version, like everywhere in the country. There's Bernie Sanders supporters meeting, trying to write letters, put blogs out, whatever they've decided strategy-wise, and they actually get contacts from the actual campaign, so you could start to see how things really work behind the scenes.
All right.
So talking on Twitter.
Okay, one thing, I'm not saying you should just talk on Twitter. What I'm saying is you can use Twitter as a part of your ability to get your message out. You can also donate through charities, obviously, as you just said. However, like, you also have to keep in mind people's time. Not a lot of people have time to pursue all these different activities or things that they can do. There's only so many resources that you as a person have. I mean, like, it's unrealistic to demand that I try to work towards every fucking cause that comes across me.
Well, I didn't say every fucking cause.
I mean, you didn't say that, but then
I consider myself very active, and basically every few years I help a candidate, or I try to get some, public financing passed, or I follow and try to help you. When you sign a petition, every time you sign a petition, that organization will happily accept volunteers. Every time. If you ever see a petition you like, you can get involved in that organization 100% of the time if you want to.
Oh, okay, but Piro, here's the thing too, right? Like, you're also somebody who you're also stable. You have the means and the time.
I have a job
to
right now.
Pursue those. Yeah, you have time and means to pursue that shit. Like, not a lot of people do. Like, you also have to keep into account people's time.
Well, it's just time that you need, and I don't feel like I've ever had a particular amount of time. Now, I take time for this because it's always fascinated me since high school, or even beyond.
This is your passion, though, and and like everyone who has a passion, you've made sure that your passion fits into.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of people on Twitter I wish would just shut up if they don't have the energy to really do anything about it.
Well, I mean,
there's a lot of people like Glenn Greenwald and stuff that use Twitter and social media to truly get out important information. There's a lot of YouTube people like Sam Venkin that have made a revolution in understanding narcissism by doing it. So I'm totally invested in that, but it's also a different thing. There is stuff you can actually do that will make a difference.
All right, you remember Tamir Rice, though, right? A lot of people who just talked about it are what helped to get that attention, because no one knew no one knew about Tamir Rice, or the fact that he just got gunned down by police in like 2 fucking seconds.
If nobody had ever shown up down to have speeches down at City Hall type situations about that, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, but those people showed up because they were told about it, and those people who showed up.
To me, that's like saying the capitalists create wealth.
But those people who showed up got
Those
attention.
people tweeted about it because they heard about it from people on the ground that said, this is really fucking important. I know you're bored and you're looking for something to tweet. Tell people this motherfucking thing happened.
Okay, so the national attention that came from the national attention
you got
that
it backwards.
came from people who
You got it backwards.
Okay,
yeah.
so the national attention that
You
came
never heard of one story tweeted out unless some journalist or local on the ground movement got that knew being there.
Wait. No one's saying that people on the ground didn't help, but to say that people who tweeted about it, saying that people who didn't tweet about it did nothing is just not true, honestly.
It's like this. If we talk about something, if we have a conversation, then you go, and I go, hey, I heard a really interesting idea, even if I disagree with it. Like Cropper will say something, I'll run it by people I know. That's 2 degrees. If they're the kind of person that carries it on, that can easily get 2 or 3 degrees out. We know it's only like 6 or 7 before everybody hears about it. Okay. So we can have an influence in that direction, but I'm telling you, when someone is people are killed by the police
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Well, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I am saying yes.
Wait, Piero.
Yes to what you said. It is caused by the people on the ground.
Hold on, Piero. I'm not saying that people on the ground don't start it. What I'm saying is that people on social media help by getting it more attention, and attention to an issue is important.
Yes, but you were saying it the other way around.
How was I saying it the other way around?
You were saying that the tweeters helped by getting it known. I say there's so much noise in the Tweetyverse. There's so much noise in the Twitterverse that
I didn't know about
that it's counterproductive.
Okay, I didn't know about it until I saw tweets about it. That's how I know. And then I tweeted it and shared it around, and other people knew about it.
Which is what it's supposed to be used for.
Okay, so how is that not helpful, Piero?
It's not causative.
Okay.
I didn't say it wasn't helpful.
All I'm saying is it's helpful.
I'm saying when you feel like there's nothing you can do, if you don't have time, that's fine, but any amount of time, an hour, a weekend every 4 years.
And all I'm saying is that you have to pick and choose your causes carefully.
Right. And I was describing that's what I've always done.
All right. And in the meantime, you can also help out by sharing information and spreading it through social media.
For example, back around 2000, I moved away from the city. And I was unable to be involved with politics because in the old days, there was no local action. There wasn't a local Bernie group. If you were in the wrong place, you had to be in a city, and then there was Cosmopolitan, and you could go down and argue with people in the square. But Daily Kos was starting, and I was one of the first. I was user 900 of that thing, and it was great because it's like, oh my God, I can continue my activism from here, and then through that communication gave me other chances. Like I found out, of course, we can phone bank. I phone banked for people running in 2004, I think it was, in Oregon, and I did have to use my own resource because that cost money. I called through Skype though, pretty cheap, to phone bank for I forget who, the local congressperson there, trying to work on that. So it is a great thing, absolutely, and I commend anybody taking part in it. On the other hand, I don't want to hear about activism or social justice characterized by this movement on the surface on TV, the new version of TV, the internet, when there are real activists that are doing these things on the ground that don't fit that. How many, I mean, I've been to protests, and there's might be a few people on a college campus, they'll be the highest of these social justice, like somebody just ranting in this way that's easy to make fun of, whether they're right or wrong. And often I agree with the things they're saying, but I see that they're being counterproductive. They're a very small minority. Do you think other protesters like those guys? We got to set up tables and pass out stickers and buttons. We don't need assholes making us look bad.
Yeah, but a lot of those people that you're talking about are people who have like large internet, well, not large maybe, but they have sizable internet followings and shit. Because I'm thinking that you see those people as what are called slacktivists, basically, or hashtag activists. Basically, it's like okay, it's like the Tamir Rice thing. This is really bad. Black people are getting shot. I'm gonna tweet this out, and now I'm gonna look at cat videos.
Yeah, they're chicken hawks.
Is that it? Okay, that's weird.
Chicken hawks. They're leftist chicken hawks.
Okay, that's.
They want to
okay.
talk like they're soldiers and they're scared. They don't have time to go out. I don't mind that people don't have time. I don't always have time. I don't have time to do it right now.
Okay, all right, that's the issue that we were having. No, I agree with you about slacktivists. Like, no, I don't like.
I think we got to something really good. I didn't originally like the term slacktivist because, like, it was used about the
Occupy Wall Street and shit.
No. There was this guy, kind of still subscribed, but I don't watch him. This liberal guy, but anyway, he's a lot of people were using it against him, trying to get it out. Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert's thing in Washington.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that's bullshit. Going to a festival is not slacktivism. It's certainly the easiest kind of activism, but you go to a hemp festival or this or even a music festival, it is actually activism because you get out and do it. And it could be scary. And do you want to be thought of as this kind of person? And it's a little bit slacktivist, but yeah. But anyway, they're a kind of chicken hawk on our side. And so my question then, going back to what we were talking about, because maybe we got to the answer, is that leftist chicken hawk, is that who they want to say? When they say you and I aren't really SJW because we're not dogmatic, you know what I mean? Is that what they're trying to say? We're all chicken hawks, just like some liberals say that all conservatives are chicken hawks.
I mean, to some degree, you can argue that at least some SJW, some of the larger SJWs are kind of chicken hawkish because they're mostly just sort of, like you described. But I mean, that's more or less any sort of activism, I would say, either right or left. Right? You're gonna have people who are quote unquote slacktivists or hashtag activists. I think that's what they're called. Hashtag activists.
That's a good name for it. I mean, because it's obvious what they're meaning. But, it is funny because what you're saying, I mean, you don't want to act like social media isn't a good way to get things out. You don't want to blame the telephone if people are calling each other about stupid gossip. You want to get it to be good gossip. So, fuck, what was I going to ask? Oh, something I might.
Basically, that's okay. So that's what you're talking about, I guess. You're talking about your anger is at hashtag activists.
Well, we just had a big struggle, but it was like a childbirth, and I had a vision. Sometimes this happens. Of we started a thread of what is the distinction of this? I'm a liberal, but not a social justice warrior. Is it that I don't have pink hair? And I think we got to it. Not that this is the answer. I'm saying this is an answer to that question that I feel there's something to, which is the kind of liberals I don't like, that maybe I could go, okay, the SJWs are the fake liberals that none of us like. Okay, I see the liberal chicken hawks that never help but always talk like they're big deals. I see, okay, Rith.
Oh shit, Matt's not. Yes, yeah. Shit, I hate saying that because.
Well, I hate to say it too, but no, because and I know it's a weakness, and I would forgive him in the sense that he admits to his depression and stuff, and I am a forgiving liberal heart.
No,
I would have been him with it, right? But when you are, playing those games in a group of people that's supposed to be protected, and then that's the kind of thing. You don't walk the walk or whatever. So I'm like, okay, next time I talk to the anti-SJW person making this thing, I have something to propose to them because I brought this up many times, and it's like, okay, are we talking about the liberal version of chicken hawks? Because they know what chicken hawks are.
You mean unseen? Okay, you're talking. Okay, unseen perfidy. That's probably who you should refer to him as, because I don't think anyone really knows his Rith Randell account now. They all call him unseen perfidy. He's
that's why he's keeping it down low, man.
The thing about Rob though was that he knew how to work his he knew how to work his issues or whatever. Like he knew how to work that shit.
But that's what it means, though. But that's all of these psychological things, even the ones we all have, the tendencies that aren't too bad, they keep us hooked on this or that or whatever they do. They're all gimmicks, right? And the problem is the ones we call insane are just the ones that peter out, that collapse eventually. And then when you're 50 years old and you've had 4 or 5 magnificent collapses of tremendously embarrassing, like wealth gone to bankruptcy, like internet fame gone to internet shame, you have like 5 of these, and then you're like, maybe I got an issue.
Yeah, like he got fucked. Like holy shit, when that shit happened, when the scandal shit came out, dude, like
how did it come out that he
abandoned
admitted
him.
and everything?
Well, he did. Okay, he did admit. Technically, he said I made a mistake and then like nuked his account. And then a bunch of other people came out that he, you know, like sexually harassed them through DMs.
He outed himself, or was someone threatening him?
I think someone outed him. He just said he made a mistake, and then he deleted his Twitter.
You don't know where the accusations came from in the first place?
I mean, no, it's just that we know, the only thing that a lot of people know is that 20-plus women accused him of sexually harassing them through DMs.
So that's what I've heard, and who's those 20 women?
No, I don't know. Like,
None of it could be true as far as we know.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is, like, okay, I think one woman said something, and then there was and then someone said that he used information.
So we're to believe it's a leak from that website he was helping or whatever, working with.
I think actually
we're led to believe that's the only people that can fucking. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I follow them for interest, but I know how to weed through. So I don't know what's going on here. I'm just saying the question right now, with my limited knowledge of what I'm also bringing to this, is that website or that little organization. That's the only people with the access to the information that we're hearing about that would receive those complaints, right? So we're to believe they leaked it.
Okay, here's the thing though, right? Like, somebody said 20 fucking women. I have no idea, like, and apparently
I've seen like 20 or 30 of these videos going, 20 women say it, 20 women say it. Well, I'm going to the primary source. It's always very weird when you don't find the primary source.
Yeah, but it's not just like the anti-SJWs and shit. It's the SJW community that basically outed him and shit. They don't want him anymore. That's why, like, that's why I'm more likely to believe it if they themselves are just like
when Tobey Maguire, that guy, the famous Tobey Maguire guy on there with the fail and win and cute. Tobey Maguire. Tobuscus,
yeah.
He got nailed recently. I don't know. Has that destroyed his career? I kind of hope. I don't know what to hope. I kind of thought he was good. I don't know. Anyway, I do hope that. I don't know. Anyway, I found the source of that. Right, you went, dig, and there was some source, and also sometimes there's no source, but there's a follow-up, and the girl comes out and says, yep, here's mine, and then 5 others go, yep, here's mine.
Okay, the problem is...
I don't see that in this one. Everybody's talking like this huge thing, and it's almost like it could be a CIA plan, because where's the there? Where did the... I just heard 1 million people said a nuclear bomb went off. I ought to be able to find the fucking town it went off in.
Here's the problem, though. Like, no one wanted to, like, reveal the identity of the people or who apparently were harassed by him sexually. All we have are the words of the women who said that he sexually harassed them.
From his group of friends?
Yes.
Right. Because they're all admitting it. I see. They all turned on him, so they all believe the rumor that must be true because he admitted it to one of them.
You know, you just turned Rob into
That's such bullshit.
You just turned Rob into, like, fucking Nixon or something. Like, what the fuck?
I think it's bullshit, and it's an example of the cliquishness that I hate in the world. And I've come to agree that it's a part of human life because it's how human beings are becoming the Borg, because some of our offspring in the future, our descendants, will, not even our personal ones, I mean just the waves of children that aren't even being raised by their kids, parents directly that much anymore. It's more by their peers. They are going to be, some of them, Borg-like, dogmatic conformists, and some of them are going to be like free-roaming bacteria, single-celled parameciums, and they're still chill out as individuals, but maybe in the society. And so I think that cliquish thinking. But see, I don't understand this. Like, they make such a big deal, and I'll make videos out of it. I believe it's immoral, or unethical rather, to expect me to believe something's true because you and a bunch of people you know believe it. That's like Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Because if he really did have all those weapons of mass destruction all over his country, I could have supported going in. That facts matter to me. I'm not just against every war and for every, you know. So I feel like it looks like cliquishness to me that all those people in that little cliquey group would. It's a false. I really would prefer if that's the best they can do as far as I'm concerned. I don't know that it's true. Even his so-called admission, I don't know that.
It is, yeah. Well, to be quite honest with you, I
Maybe
don't know
somebody
either.
had pictures of him doing something, and it was like either say you did this or we'll show that. I don't know.
I don't know if he admitted it or not. So that's
They
all
say he
I've heard.
admitted it. No, part of the leak. I guess I've heard the same leaks. I thought you might know more, but I mean, I watched a bunch of stuff on it, and I've heard the same things you're saying about it. And he did admit it. They say right out he admitted it.
Someone who, like a chick I know, told me that he like asked her to come like stay with him when they were in DC or whatever too. But I mean, that's about the most that I know, honestly. Like I don't really know.
You know what? I'm a low watt MRA in the fact that I've long before the MRA came around, and I have this jujitsu acceptance of the thing is there definitely are men's issues, and the disposable male idea, that's a true issue. It's a part of patriarchy, actually, is the thing. But so I think that I'm really suspicious of he's a creep. You know what I mean? You hit on the girl at the wrong time. I'm okay with Rebecca Watson saying, hey, it seems a little creepy. She didn't do anything about it. I'm not okay telling all your friends it was creepy and making a big thing that people do about it. So I'm really suspicious to hit on a lot of girls. Okay, lonely, depressed guy with the online thing, and he hit on girls that he met online trying to play the odds. Wow, that's weird. Oh, I wonder why people would do that. Or, you know what I mean? It's like, that's not enough. Now, the creepy part is, it was women that need a safe space from online harassment, and he's hitting on them. Yeah, that's creepy. He should feel embarrassed for that, the kind of liberal he's pretending to be. You should not do that.
It's weird, because it is kind of weird.
But it's still just creepy guy. Yeah, guess what? We get really lonely and horny, and porn makes crazy, and you be an asshole. So what? It's not like, and therefore I can't talk to people. Because here's the other thing. Nobody's perfect, and if you're on here trying to pretend to be perfect, then you got to leave when you do something like that.
We do have weird factions, I will say, online, especially within liberal... Well, not especially, but in liberal circles we do have weird factions. Because, like, Rob disliked... It's weird, because Rob hated you because he perceived you to be that liberal.
Right.
And, like, and that's so weird to me, because, like, he said, like, he perceived you to be, like, that liberal.
Well, because my main interactions with him was every once in a while I would defend Skid Row Radio.
And, like, you were perceived as, like, that liberal.
Right. Well, because Skid Row is kind of that way, and I like him. He's an example of, he's obviously, you know who I'm talking about, right? He has other names.
Potato Head Man.
He has, he's an example to me is that's obviously he's what people would call a SJW. For one, he believes most headlines before they're vetted. On the other hand, he has a remarkably good record of being right in the general issues about what Snowden's release meant, knowing actually more about how that stuff than Rob, I thought, who was attacking him in Skeptical Heretic. And so that went on for a year. It would flare up every year, 18 months, and I'd get involved in those. So he thinks that I was the same way. But then again, he also knows better because my attitude was always, Skid Row is really good about it. He knows that I appreciate what he does, and I'm just also going to point out that he'll believe any headline.
I think it's like, it's also...
He also admits when the headline was wrong later, though, but go ahead, sorry.
I think it's a number. I think it wasn't just that, because I do recall that Rob did mention other things that he didn't like. Like, I
wouldn't have thought he was familiar with me at all.
I think he okay,
so
this is the perfect way of describing it. I think he believes you were like a Young Turks liberal. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
And he hates Young Turks liberal. He hates the Young Turks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like the Young Turks, but I also hate the Young Turks. Like,
Yeah, he thinks of you as that. I think he thinks of you as a Young Turks type of liberal, or an art. You know what? No, even better, a Russia Today liberal. There we go. He thinks of you as like a Russia Today Young Turks.
I'm subscribed to Russia Today.
Yeah, and that would be the issue he has with you.
But the thing is, well, here's the funny thing. What I don't like about the Young Turks is they still have the flavor of Young Republicans on their thing, right? Like Jimmy Dore is a true progressive, but they're a little bit, they're like coast to the right of me. Russia Today, I like just because, it's nice to see a powerful media thing that's willing to take the other side of the Ukraine or whatever, whether it's right or wrong. It's like the Fox News of the Russian way of looking at things, which still is a major way of looking at things. They've got a lot of allies. Their whole Cold War empire is almost entirely intact in terms of being modern nations in cooperation as a faction-y type thing, right? So, including everybody they were selling arms to and whatnot.
I completely get why Rob hates you now. Like, just hearing that, I get why Rob hates you now.
But it was funny, when you said that, I thought what he would not like about the Young Turks is that they're not liberal enough. But no, like Senk, for example, Senk Jank, got in huge fights with Daily Kos. And he still, I think they published there, but huge fights because Kos is really like a young Republican.
I didn't even know that.
Well, don't take my word for it, because in a way he's not. But I believe it's a big psyops, Daily Kos. They kicked out all of the actual progressives over a couple years of huge purge. I was kicked off of the Daily Kos because I was admin at another blog that published a blog. It's a community blog, so I could promote somebody's personal blog to the front page, and I promoted this thing that was by his programmer, saying that he was never going to succeed. He was a terrible boss, and he wasted tons of money and bought himself $100,000 pianos, which was a fact. And so I got kicked off for that. That's a great free press thing.
I did not know that. Holy shit.
Yeah, you can see all my ancient articles there. Piro. I was using Piro then as well. They're still there. I'm a different user now, but I never used that account. But
I'm gonna get so much hate for kicking Gary.
So they're like, but he's not hating it from he's hating the Young Turks from the other side. He's a Daily Kos liberal.
Yeah, that's true actually, because Rob has always been more, I guess, when he became, I guess, a quote unquote liberal, he was more still kind of, somewhat a slightly conservative type of liberal. So yeah, I could see that. Whereas you're
they think we make them look bad, and it's true. We are on different sides of the faction. I just think we should still work together. That's why I'm actually Hillary Clinton. I'm not just. I don't like her, but I actually think, for where we are in history and just being practical, I can get behind that. I want to have a cross the aisle kind of thing, but that's how we often get screwed over as, more progressive leaning progressives.
Yeah, well, often when you do compromise with the right, progressive interests are going to get fucked the hardest.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jimmy Dore is saying, hey, you know what? Or not, was it Jimmy Dore? Yeah, I think he made this argument. I've heard it elsewhere, and it's actually very sophisticated, but not too sophisticated. It's not too clever. There's truth to it. If Trump wins, we'll have 20% of the Republicans, maybe more, on a lot of issues, and all of the Democrats together trying to defeat Trump, and really being able to do it, probably. So, and stop him from doing crazy things. So, it'd be better to have him, since Hillary Clinton and the Clintons are always, their faction is known well, and she's doing it right now with with who she's putting in her transition and everything. They take the conservative Democrats, they kick off the 30% of actual liberals and the Bernie Sanders types, and they work with, the 30 or 40% of this, what used to be the centrist Republicans that don't exist anymore. So I don't want that would be worse. But the problem is, like I've said before, Trump, right, like LePage right now, our governor left this nasty voicemail. Like, I hate you, you son of a bitch, you fucking pigs, and you should publish this voicemail, and fuck you, you goddamn cocksucking communist, and shit like this. And he wanted it out there. Well, if a president is talking that way to a Congress that isn't doing what he wants, riots in the streets do happen. That's when those start. Look out in history, just Google riots in the streets throughout history, and then go look at what led up to it. There's always some fake political figures, usually on both sides, but often just on one side, fomenting hatred against Zulus that are trying to just go to work or whatever. Or was it not the Zulus? I forget who in the Rwanda thing. Was it the Zulus were the killer side tribe, and the Hutus were the
side that was getting killed?
Which one was getting killed? The Hutus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Zulus have always been a bigger... So anyway, I got to go for a second and take a leak. I don't know if you're not bored, then hang her out and we'll pick up again in a minute. I don't know if Fight's there, but...
Alright, I'm going to poke Fight. Alright, what's up?
I'm going to roll.
It's just,
Take 5 minutes.
Alright, Fight, would you like to tell us...
I'm actually here.
Alright.
Listening for a bit while I roll a cigarette.
Alright.
Fight,
If I can sing a song.
Yeah. Let us know what's going on, Vite.
Alright, so there once was a man from Nantucket.
Yes.
I don't know the rest of that, and it always disappoints. Alright.
So fuck.
I knew there was something about a bucket in there, but I just, for the death of me, I could never
I know, that's
string
the
it
only
together.
part. I think there's hundreds of them now, but was there really ever one, or is it just one of those epitomes that never happened in
That's
real
true.
life?
That's true. Just like Jimmy Crack Corn. What's that song really about?
No, there probably were, because isn't the limerick thing, there once was a, something from somewhere. That's like the haiku rules for limericks.
Why exactly is Gary against this subject anyway?
He said that he didn't think it was going anywhere in the sense that the MRAs are not going to accomplish anything. They're not going to change the laws. He's like 1 degree past what I'm saying. He's saying it's a tempest in a teapot. I'm saying it's real symptoms of real stuff going on. It's a real sound out of a real loudspeaker that's magnifying real sound on the street. And he's going, it's a bunch of bullshit. Because it's made louder than it's really worth. It's like an internet thing. It's like the Flat Earth Society isn't going to really have an impact on school science. You know? Anyway, did you hear the answer?
Yeah, okay, I get that. Okay, alright, that would have actually been an interesting topic.
I know, you kicked him.
I know.
I'll be back with that. We can talk about it now.
I should not have kicked him, I agree, but fuck it.
Yeah.
Vite, what's up, Vite?
Oh man, I thought it was pretty funny actually when you
Thank you. I'm like, you know what? Like, I have to come in here. I come in here for 8+ some hours, for 6+ some hours to like make sure you guys don't fucking kill each other. You know what? No, I don't want to deal with Gary. There you go.
Yep. I mean, cause like it was the offhand comment was one thing, but then he just wouldn't let you say anything. He just started screaming and yelling like so that nobody else could say anything, and it was like if you just had it was like the only thing you could have done in his mind that would have been acceptable was just been like laugh it off. But it's like you were like, no, I'm not gonna laugh it off. I'm gonna take it right to the cause. Like you insult me, I'm gonna take it up with you.
I'm not here to deal with like your cranky bullcrap. Like I'm not here to deal with your bullshit. I'm not. I'm not here to deal with anyone's bullshit. Like I send these calls for like 6+ some hours. So I don't want to deal with that shit.
Yeah, there's literally billions of people on YouTube. We don't have to be relying on the.
I don't have to rely on Gary. And I won't.
Yeah.
So.
To have a conversation, like it's
If he wants to be like angry and take his shit out on other people, he's not gonna do it to me.
Yep.
That is ridiculous as shit.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of things that are ridiculous. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Let me see what that's about.
Alright. wonder who else we can add. Oh, wait, shit, I forgot to give the link to Vastly. Who's Vastly? Vastly hated. Hey, Vastly hated asshole. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna give this link to Vastly. Where the fuck did Matt go? Alright, I'm just giving the link to pretty much everybody now. Because usually we have people step in here, but we haven't had anyone show up in a while. It's like we had Vivian drop, but I don't know where the fuck he went. Or, I'm sorry, where the fuck Vivian went, I should say. Let's see, trying to find, who am I trying to find? Oh, this person, wait, there we go. To just wait for other people to show up, I guess, I don't know. If we had an active chat, I could at least look at the chat and see what people are saying, but I can't even do that, really. Let's see if anyone said something. Alright, let me... Alright, hey, Vastly's still alive. Wow. Wow, Vastly's actually still alive. I thought he was dead. Let me do something here. Hello. Who are you?
What?
Who are you? What? You're a very deep-voiced woman.
Wow. You're fucking sexist.
You're very beautiful, but you also you're very deep voice. Is there something you'd like to tell us, miss?
You're fucking sexist. I
Wow.
can't believe this. I just come in here and you start accusing me of being a woman and shit.
Well, I mean, you look like a woman. I'm sorry if I misgendered you.
Yeah.
So, anyway, like, I'm just handing the link out to people. I'm gonna get so much shit for that. But I'm handing the link out to people, honestly.
Alright. Let me go get a glass of water.
Oh, well, that solved nothing either.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm gonna get so much shit for that. First I kicked Garrett out. I just did that shit.
I'm not sure how much longer little man's gonna let me hang out though.
That's fine. Yep, that light's gone. Let's see. Where is he?
I'll say, this bottle might work with him. Let's see how that goes.
Alright.
Hello.
Welcome back. See, we stayed.
Shane.
Hey, you didn't know I was hot over here, did you?
We didn't want to leave you. Because that's how much we love you, Pyrrha.
Yeah.
That's great.
Even if you are the SJW menace, apparently.
Oh.
Well, my one thing is that, so I have a lot of theories about the groups, and I once read an unpublished play that was really great about how the old divisions, like the anti-feminism that started off in at Daily Coast, that started sort of the purge, was they had a little flash advertisement that was someone dressed like Ginger and Marianne from Gilligan's Island doing a pie fight for some advertisement for a man, maybe the Man Show or something.
Yeah.
And so that the feminists were like, "Oh, that's terrible," and the front page called them the sanctimonious women's studies set, which is probably a way better phrase than they're coming up with regressives and stuff. He was saying the same thing actually pretty intelligently. It really gets to the point of what he is hating about SJWs, right?
Is that their
Sanctimonious women study set, and historically, I was getting at the labor movement shows up at peace protests with the feminists because they're both anti-war, generally, not always, and but the union movement is a bunch of what became Reagan Republicans that didn't like those sweaty feminists. So and it goes that way. And then the civil rights people, and the whole reason you have intersectionalism is because the black civil rights feminists were like, these rich white women are getting on my nerves. We've got to figure out a way to explain to them what is pissing us off about them. And that's natural. But these groups do form, and there's some legitimacy to it. But part of what bugs me about SJWs is, what I know about the internal conflicts in conservatism, and I can acknowledge them. So I could talk to one kind of conservative and another and so on. Why can't they do the same favor? I'm not saying they have to agree with any of us.
Like, oh, hey, Vasily got here. But yeah, basically, what you said, basically, from Jazz, okay, you're unmuted. You can unmute yourself now, Vasily. But basically, I know from Foxy Jezebel's perspective is that she feels that, like, a lot of women of color are ignored by by mainstream feminism, mainstream white feminism.
Totally. It's true that, and when you say mainstream, though, it depends what you mean again. Mainstream, meaning Twitter and TV and who got on the Jack Benny show in the 60s.
Well, I mean...
It's dominated in terms of academics and who's written about it and our recorded history of it. On the street, it's not like that at all. It's the mothers of coal miners and stuff. On the street, the people I'm giving real credit for that when the change actually happens, and a lot of rich people with fancy drinking parties talk a lot more about it and write much better poetry about it, and some of them are geniuses like Thomas Jefferson and write some great speeches but are kind of hypocrites at the same time. So it's annoying.
I suppose publicized feminism then?
On the other hand, see, where I also was going to say, so I'm a peace activist. That's my issue. That's my intersectionalism. And I loved intersectionalism coming along because I was always intersectionalist about, like, look, we need to stop war because I believe everything comes from war. Slavery is a problem. It's still a problem in the world. We have a slave-type system, and that comes from war. Slavery is the result of war. War is the problem. We still have a lot of war. We just had the bloodiest century ever, and we need to not do that again. War is the issue, and so it's ultimately intersectionalist because when you have war protests, war does bring together all of the left wing together. The unions don't like it. They lose money in workers. The women, the feminists don't like it because it seems masculine and hateful and their sons die. And a lot of conservative women become anti-war protesters, and then later they'll be feminists probably. And then who else? I said labor and feminism. There's obviously an anti-war movement. The civil rights movement. They tend not to like war. They're fodder for war. Poverty and any poverty movement, populist movement, indigenous people movements, they would all have reason to be against it, and they show up. And it's also a chance for them to have a booth in the modern context. You show up anytime you think leftists, your audience might show up. Clean water people show up or whatever. So I see I don't really like being a warrior. I was
because I forgot. If I recall correctly, you dislike the label of warrior attached to social justice warrior. That's
right,
why
but
I
I'm
think
willing
you would
to
prefer
accept
social justice. That's why I think you would probably prefer advocate, because advocacy doesn't imply
Well, here's the thing.
warrior.
I was thinking, okay, social justice peace activist, but it doesn't really do it. But then I was thinking,
you could be an SPC.
No, I'm an assassin, social justice assassin.
That sounds badass.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Vasily, are you in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I've been telling the anti-feminists for like 5 years, it seems like, maybe it's only 3, that what they could do with the sanctimonious set is just point out that they should, like, hey, you American university campus feminists, why aren't you picketing the Saudi Arabia embassy? Why aren't you, why don't these international issues, you could say, hey, there's some really big issues. Before you worry about every little microaggression, we agree with you. There might be more to do. And the thing is, if they did do that, if those women then did focus on these international issues, it would still benefit them, because there's definitely there's a reflective effect of seeing how terrible it is in Saudi Arabia can make a person or two think, oh, yeah, you know what, I did have kind of attitudes like that. And people clean up their own act because their finger isn't being pointed at them and they just naturally see it. On the other hand, what's really going on, I think, I was reading in the New Yorker, actually, about Oberlin College, where, it's super safe, spacey, and people, just crazy amounts of this stuff. And it's not that bad of a thing, because here's what it is. Rich people wanted to be liberal. Jack Kennedy, liberals. And then they let their kids get liberal. And then they let a lot of kids go on scholarship from the inner city, really smart kids. And those smart kids said, you guys are still assholes. You're actually running this thing as, I still can't get the job. I still can't run the big bank. I'm a token, and fuck you for playing with my head. Thank you for the education. I'm going to use it to call you out. And so they are being called out on their bullshit. The limousine liberals, insofar as that subgroup does exist, they have created, their children are at these liberal arts colleges like Yale, where they're now doing this instead of fomenting the next war in between, cricket matches. So
latte breaks.
Just let it go. It's not really affecting us. I would say if you go out let's say you have a local county council person or a state senator and you help their campaign, that is not the kind of person you're going to run into. You'll meet the cooler type of baby boomers that, it's sort of a social thing, but they facilitate, and you'll meet young people that want to get into politics, or young people that are related to the candidate, and people that are like, oh, this guy took my land and I've been trying and the county won't do anything, so this guy, and I thought he said he would do it. And, and it's, you can tell I did it in Hawaii. And you won't run into blowhards. There are very few blowhards. Even the candidate will be less of a blowhard than you think, though that'll be the most blowhardy person around, probably, even a local candidate. There's a lot of futile things to do. Or like Howard Dean, the way he started his is he turned a toxic wetland into a bike path park.
Oh, I remember Howard Dean.
Yeah, so it's like, that's a really good thing to do, and a lot of people do that stuff, and they're liberal. You'll go there, and there's Republicans and Democrats and and anarchists and people, because they just want to park. So you could find where the crossover is. That's one thing I always like to do, is try to find if there's a crossover and work together on that.
Instead of us killing each other?
Yeah, just arguing. I believe that we need to triangulate. It's like you need a whole group of people to get on either side of, to raise a roof or build a bridge. You need one guy over there pulling the rope that way so you can pull it this way, and that's how everything works, even the ideas, So if you have people of good character, meaning, oh my God, I got to run off, my wife needs my help, and you leave your kid with them, your kid's safe.
Yeah, but I thought you also wanted to like divorce the country though into like 50 separate states.
Well, yeah, but part of my theory there is really everywhere is purple. Really, it's the cities are liberal, and there's so much disproportionate power in the cities. You see, if the South broke off, the cities where all the money is would not put up with the people out in the public. They would moderate it. So you're purple everywhere. However, yeah, you would get a Ted Cruz, but if we would have done it 50 years ago, or what am I saying? 8 years ago, you would have got a Mitt Romney instead. You would have got Bob Dole, not the worst kind we're getting now, this fanatical extremism. So the sooner the better, and then we'll find out a couple things if we did this, as my theory goes. One, both are purple. We won't be getting rid of conservative ideas up in the north, and you won't be getting rid of liberal ideas in the South. for both the good and bad meanings of that. However, you will be able to have one philosophy hold the rudder for a few years. And I would say, even in the South, the Republicans, the sane Republicans that want to steer a rudder, right? Like, I like jobs where I can think long term. The people that want just to hit and run 4 years and I'm going to do it and go, those are not people that are good at steering straight ahead and finding, navigating. So I think it would be better in both cases. And also, the last thing is, we would not be at war with each other. We have a common language. The NFL would still be now multinational. Everything we want to do together would still be multinational. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a joint, if it ever could happen, if it's possible, which it is these days, you never know. We probably even have a joint military it would still be us two against the rest of the world, and maybe we could get a little more brotherly about it again. Because in a way, I feel like nations are old, and in the age of a nation, we were just like teenagers when we had the Civil War, and now we're 20-something. And the younger brother, or actually it was the older brother, I guess, got his ass kicked, and he's not really ever been over it. Now it's drunken Thanksgiving, and it's coming all out again. You fuck. And it's just kind of like, okay, you can have that part of the farm. What would be the problem with that?
Just like separating and everything. Wait, you were gonna say something?
Well, like, are you really worried to have some crazy person? You wouldn't have Trump.
Yeah, what were you saying?
Like, in your personal fear, which is legit, it's the most important counter-argument, you don't want to have to leave where you are, and you don't want to have to be subject to the government that you'd have. But you already have a state government like that, so would it really, you wouldn't have that crazy of a Republican. I mean, if we did this a few decades ago, you're just talking about getting Republicans like the ones that lost up till Bush.
If I'm understanding correctly, are you saying that would be a good thing to split the United States up into its individual states and then have
I want the whole. I think here. I'll answer real quick. I believe we should split the country up into anywhere from 2 to 50, but I would vote for 2 to 5 myself.
Okay.
America is already very decentralized in its federation anyways. What you're describing isn't that different than what currently exists. Like, a huge portion of the military right now is invested in the National Guard, which is a joint state and federal military force that shifts from control.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, on one end of the spectrum of what I'm suggesting is to just allow enough federalism so we can not be at each other's throats about how we're not allowed to do things the way we want. Like, for example, I have this quirky thing where I don't want my military to torture people. I'd really like to stop to do that. They find that unacceptable. They don't want to pay welfare. So let's split in two. We'll stop sending you any welfare, and we're all set.
Wouldn't that be better for it to be determined like on the state level instead? It
would be for it to be done peacefully. You'd have to have
multiple nations.
You'd have to have some sort of a giant convention where it was debated, because it would have to be ratified probably, I think, by all the states, right? So people would have to work out what was acceptable to them. I mean, if we're 6 nations, that's about the smallest piece where every part has a full complement of the minerals and natural resources, arable land, things like that. And they all have, I think, doesn't the Great Lakes, no, the Great Lakes don't open up to the ocean, or do they? I forget. Maybe there's one. If you had 6 states, the mid-north would be...
What, mid-north?
It would be on the Great Lakes. Is that... Well, I'm just trying to say, if you want to split it up so all the nations have independently viable resources, right? And access to the sea lanes and stuff.
Sounds really difficult to do.
Well, it's happened throughout history. I mean, we just American exceptionalism as if it can't happen to us, but why not?
Well, I don't think at any point you get split satisfactory enough for any one person just because people have.
Well, before my generation. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, certain people have unrealistic expectations behind like what is justified, in terms of what resources should be where.
But I mean, you were talking about that. I thought you were talking about splitting up over those kind of issues. Yeah, I know. I'd still have to argue with my. I was just saying, there's plenty of conservatives in the North. It's not like they wouldn't be a part of the political process. So, and a lot of Democrats, Hillary Clinton, as far as I know, is still for doing a little bit of torture all over the world. So, I don't think that would solve itself right away. But I wouldn't have to have Trump or Cruz be a possibility every 4 years. That's kind of disconcerting. And I'm sure people that hate Hillary that much would like if she wasn't their threat every 4 years. So I don't see anything problematic really about a peaceful dissolution, because before my generation, divorce was like this big taboo. And no, even if you fight, even if you're hitting each other, you should try again. They cheat, whatever. Keep trying. You never divorce, never. And it's just kind of, we don't believe that anymore. And I don't see why it can't be the same way with Brexit type things. I wouldn't have voted for Brexit, but I support that they get the vote. You should be able to vote what governments you want to be a part of. Why not? And if we're all at peace with each other and we know we're not going to invade each other, I mean, Britain knows they're not going to get invaded because by Europe because of that, then you're safe to go ahead and make disassociations and still trade or whatever you're going to try to do. And why not do that in the United States? Because we're just not that into each other anymore. We have irreconcilable differences.
The European Union is a lot different than the U.S. federal government, I think, though.
Yeah, they were trying to make their own. Yeah, it is. It's better. It's way better organized than the European Union was, I'd say. The European Union's like the worst part of our federal government. It's like the secret negotiation part that secretly negotiates these trade deals. That the European, it seems like that's all it does. I mean, at least our federal government, its influence in the states is also justifiable in a lot of cases, and most people would say, fine in certain cases, like segregation or something, things that, or kinds of fraud, or when a state government does something illegal, the fact that the FBI has the power to bust them. It doesn't seem like the European Union did even any of that. It was all the secret trade deal negotiations 24/7 with a parliament that just gets to make statements, not laws. But I seriously think this is more than just an analogy, right? I mean, could you guys give me this, that, look, divorce seemed impossible not so long ago. And really, it is hard, but you really don't have to live with each other if you've been yelling at each other at the top of your throats for 50 years. It might be time to divorce.
I mean,
Get
what you're saying,
places.
I think, I don't have really any refutation to it, mostly because it's sort of hard to navigate what the results would be to begin with, because you'd have such large change.
Well, there's examples in history. There's examples in history of unifications and split-ups, and usually if they're done by an invading army, then that just takes half of it, not the other half. The two armies meet there. Well, then there's conflict, like North and South Korea, lots of examples. On the other hand, if it's the country itself, like the Soviet Union kind of crumbling, then they make trade agreements, and they've got cousins that want to be able to see each other, and everybody's like, hey, we don't need visas, okay? I mean, people get real reasonable suddenly when it's possible, and they've just dissolved for the various, basically when it is dissolved, it's like some empire came in, conquered 5 countries, and then it became an offshoot country of its own because that empire got attacked. And then eventually they're all like, we're not really that into each other. We were forced. This was a forced marriage, and we never got into it. We never got, people don't actually always get used to everything that they go through for a couple hundred years. They keep hating it often. So I don't see why that couldn't happen to us and that we have to get a divorce.
No, I mean, I think that if it went through, I don't really have any opposition to what you're saying. I still think that it's up in the air, though. Certainly, there's
well,
like
it's
what
not
you're
even
asking
on the
for
table,
is really,
right?
really broad in terms of like the results of what could happen.
Oh yeah, no, and it's real. We're a huge country. I don't think there is an example of a country our size ever having done this. Maybe Brexit is a little bit of a hint of it happening. You know, it's like, so it's not
but
realistic.
Brexit's
But then
a
again,
bad comparison because Brexit breaking off. I mean, like they know the results of the damage it does to break off. I mean, they're working within a like connected system in which breaking off results in disrupting trade agreements.
Yep.
Which is a bit different than if America was to break into parts.
Well, that would be up in the air, but I don't think there would be. I think obviously if we did that, there'd be an open trade agreement.
Yeah, well,
but not necessarily.
Which is one of the reasons why I say it's a bit different than Brexit. But
yeah, no. The difference is that our states formed our union early, reformed it, and it's been around kind of a long time. Their union formed in a totally different way with people that had 1,000 years of history of war with each other, spoke different languages, and had negative stereotypes of each other going back through that whole time, remembering whose great-great-great-granddad killed and raped who. And then they're trying to go into this federated union economically being the part they really cared about, so that's all they really worried about. So it's different, but if you gave it another couple hundred years with more and more development, and then people demand an actual Congress that, like a normal Congress, and it would go through reforms and it'd probably become a federation much like the United States. I mean, arguably that's what the vision is to make a United States federation where people have their own local laws, to a more than normal example like America. We still have more local laws than most places, and also share the economic might of having free motion in between. So they're trying to do that. Would they ever reach that? Are they going to now? I mean, yeah, given if they can hold together and don't dissolve in the next couple hundred years, I'd think so. I mean, I'm just guessing. I don't know. Nobody. Right? I mean, what do you think? Could it become similar? You know what I'm saying? Is the European Union trying to be like the federal government?
yeah,
Long way to go. Long way to go. The British don't want it because they don't want a federal government. They don't want to be California. They know that's the promise, and they're reacting to that, and among other things, the fear of immigrants and all the actual things on the ground. But I mean, the trend of this is that they don't want a super government. They know how in the United States, the states' powers have been slowly leaked away to have their own little economic empires, and they don't necessarily want that, subject to that.
For me, I guess the thing that is most up in the air, and one thing that might concern me, is how, in terms of economics, you end up regulating things such that, for whatever the split is, you end up satisfying all sides.
Right.
I mean, you ended up, well, talking about resources earlier. I mean, if you end up splitting, right, and one side, I guess, gets some sort of area in which fishing is considered to be more beneficial than another side, then you end up having to negotiate how that's split between two places. Perhaps you'd end up having disagreements there. I guess it could be worked out. It's just
yes. Well, I was getting into that on the sense that everybody should have access to a coast and have industrial ports, and or as part of the deal, we build them one. You know what I mean? So, but that's why the less rather than more, does answer that question, because like you could have north and south where you cut California in half and right at the state line at the bottom of Nevada, and that's the North and South, and the South doesn't have as much industrialization, but the North's industrialization, like your Detroits and stuff, has all got wasted, and they've got all the new industrialization down there in North Carolina and Mississippi and Alabama and stuff. They've got the car factories. So I think they got a lot of military stuff. The South might have to pay a little bit for things, federal assets they've got to keep, like giant military sites or something. We might have to do the same, international ports and stuff. But it's all pretty much a kind of thing. There is precedent for figuring those kinds of things out. If there was a will, then it could happen, and it could happen peacefully. And also, I should add, I don't really believe in borders except for to check people for malaria, and if they've got fruit might have medfly in it. So I believe in an open border policy. So what does it really mean for someone like me to say we should have two countries? Basically, let's pretend electing president matters. Let's have one person with that steady wheel. Let's have geographic regions where we can all agree on who to elect, like 2/3 agree, not 50-50, and maybe change our democracy so it's 2/3 more often. We find big consensuses in who we want to go forward with, and it doesn't really matter who the president is that much that we couldn't split it up, because people would feel better about it. Plus, we could do some democracy experiments here. How is it if we did what Bob Dole and every Republican for the last 20 years had wanted? Would it be a total catastrophe? Or was the problem maybe that we're swerving back and forth every 4 and 8 years? Maybe that's the problem, that the boat's swerving is the problem. Maybe I don't want to go with the Republicans, but where they're going is better than a swerving boat. It's just a different island, So I don't want to go there, but let's just have two smaller boats because the boats are big enough. And I think if you did that, my liberal dreams of more open borders would actually happen. Because come on, if you had a North and South United States, we'd be really proud about being the two United States. We'd still be economic huge powerhouses in the world, and it'd probably be like when they broke up Standard Oil, Getty made shit tons of money because he had stock in all of the pieces that he couldn't control, and the company like quadrupled and more in size, right? When you divest these giant things, the pieces grow bigger.
I think you should run your idea by Sam on the Majority Report. Because I didn't mean to ask you, have you ever called into the show?
No. I feel bad. Can you call in if you're not a member? Because I feel bad. I keep wanting to be a member.
Yeah, you can call
I
in.
didn't member up when I was working, and when I'm not working, I don't feel like spending memberships.
Sure,
Yeah.
But I also know that I could say, hey, I'm not working. I want one of those free memberships, and they'd have to give it to me because that's what they advertise. But I wouldn't want to do that. Because
You should definitely call in. You should definitely call in and talk to Sam if you haven't done it.
I was going to call him in as a libertarian.
Yeah, you'd be a good person to debate him on the libertarian thing.
And I'll say I'm a
Are you guys
progressive
referring to the
libertarian.
Sam Cedar show?
Fuck yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
yeah,
The only reason I got to that show was because I love watching Sam be like awkward on camera. To be honest with you, he does good. They do good coverage of stuff like that. But I really just like watching Sam, like when he forgets he's on camera and he's just like staring into the computer, and he's got like the bug eyes.
The thing is with Sam Cedar, he's like Al Franken. He's actually incredibly insightful. I don't agree with him on everything, and he's definitely more centrist in certain ways, or more traditionalist than me. But he is, like when he says what he thinks is going to happen, his predictions, he gets them pretty right. He does a good, straightforward analysis of what's probably going to happen and what could happen. And so that show is really good for that. Plus, I love, what do you call it? Not a run-on joke, but just when you do, so you have an inside joke that you, I like inside jokes that you run into the ground. And they do that, and they know they do that, and they also know that's not really good broadcasting. But with the Patreonizer kind of model of subscribers, a group of people can be quirky like that, and he's not going to get on MSNBC with it. But, well, he does as a guest because he's fairly smart. and he has his own little mini empire that's enough for a couple employees. And
He's also got
actually,
the experience too. He's been working at this for about 15 years, getting it more into politics. So.
Well, he's like Jon Stewart turned out to be in the part where Jon Stewart actually reads all those books and is interested in it, and so Will ended up have read the book by his guest and stuff, and Sam's like that.
Yep.
And then also, it's really worn on me that guy Michael does his style of impression. They don't always sound quite right, but I loved his thing of mixing it, like right-wing Mandela, Bernie or bust Clinton, Drag
the body to the water.
Oh, I do that all the time.
To the park.
To the park. Yeah. Don't forget, drag the body to the park.
It's like Michael visualized, because he's talked about it a couple times. He's been doing impersonations since he was like little, and he said I think part of him wants to break into stand-up, but he's just not there yet.
I think it's time to look at things like what he's doing now as stand-up, and if they packaged it more, or what they were talking about, they should do an animated show all with Michael's voices. If they just got an animator to do that, they could be billionaires. That could catch on. That would be funny. They would fit that kind of thing, and the quality of the impersonation is good enough. But you know what I kind of like about him? He's kind of like a ventriloquist who's actually a really funny comedian, and you can see his lips move. And what's funny is he makes talking to himself funny, and the jokes are funny. And I think Michael's kind of like that. Like sometimes he doesn't sound too much like Trump, but he's really good as a result of what he does get. And the reason he can do a mashup is he gets the phrases right and sort of the attitudes, right? So he'll get the phrases of Mandela, and he does have the voice pretty good, and then the attitudes of Trump, and he can mix that together, and that's kind of pretty smart. That's pretty high IQ kind of.
Oh, his Ben Carson was phenomenal.
I know, they shouldn't give that up. Because they mix things up, they should mix, Ben Carson with someone else that's contemporary or something.
Yeah, because they normally just do like regular, straight up Ben Carson. But
last time I checked into this show, for the most part, the people in the show, or if not entirely, those on the show, were in support of Bernie Sanders. Now that he's dropped out, do you have any idea who they're, promoting?
Well, they have been promoting Bernie Sanders, but they also said that it wasn't that likely, and of course they would vote for Trump. And that's the sense in which he's traditionalist. But he's also very practical, and he's not the kind of person that says, and therefore we can't even support Bernie Sanders because we'll be outside of the favor. He says push him. He says he agrees totally with me that basically rack this up as a success. Even if they cheated to make the difference, look how close he got. They're scared of people like Perot. They get 20%. Bernie Sanders has gotten them not just saying we'll do this and that. They're actually thinking we better actually do some of these because we need to get this support shored up, or next time Bernie Sanders Jr. is going to beat us, and they're worried who's going to run in 4 years. We don't want a Ted Kennedy saying we're too right wing. They have reasons to give in on things, at least things that don't really matter to them, like legalizing marijuana or whatever pandering that people do want that doesn't actually wreck what they want, which is the money making scheme too much. So and that's basically their position. And not all of them, but none of them are Bernie or busters, but they have argued with Jimmy Dore. He's argued with Jimmy Dore because Jimmy Dore is a Bernie or buster, that we'd be better off united fighting Trump than with Hillary. And he doesn't agree with that, so he argued with that. So I think, that's pretty much, I got his position pretty clear. He's talked a lot about it. I watch them every day. It's like the only thing I watch every day.
Yeah, I watch the Young Turks on a daily basis. I skip some of their videos, though, because I've already got the information from stuff like Democracy Now!
I find them annoying. So I watch just their clips usually. Whenever I log in to their live streams, I find them annoying. My favorite videos are when Jank is in. I don't want to call him Sank because I knew him so long before I ever heard his name pronounced, but knew of him. I like his ones like from a hotel room or the airport. That's what I prefer.
Yeah, like him just off the cuff.
Yeah, their studio shows kind of just an annoying trivialization, and I cannot stand Anna Kasparian. Bugs me so much, and I'm sure she's a nice person. But I just
They
don't have-
all have tendencies to bug me, except for a couple of people on the show.
That guy John, I think, used to bug
Yeah,
me,
John
and I like
Ilola.
him. I like
Mine
him
really
now.
doesn't bother me that much.
I like
Jake
him. No,
probably
he
bothers me the most. Did you guys
He grew up.
watch? I think I watched like half the debate or something, but between Jink and Ginju something, whatever the dude that made the
I mean,
Hillary's
Dinesh D'Souza.
No, he made the film Hillary's America.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dinesh
Dinesh D'Souza.
Did see that. It was awesome. That's when I really liked Jank, and he's pretty well informed.
You like that? I didn't like that.
I liked it. That's when I liked it. He's good at that. Those guys need that. That guy's making a hit job. He needs someone like Jank. But I can't watch Jank because no, I don't really appreciate what I like about him though, and why I feel supportive of them is like Wolfpack is a good idea. He dropped off of MSNBC and said, I can have my own show on the internet. It's the 21st century, which makes him brave and good for him. And also he was right. It was also calculated, not just ego, though maybe it was probably a little bit of both. And I like that.
A little bit of luck too. A little bit
and
of luck
the
too.
fact that he's smart enough to know that Wolfpack is something to put long-term effort into.
Well, he watched the
is
Republicans
really
do it for years, working with them.
Well,
And
I
he
mean,
watched
you know,
them,
that's the getting money out of politics.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Sometimes
is
you
a
have to
huge
fight.
key.
Yeah, sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. It's
cork
not
in their
very
diaper
advisable to do it.
But I don't really like him. I can't watch him. It's too a lowbrow approach, even though I think he's pretty smart. But that he brings a lowbrow on-screen persona when he's fighting with Alex Jones, or that was special. Did you guys see that?
What? Who fighting
Alex Jones stormed their set at the Republican National Convention, the Young Turks set live, and
you
they
mean
got
the one
big.
where they spit in Alex Jones' face?
Yeah.
Well, one person supposedly spit in their face, and that one person was Jimmy Dore, which wouldn't be.
He spit in his
No, it
face.
wasn't Jimmy Dore, was it? It was
I
the
think
other
it was
guy
Jimmy
on their
Dore,
show.
actually. I'm pretty sure it was Jimmy Dore.
Oh yeah, it was Jimmy Dore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very inappropriate.
I don't know. Like, I found that their behavior with Alex Jones, despite him being, well, a nut job in very many areas, I don't see.
So are we
the
should you
response
supposed
be
to let him
reasonable.
storm onto our left-wing shows?
Well, no, I
and
don't. But I
spit
think
on
that,
and not spit on us and okay, Freudian slip. No, and no, but let me finish anyway. And we're supposed to be gallant. You know, Goofus and gallant. Goofus comes, storms our show, and we're supposed to be. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Look, it made him look so bad. Don't worry, anybody.
I mean, it didn't
Well,
make him
we're
look
over
bad.
that. You know, we've got some jank Jungars out there that aren't going to take shit that way. And I mean, who else is going to deal with Alex
Jones?
Jones?
Take it that way, but it's
Eric Andre.
bad in terms of like
Eric Andre.
like viewpoint. I mean, I don't want to, I guess, surround myself with someone that's not going to respect someone else's opinion that they disagree with, or even in, I guess, in this case, the scenarios that they stormed into their place, and that could have been part of the reason why he spit in his face. But even then, I don't think. Like, I don't know why.
I bet for
see that
Jimmy
as
it was just
justified.
an opportune thing. He probably would spit in his face. You know, that's not okay with me. On the other hand, that kind of mayhem cuts out. Well, he went on there and created mayhem. And they're like, what, mayhem? Oh my God, you're supposed to be better than mayhem. No, sorry, you misunderstood liberalism. That's not. We don't have to be that way. There's liberal Catholic priests that wanted to bomb fucking buildings in South America when they'd had enough. Liberals will fight too, with or without guns, just like everybody else. And so they can't be all thinking that they can storm your place. And while they're all talking about, I'd pull a gun and and now you can't run a man's castle, and they talk all that kind of bullshit, but they think they can go, and they're going to go, ah ha ha, look, you got upset. Well, I've never been a part of a liberal group that said we didn't get upset. I mean, debates on the left edge of the progress, people fighting for what people call left or social progress. There's a debate on whether you should be violent, right? Should you be the weatherman and blow things up? Should you warn people before? You know, it's like,
I don't see
I'm
how
part of a
spitting in his
movement that
face
says,
was-
no, you shouldn't do that. But that's the debate. it's not about like we aren't allowed to talk back to you. That's not how we got this far. I figure, you know.
Well, I mean, like being allowed is like entirely different issue, but it's more so that I think in terms of the way in which you're going to present your character in front of an audience, you're not benefiting yourself to behave in such a way that you're going to come off as.
It hasn't hurt their audience at all.
Well, perhaps not certain viewers, but in terms of the online, well, I mean, most of their audience is online, and
it doesn't really matter to me. I want those people to play their side of the argument to the fullest, and if they fall and don't make money anymore, why would I care? Good. Do it and show the purpose is you're making money off of having the public debate. Don't rig it just so that you make money. Take part in it.
Well,
if you've had enough, then you've had enough.
Well, first off, I don't understand what you mean. You don't. You're saying you wouldn't have an issue with their show shutting down. I mean, like if you were someone that enjoyed their show, right? Then their show shutting down.
Well, I do, and I support them.
Right. Okay. Then
I don't want them to be fake to how they really believe. I don't want them to give in just because their gravy train might be threatened. I also don't believe that could possibly happen.
I don't know how this is a matter of giving in. You're just being a cunt to someone that came on and was a cunt to you. I mean,
on
it's
live
not like
TV, they interrupt your TV show that you make a living off of, and you don't think that's... What do you think happens if you storm on the set at NBC? You'd be tackled.
But yeah, basically the dude who spit on the dude who spit on Alex Jones, Jimmy Dore, he's got the least amount to lose. Like I think he did it knowing that Cenk could actually have fired him for it. But there's actually no video of him actually spitting on him.
Yeah, there is.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Well, there's no. We don't know that it hit Alex Jones, as far as I heard.
Yeah.
From how far away he was.
That's irrelevant to the action itself.
He spit on me. No, that's not true. If you spit towards somebody or at their feet, that's different than spitting on somebody's face.
Well, obviously the action itself is different, but the intent is still the same.
Well, here's the thing. I don't actually believe that in all situations, proper decorum is proper.
I don't. So, what is the benefit behind spitting on the other person?
Well, I was just saying there's one person that made that decision. Yeah, and they live with the consequences.
I don't think that's a good thing that he did that. I would think that was ridiculous. What about Cenk pulling off his stuff and screaming like a madman at Alex Jones? I thought that was all entirely appropriate.
Same here.
He's like, I'm not going to let you come on my show and tell people that I'm supportive of Saudi Arabia without saying something back. He has his own show. It's not having any freedom of speech to storm on someone's set and lie about being invited on there.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure. What's being presented here that doesn't really make sense to me, because the actions of Alex Jones I'm not dismissing. I don't view the actions of like the way in which I like people to behave as a matter of a response towards the other person. I'm
explaining to you the difference between what you're describing. Maybe it's your philosophy or it's what you're describing for the purposes of our conversation, right? Because we all actually have complex views about things. But for clarity, yeah, the difference is I'm saying it does matter. You don't separate the two reactions. If somebody provokes you and cusses at you and then you cuss back at them, I'm not saying you can make an excuse who did it first, but I am saying, so what? It could be appropriate and fine, and even if they don't cuss at you and you're the first to cuss, nothing really comes down to that. Right? It doesn't matter. There's not a separation. The point is, your behavior in reaction to other people's behavior, their other behavior is the context. Okay? I don't believe that should ever be construed to construe violence, except for it does. Because if they're coming at you and swing a hammer at you, you can go ahead and hit them with the stick, and I would say that would probably be appropriate.
Well, in terms of violence, I probably agree with you, because
But I just used the counterexample. Sorry, it's confusing.
The thing with, like...
violence. Everything can be in context.
Thing with violence is you're protecting something physical about yourself. In terms of
Well, what if
speech
somebody
communication.
But what about if somebody is stealing something from your store? Can you use violence?
I suppose.
Well,
Yeah.
just to stop them, we might as well admit, to stop somebody
Yeah,
against
but
their
this
will.
is all
requires
very
violence.
different from. This does really fit the category.
I'm
because
pointing
what
out
we're
there's an
referring-
example for every kind of behavior. If you give me I'll limit myself to real things that happen, and you'll see that almost every category of response does have an appropriate context. Now, spitting in someone's face, it's so juvenile. No, spitting at someone's foot, if I knew that that's what had happened, I'd be like, yeah, sign of disgust. I have no respect for you. Okay, still a little juvenile. I'm not for that particular thing, but it's in a realm of statement making, right? And so
Yeah, sure, it's in the realm of statement making. It's not the sort of statement I think is productive.
well, no, because it's the 21st century, and spitting on someone is, you might have AIDS. Fuck you. That's not cool. We are modern, hygienic people enough that, yeah, probably it's no big deal. It's just a little spit, but on purpose, you're kind of saying that may I grant you all my diseases, right? And it's like it's very juvenile in the sense it's the wrong century for that particular insult. It could live on in the going when people just spit or make the sound as a sign. So I don't know what happened there. The point is, I think that getting irrational, stepping over the bounds of of ideal civility is fine. I'll tell you what happened that day that, again, I told you I do not like Anna Kasparian. So she called him a fat fuck.
Okay.
Get off our stage, you fat fuck. Now that I don't like and don't accept, and this is why I've not liked her for years. She's that kind of a person. She's all liberal, but you know what? You have fat friends. You don't have to go there. He's an asshole. How about you conspiracy believe in lizard? I mean, like the insults that, what, you think the lizard people did it? You think it's the Bilderbergers?
There we go.
That was on point. That's an on point. Look, I'm going to make you look stupid for things you say. And she's all your fat fuck. That's so stupid. People think Shank is fat. I mean, what? I hated that, for example. So that crosses the line for me. That shows me where my line is.
I mean, I guess, but like, is it really liberal to not to use personal attacks against people? Or
It isn't.
I mean, like, how isn't it? How is it inherently like this liberal to use like to not?
Because you're
use
making a
personal
broad
attacks.
sweeping generalization, and you're fat shaming, and it
Yeah,
counts
but-
against anybody.
Yeah, but we all
Like the ACLU is the real liberals, and they defend the KKK when it's on point or whatever.
Yeah, but we all make broad sweeping generalizations, like whether it's about groups that we don't like. I mean, that's how humans interact, like, and that's how we condense when we're talking casually with each other. We all make, broad generalizations.
There's a lot of
about,
ones,
like, a
yeah, but
particular
not
group.
about fatness.
Well, yeah, we do. I mean,
I don't.
Yeah.
okay, you don't, but I would say.
A lot
Yeah,
of
most people do, and Anna Kasparian is one of those people, and I can tell someone who really believes in individual rights from some liberal dogmatist by this particular litmus test.
Okay, wait. How is that? And how does that like connect logically? Like, I don't understand.
Fat shaming shows a basic tendency towards bigotry, and I don't really care if you would have been a bigot against Bernie Sanders lovers, or now you're a bigot against conservatives, or now you're a bigot against fat people or people that smoke, but only because you think they should be more healthy or whatever. You're an opinionated, projecting dogmatist, and it's a litmus test. It's like seeing an antibody. It doesn't matter much, does it? Oh, except for people that grow up fat, that could destroy a lot of aspects of their lives. It's bullshit. It has a huge aspect, and it shows the kind of person that will do the same thing. That maybe it's popular to not do it with Muslims this year, but next year it'll be something. They like to find groups, and that's my main enemy politically more than any other thing. Really.
Yeah, but you can be bigoted towards like ideas and like people's like belief systems and shit, though. Like,
yeah, but I don't think he's saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not
I'm not bigoted even against that.
Well, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that it's such a broad.
You do not have to be bigoted against things you disagree with. There's ways to disagree. Even shooting and killing the people that believe it because you've decided you have to fight them is not require bigotry. You don't have to make a big religious metaphysical thing about your enemy being evil just because you figured out you don't want them to steal your land, or you want to steal their land. You don't have to. You don't have to hate the animals you eat in order to justify killing them. These are all like demented Christian era things. You could respect the animal you hunt and eat. Now, your animal might see it different, but you could have a positive attitude about it. We choose to have all this. We choose to denigrate the people that work for us. That's ridiculous.
I mean, like, I get what you said, that you're making, like, a distinction between the two. I just don't really necessarily see, like, fat shaming to be on par with something like racism.
But haven't you seen? But
I mean,
have
like,
you? People that are overweight throughout childhood into their adult life, they are the victims of a tremendous amount of cruelty because of this particular bigotry.
But like lots of people are like victims of cruelty. I mean, and you can loot, and even if you're even if you're
name the
fat,
other ones.
right?
Name the other ones. I'm against those too. Anyone that I've identified that's significant, I guarantee you, it's important to me, and I can't think of any. I still do accidentally because it's in my blood.
I mean, even if it's like, and honestly, even if someone's fat, like even really, really fat people can slim down. Like, I guess my point is, I guess my point is that
I don't care. Why should they have to slim down?
I mean, but that's the thing, right? You can actually, for the most part, you can do something about being fat. I can't just magically change my skin tone.
What if you can? How many years till you can do that? And then is it going to be okay to be racist?
I don't know, maybe, but I haven't gotten to that point yet, so I have no opinion on that.
Well, I'm ahead on it because I think this kind of thing has happened in various areas, and I'm basically for people minding their own business about that kind of thing. Their stupid bigotries, they just don't have enough time to.
In this chat, we have confirmed that at one point in time, Piro was an Indian woman. Who, through the miracles of modern science, is now a white man.
Yeah. That's funny because one of my grandmother was like a quarter Cherokee, so she's a big. So yeah, that's why I probably.
I meant like Hindu as in like Hindu or something.
Oh, okay.
That works.
That works. That works. I'm sorry I dropped the baton, but I should.
Also,
I could have gone that direction.
Also, I think you would like. If reality sort of worked that way.
But I'm 1/16 Cherokee, so naturally I thought you meant Native American.
All right, my fault. But I think you would like if reality worked that way, Piro, because it makes life so much more interesting, right?
No.
What?
No. I'm not into body modification. Okay, hey, let's talk about a bigotry. I sort of do have an innate thing of I don't like body modification. On the other hand,
why is that? That's interesting.
My wife has a full, like a giant tattoo on her back that she got when I met her, and just in my generation and stuff. A lot of people. I like tattoos, okay, but I don't know, big hoop earrings. I don't mind because I know how to master this, but took some effort to get used to people with studs underneath the the skin and giant gauge earrings.
Are you against transhumanism to some extent then?
Well, no, I'm not against any of those things, and I don't think I act bigoted. I'm just admitting I still do have the automatic reaction of, I don't know why you'd want a bolt in your head to get a better iPhone experience,
I mean,
But I know it's going to happen, and I'm not judging.
I mean, like, I'm not saying like you're like, I'm against this. You're like an angry racist protester or something. No, I mean, like, is that something you're leery of, like the idea of transhumanism and body, major body reconstruction?
The way I look at reality is this: it's going to happen. Transhumanism is going to happen, and I believe it already did happen because we need clothes to survive. That is technology. Just because we're used to it for thousands of years, it already started. It's obviously going to continue, and fine. And obviously future humans, some of them are going to do that and totally Borg out on it. Within my lifetime, possibly, there'll be some Borging if they're adapters to your iPhone or something. Which they might be able to do because they've got artificial eyes already that they've had people that can see again. With robot eyes. depending on what part of your blindness is caused, right?
What were you saying, Vasily?
Oh, I was saying that's pretty cool.
Yeah, like, that's kind of cool, actually, Piro.
Back in the 90s, I worked for one of the first online game services, and we asked people on there, if you could get a bolt, and this is before the Matrix or anything to help, this is early adopters just on their own imagination. If you could get a bolt in the back of your head that'd feed, you know, the 3D video into you for this online game service we have, would you do it? And it was like 76% of the people were like, hell yeah! And this is like, there was 8-bit graphics at the time, so imagining it, you know, we had movies that showed us what it's going to be like, and I think if, you know, that doesn't mean that's not all the people that would do it, but I mean, you'd have people, I mean, yeah, and designer babies with the blue eyes and the taller and stuff, that's going to happen in the next 15 years. I mean, it's already happening here and there, you hear about it.
You could have, like, spider legs and shit on your back.
Yep.
That would be weird.
I do have a kind of artist's respect for body modification, right? And I really like talking to people about why they did, and tattoo artists often cool people. I believe using the body as an artistic expression and the thing you do to yourself mixed with the artist you choose to do it is really interesting. And I actually like tattoos enough that I've always thought, well, maybe someday I'll get a tattoo. But
I'm actually surprised you've never gotten tattoos before. You seem like the type of person who'd be into that.
I was all natural kind of person. I was raised hippie. Like, you don't need deodorants. You don't want tattoos. You don't. Just smoke the ganja and everything else isn't natural, son. Hippie parents. Well, sort of.
What?
They're both actually conservatives, but they went... Anyway, that's another matter.
So were they conservatives? Were they hippies who became conservative? Because I think that's what happened to a lot of
I was
hippies,
born
right?
in 1967, and my parents were like 17 or 18 when I was born, and they went all hippie after that. So my dad, until my second grade, was sort of starting to be a hippie, learned to like pop, but was still a redneck, grilling wells for a living, killing deer. And then he went full-on hippie and lived in a teepee and stuff for 10, 20 years. And my mom would tell you she was always conservative, but she was like a big pro Greenpeace type person. She loved that they would go between the whale and the whaler ships back in the day. And then she turned on environmentalism around the time of tree spiking and became a Fox Republican now. And my dad's just like most baby boomer hippies that country hippies. They're all like rednecks. They're all rednecks. They're liberals. They're voting for Bernie, but you go down there and they're practically ready to make the women folk go to the shed when they have their time. They've reverted to, if you know, there's country hippies and city hippies.
What's
Two main breeds of hippie.
That's interesting. I never knew there were actually two breeds of hippie.
Well, I'm an expert on the baby boomer and the hippie thing because I was born in '67. So when they were all in their 20s, I was starting to be a little kid, and I saw everything that was going on in the '70s. It was just eye-opening. The whole weird generation. Then by the '80s, they all became stockbrokers and disappeared and had a second wave of kids. And it was fascinating stuff. And there really are definitely country hippies and city hippies, though, and they know each other. But country hippies, there's, outposts. Some of the places that grow marijuana have big hippie communities. So like one that kind of got destroyed by the drug wars up in Nevada City, up in the mountains, kind of above the snow line. A lot of the whole community up there, right? So where they're like selling Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers at the local store and illegal organic milk and just a big hippie culture out there, in the woods a couple places, and there's a bunch in Hawaii still to this day. There's this Puna kind of, a lot of the baby boomers there. And then in the city, they're more politically active and people that have kept up, and they're cosmopolitan. They involve in all different kind of ways that I wouldn't want to characterize that. But I would say I've seen enough of the country hippies that they tend to be a little reverting to traditional family
values,
like in a weird way, like Well, you know,
Women stay at home
they
and shit.
build their own houses and sheds, or they're off grid, and they do hippie things that are, mom is, yeah, I don't know. It's, I've seen sexism, you know, uh, and a lot of reversion to, you know, my dad being more of an actual redneck when he was young from the country to begin with, of just, you know, going from guns are bad, all you need is love, to having a sign on his little, you know, off-grid house complex
Trespassers
protected
will be
by
shot.
Smith. Yeah, basically, I think it's the one that's like protected by Smith and Wesson with the cartoon big giant gun pointed right at the barrel at you down his driveway. So,
How the
but
hell
he's
does
still
that
liberal. He's still liberal in a lot of sense, but you know, they revert.
How does that happen anyway?
Well, one thing is, like, my mom got really conservative. She worked as an AFDC in welfare all these years, and I think so she got mad at seeing clients that take advantage. And I'm like, but Mom, weren't there always people that really needed it, deserved it, and used it? She's like, yeah, but that's 1 in 10. And I'm like, well, that's fine. It's for the 1 in 10 we had the system, but she's not buying it. And my dad, similarly, I know some of his anti-love child stuff came from being all open-minded to all kinds of people in that community and getting taken advantage of by mooches and people that really are, you know, bad advantage taking people. And then you feel like, oh, I'm not going to be so open-minded. I hate people. So, you know, and reverting back to, you know, racisms and stuff from childhood, a lot more mellow than if he'd lived 60 years, you know, endorsing him and not going out and seeing the world. But, you know, they just revive a little sometimes.
I feel like people often negative experiences leave longer lasting impressions and shit. So, like, over the time, that just sort of turns into its own kind of prejudice.
Well, no, you know this rule. Have you ever noticed this? I used to think a different theory, and then I noticed it was this, which is basically universal rule. Everybody grows towards the opposite of how they are at the moment. So hot-headed people, 9 times out of 10 in general in the curve, will become more mellow and be more mellow old people. Some people contain the badassness all the way through to the end, but a lot of people that seem irate old people are actually having early onset dementias and things. And people that are real liberal when they're young, they become more, I'm not going to loan anybody money because it's because whatever you do that is a little bit over generous or not generous enough, you get feedback. You're an asshole. Every once in a while, the snot kicked out of you and you realize, shit, I just lost my job because I had to say that rude thing. And they will learn lessons opposite of however they started, which is sort of a reason to get early on it, you know, and balance yourself, because it's like I was so not generous giving away, but like open-minded to people, whatever kind of situation, whatever they did sort of thing, too forgiving or whatever, you could end up being too closed when you're older. So it's like you can jump the gun and be like, don't be so open-minded because otherwise you're going to end up closed-minded when you're old. You know what I mean? But I don't know about that last part. That's just my theory after what I've seen. But I am pretty sure that I've seen a lot of people grow to their opposites.
Yeah, because like you say, it's feedback, right? So
you remember that negative.
Yeah, so like a protracted amount of time, the more negative, even if it's disproportionately lower, you would just remember, like, humans just retain more negative
for simplicity of what
shit.
I think you're saying is, let's say it was exactly 50-50 positive and negative, because we're all talking about personalities that are viable. People make do with them, right? So let's say it was exactly 50-50 the positive and negative. It never seems 50-50 to the human. To the human, it's like, yeah, good stuff's fine, but I'm really seriously don't want the bad stuff. I don't want to be embarrassed. It's great to get applause, but if I have to choose between sometimes getting applause and being embarrassed, I'll not want the whole thing. I don't want the negative. I remember the negative more. So even if it's 50-50, it moves you in the trying to get towards what you to eliminating the negative. And that's sort of the grain of truth about Gary's whole theory, is that there's something to a lot of what we do is an obsession with just stopping negatives. I don't think it's the only thing out there, but it does kind of mean like maybe we should get more creative about, you know, working towards the positives, because how far in the...
Let's positive thinking, basically. I mean, we live in such cynical times, though.
What?
What's up, Ashley? No, we don't. How don't we live in cynical times?
Cynics have high standards, right? They're cynical because they expect things to be better. So it's always a threshold point.
How don't we live in cynical times, Wesley?
Hey, I'm gotta go for a second.
Well.
Wait, what do you think I mean when I say cynical?
I suppose you're referring to people, having, I suppose, high distrust for other people, but...
Oh, no, I just mean, basically, like, people see, basically, like, the shit that's surrounding, like, Donald Trump and shit like that. Not necessarily towards each other, just mostly towards things like, politics, although you can argue that that's always kind of been there.
What do you mean?
And, alright, so...
What do you mean by cynical?
What I mean by cynical is just, I don't know how to actually phrase it in a way. Basically, like, I suppose just like, shit, well, actually let me look up cynical and then I can fucking explain it that. Alright. Basically, just more or less distrustful of, like, the government, for example, not the government, politics in general, like different types of media, just shit like that.
I think this has been a fairly common theme throughout history to distrust in your government.
To an extent, yeah, but like what I'm talking about now is like with Donald Trump, there's this whole the world's going to shit, I'm going to Canada type of
we got that with previous presidents too.
We got that with previous presidents, but not to I would say not to this extent, where you have one party literally, where you have the Republican Party literally like fracturing and talking about even some of them wanting to like leave the fucking country because of Donald Trump.
Well, this has happened previously. I mean, this
happened
with Obama.
Not to the extent of this type of hysteria. At least when it comes to like both affecting both parties. Wait.
In terms of this sort of like out there scenario.
At least with fucking Obama, at least you had Democrats who were behind him. With Trump, it's this notion that the world has fucking come to an end. I mean, and that's from both parties. That's not just from the opposing party, because you always get that. And I understand that, but this is coming from, like, both parties where they think it's the fucking end of the world.
Because I would say that to assess what you're doing, you'd actually have to pull out the numbers, and it's more arbitrary than anything. But I can do that. It's not really something you can really debate, because it's like, well, I think more people were X at this time, and it's like, well,
okay, all right, let me look it up, man.
I mean, we don't have like psychoanalytical like analysis of people.
I mean, you can pull up numbers and shit regarding how people feel towards politics now versus how people felt towards politics
I guess that's fair.
Back then.
I mean, maybe then you'd have a point, like if you could actually pull up the numbers and show in terms of like politics, like how distrust the president.
Alright.
What are you guys talking about?
I'm talking about cynicism.
Don't blow up at me. I can mute you, motherfucker.
Okay.
Tell me. Okay, go ahead.
Basically, we're talking about in regards to what happened with Donald Trump, and how I made a comment to the effect that I feel like that we live in such cynical times regarding Donald Trump.
Well, your original was that you thought we lived in cynical times, which was part of my confusion, because I didn't know you were referring
that's what I'm saying.
To politics.
I'm referring in general. When I say we live in cynical times, I was being vague, but I mean, that's politics is a large part of that, or at least the political climate that we have now. I should have clarified. My bad.
Yeah, I would say outside the political climate, things differ a bit.
I mean, outside of the political climate, yeah, I suppose so.
And the reason why I say that is we live more comfortably now than we ever have, and so like trust for the general system, and to receive things as need be, as I would think would be higher than ever before, because I mean you don't have to have distrust in, I don't know, simply buying something from someone else, because I mean, whereas previously you don't have a system in where it's like if you get scammed, well,
I mean,
you get scammed.
like scamming happens a lot. That's why like so many. That's why telemarketers. That's why they have like block lists and shit for telemarketers. So like scamming still happens, but
Of course, it still happens, but it's not like you have a system in place now that it's a lot harder to scam someone than you would like previously.
I mean, to some degree, yeah, I agree with that, and I'm mostly talking about politics. But yeah, like you have telemarketer, but yeah, you have whole like networks and companies that are built basically on scamming people, and not just telemarketers. You have like online scammers and shit too. Like hell, you can even just look at fucking video games and online games and see that there are whole companies that are built towards basically just fleecing you out of your money. I mean, do we have tougher crime? Do we have tougher laws? Sure, but
I would say the things we have in place help ensure stability in terms of.
I agree with that. Yeah,
the system we have. If you look at the numbers in terms of how well society is doing within the West, we're doing quite well compared to previously.
I can agree with that. But Piro, you there?
Yes, I'm here. My wife was here though too. I was talking to her. I was trying to listen at the same time. She was curious why you're all anime.
Because we're trying to take over your stream.
He's a huge weeaboo.
They say they're working it into where it's going to become an anime discussion show, and they just don't want to have to open their own hangout.
Exactly. We're turning this into an anime discussion show.
That's what happens when I leave the room.
We have to like force Piro to use an anime avatar. This is something we're doing by force, Piro.
Oh yeah, no. I like Miyazaki.
Most of the people that like have anime avatars that I've met, though, like most of them are complete like douchebags. But
yeah, like for Vasily, for example, as you can tell, was a complete douchebag. I mean, you are called vastly hated. Like you are called vastly hated for a reason, Vasily.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not like really hated. I suppose online there's certain people that
there's a vast there's a vast hatred for you online. Well, you can say that you have a following at least.
Not really. I don't have like. For me, it's mostly it's still a few people online. I hang out with them, and those that I don't know.
You could always become like Brett Keane or whatever. Does anyone remember him?
Brett Keane? Yeah, I know who he is. Not that I really care that much about him, but yeah.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I had to answer his question. You said, what did you say, Valley?
I said yeah, I know who he is. But for me, I know some people really like to get into like huge debates online and have like spend a whole bunch of their time on, I guess, political or otherwise like discussions. That's only like part of what I do. I mean, obviously, certain people, their experience online is mostly like running a channel and stuff. For me, that sounds pretty boring and, quite frankly, time-consuming.
But to argue about politics and philosophy and shit, oh, that's a cute-ass fucking character there. Piro. But yeah, like,
Did he change his profile picture to an anime?
He did, actually.
Out of it.
Like, I mean, like, I agree. Like,
It's from that anime about like the little girls having baths or whatever.
what are you talking about?
It's a
That little.
Miyazaki movie from the 80s about little girls having baths and you get to see them naked and shit.
Wow, this turned into the wrong.
Only in the
type of
sense
chat.
that all his movies have a little bit of that, but you know, you just
Oh,
have to
God.
be sick to project that in.
That's. Thank you for.
This is the most innocent of all his movies.
It is the most innocent. You know what's
And
funny?
it's
Like,
so full
there's.
of weird pedophilia shit, so what does that tell you?
Loco
Alright.
no pico.
No. None of that. That now. You, Vastly. No.
Like,
Control yourself, Vastly.
maybe on some scale that you want to offer, but on the anime scale, not so much.
Alright, that's it.
Miyazaki is the Jared
Shut
Fogle
up.
of the
Stop. Stop it. Stop.
I
Enough.
think we should
both of
turn
you.
this into a discussion about
No, we
Loco
should.
no pico.
We should not. Vastly.
Not.
Stop it.
Wait,
You
wait.
don't-
Stop
you
ruining
don't-
the
You
purity
don't like
of this
it?
chat. No, I
You
don't.
don't-
Stop
you don't
ruining
like
the purity
feminists?
of this chat. Stop ruining the purity of this chat, you fucking
Purity?
freaks.
What?
There you go. Stop with your weird
The only
fucking
pure
something.
thing about this is the fact that Vasily is a virgin.
Oh shit.
I like how Clint's is like so defensive against having this conversation.
Stop. Enough. Both of you are fucking disturbing. Not really, no, I don't even care. This is fucking hilarious. What the hell happened to Infinity? Where's Infinity?
Which one of these is good?
Callan's has been starting a conspiracy rumor about me to try and get me in trouble. He's been calling me a cuckold and shit.
Oh no.
I know the name of the cat.
Yeah.
Who cares?
What cat? Did you say
Oh, I
who
wasn't
cares?
talking to you. I wasn't talking to you. Sorry.
Oh, did you say it like Vasily was like, who cares?
Well, I don't really care. I don't
Well, who
really
cares
even
what
see
you
how-
think?
I don't even really see how like
you think?
cuck is really an insult.
Some people enjoy that lifestyle.
Yeah, some people do, but not me. And you've been accusing me of it, and it's fucking bullshit.
And Vasily's only...
That fat fucking slob did not fucking have sex with my girl.
You're not dating anyone.
I'm talking about DJ Khaled. He said that fucking DJ Khaled had sex with my girlfriend, and it's fucking bullshit. It never fucking happened. She doesn't even know who the fuck DJ Khaled is.
DJ Khaled could probably fuck. He could probably fuck you. Like, he has a shit ton of money. If he makes a shit ton of money, he could probably, like, fuck you.
No, he isn't, because the Saudi Arabian dinar or whatever is worthless.
What? You know he lives in the States, right? Oh, hey, it's a little cat from Mash the Stampede.
Arabia. Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
You know, his original name was Arab Attack. He lost all of his money during the 9/11. When the 9/11 towers got blown up by that cruise missile.
By that cruise missile.
Yeah.
God, this has gone into such a terrible place. This whole conversation has gone into such a dark place.
I got school tomorrow. Yeah. School.
Yeah, Vasily, how you been anyway?
Alright.
That cat looks so bad I could draw it.
Like,
My classes at school have gotten exceptionally easier. I'm in a logic class, but it kind of feels more like an English class because there's so much English involved in it.
you hate English?
I don't like looking at it. It's like identify the subject and predicate, and then I don't know. Probably ask something like then converse the sentence. And it's like okay. Or determine if it's particular affirmative or particular negative, or universal affirmative and universal negative. Shit like that.
Alright, yo. Piro,
Yeah. Yes. What?
you should have Vic come back.
He won't come back. I didn't
Oh.
kick him out permanently. He said he's never coming back.
Oh.
Alright, you get kicked
Have
out.
you ever played Red Dead Redemption? Just hog time and force him in here. Or force him on some train tracks. That would work too.
And
I
this,
mean,
like,
I talked to Vic like somewhere in the comment sections like afterwards or whatever. Like he seemed like really upset over the whole thing. So
No, he's just mad because he's angry.
God damn it.
He'll
no
calm down
shit,
eventually.
Sherlock.
Oh, obviously you need those fucking English classes because you don't understand the difference between the word mad and angry.
Like, God damn. Like,
What?
I don't understand how he's still this pissed off
I don't know.
over getting kicked.
I like how he thinks I think that maddening is the same thing.
Like, God damn.
Life expectancy 73 is talking about Japan. And I think Japan has a really high life expectancy.
Japan has a bunch of
But yeah,
God damn, he needs to come back.
they're kind of
Holy
tired.
shit. Like, he was fun to have up in here, because we have arguments over for fucking hours about nothing.
I mean, I guess. Although there was a lot of arguments made on both sides that were pretty stupid. So.
No one contributes to the chat in this show.
Yeah. There's chat now on the channel. I've had people complaining that don't want to come in that keep saying, do the chat on the YouTube. But it wouldn't work. But now it does because they're forcing you to stop having Hangouts on air and go to YouTube Live. And that works. So, good.
Let's go to YouTube Live.
I don't quite remember
Well, I'm not saying...
what he got kicked out for. Oh yeah, wait, no I do. It was because he like interrupted that one guy.
Two guys were supposed to go, I forget. Vite was one, but somebody else. And both of them, they couldn't get going. And then, yeah, and I just had enough too. And I was we've been spending, I would like to have him back, but on the other hand, I have to figure out how not to. It can't be that you're 1 out of 10 people and that means you get 50% of the time. That's not how it can work that way. I'm sorry. If you're a minority voice, you might get a minority of the time.
Anti-American?
I will have to say it is kind of unreasonable though to say that if you're 1 out of 10 people, right, and 9 of the people, right, are all opposed to what you're saying, like then only getting 10% of the time is sort of unreasonable because then you have 10% of the time to respond.
No, I understand. And I tend towards the other, right? We tend towards letting that be every other, but I also felt we were just kind of stuck, and for a while I would rather just talk about the stuff he brought up. You know, I've been using this example of
the guy in the coats or the red sweater.
Yeah,
if
you have a big group of people with red hats and blue hats, and there's 3 more intelligent people in the blue group, which group do you want to go with? Well, they're all mixed. So there's other things you can separate the groups into. And if it's intelligence, then let's separate them on intelligence. If it's, what would I really want to separate groups out? I really think we could probably do things together. But, yeah, on character, thieves from honest people, robbers on one side, non-robbers on the other, things like that seem more important than, any other statistic where... So, and I've been saying that to him a million different ways, and maybe I need a better way of explaining the point. I don't have to separate, there's an infinite number of ways to separate out groups.
Well, yeah, but I don't think, wouldn't that be more of a matter, though, of the best way and if a way is particularly useful? I mean, for example, right, if he thinks that his biases are still useful, right, and if he's able to sustain that claim, and you go ahead and you say, well, here's a better way, right, it still doesn't make his argument inaccurate. It just means that you have another way of going about resolving issues that's better.
Well, right, and he agreed with that. I said to him a couple times that, and I believe he agreed, I said, you're defending low information decision making, because that's what he'd always do. If you don't know anymore and somebody walks in and they're the race that you're wearing a hoodie or anything that you recognize as scary, and you don't have other information, so we kind of agreed he's defending low information people.
Also, Brandon, you can unmute at any time, and I have given you permissions. There you go. Controls.
The other thing I have an issue with is a lot of the arguments made on here are unclear. I mean, sometimes they're fairly straightforward, but like, I don't know. The libertarian guy that's come on a few times, at least I think he's libertarian.
Are you talking about Brandon? Because he's right
Yeah.
here.
Is he here? I don't even know.
Brandon is right
Is that
here.
like a Freudian thing, or I thought you were being coy about it.
I'm not libertarian.
Yeah,
Well, whatever you are.
He's
I
a
don't know if
Randian. He's
what?
Randy.
he's an objectivist Randian.
He's Randy.
Oh, okay. Well,
Randy for short.
yeah, okay. Like, sometimes your arguments are unclear to me as to what you're trying to present.
Which one particularly? I can clarify.
Well, there's two I can think of off my head. The first one is what you mean by you want gold to be the standard.
Gold is the standard.
Okay, then why have you in the past said you want gold to be the standard?
We have no choice. It is the standard. And,
right, I agree with that, which is one of the reasons why I'm saying it was unclear to me what you were trying to present.
Well, gold would be the standard if banks were allowed to print their own money. Then some banks would print paper and it'd be worthless and they'd go out of business. So gold would become the standard automatically. But gold is the standard right now. Gold doesn't increase or decrease in value. Our paper money decreases in value every year. We call that inflation. So
Well, yeah, but that's because it's working off the basis of something else. And you're making more and less of it, and it's being traded.
right. Well, you make more gold all the time, but the economy grows faster than the gold supply. So we have something called deflation in a regular economy.
Yeah, but I mean, if you pull for example, right, if you end up pulling the money out, like the paper money, then the gold is the thing that fluctuates.
Gold fluctuates very, very little. What fluctuates is the value of other things in relation to gold. The value of a house goes down over time as the value of gold goes up over time.
Right, I understand in our current system, but what I'm saying is if you were to remove it, then the reason why if you take into account what is causing the fluctuation of money as is, right, that system would then transfer over to your gold, and then you'd end up having the fluctuation of gold.
I think currency should be tied to commodity markets, basically.
What causes
It should be backed by commodity futures and whatnot.
What causes the fluctuation right now is the printing of money.
Quite a few different things cause the fluctuation of it. I mean, that's kind of like I'd have to say that that's a really narrow viewpoint of the fluctuation, because, for example, right, one of the things that ends up causing the fluctuation is at different time periods you end up having different amounts of people that are in need of gold. So you could even take it a step further back and say, well, the reason why you have more money being printed in the first place is because you have a large desire at one point in time when people are able to afford things, and then another time when they have to pay back their dues, right? Then it does the reverse of that. And
well, I don't know what exact historical example you might have in mind, but when gold became scarce because the economy was growing, people went out to the hills and they dug gold out of the ground, and that was called gold rush.
Yeah. What? Okay, I'm sorry. What does digging gold out of the ground have to do with what I was saying?
Well, you were talking about fluctuations in the prices and the value of what we trade in, of our money.
Yes, although what I was presenting to be specific was the reason why you end up having different money printed at different rates, because you don't just saying people just print more money to print more money doesn't explain why the money is being printed, right?
Well, you know why they print it is because it lowers the value of all the other money, and that forces people to spend their money before the value of it goes down.
Right, yeah.
They believe it's a good thing to spend your money, and they are very sorely mistaken in that view.
What do you mean? Well, you mean like just your average person?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I could probably agree with you to an extent. I don't think it's always a bad thing, but obviously, but...
Not always, but on balance, you should wait.
Right. But what causes that fluctuation is that you end up having people take out like loans and such, and then they end up spending high at one point, and then they end up having to pay back at another. And so you have a general gist of like trends within your market of like fluctuation of money.
In a healthy economy, the normal people save, and the millionaires borrow that money and spend it on infrastructure. In an unhealthy economy, the millionaires have no access to money because everyone's spending all their stuff on purses.
Well, I don't know if you can necessarily though control what people are going to spend their money on or not. I mean,
the millionaires are whoever's selling the purses too.
Yeah, the millionaires are selling the purses, but the economy is healthier and grows better if the millionaires have a lot of money to build their infrastructure. If they're struggling for money to build infrastructure, then the infrastructure is going to build up more slowly. That's
okay. Well, like even if we take that into account, what does that have to do with people like giving more money over to them doesn't like change the mindset of any one person or bank's intended desire to loan money out to people.
No, we do it the other way around. If we go on a gold standard, then people say...
This is what I'm talking about. Hold up. If we go on a gold standard, I thought you said we're on the gold standard.
Yeah, de facto. That's why our money deflates all the time.
Then why would you say if we go on one if we're already on one?
Right now we're hiding the fact that the money's deflating behind the fact that it's not gold. And if we took that mask off, then we would be much more honest about the situation we're facing.
Okay, the recognition of the situation and the situation itself are two entirely different things. If you say we're on a gold standard, right, the actual reality of being on that gold standard is not determined by the recognition of that.
Okay, when someone has a bunch of paper money, they think, I better spend it because the value of it's going down. That's not the feeling that they get when they have gold. You don't have the same feeling with gold.
Okay. How does that response at all?
Well, I think it clears up your confusion.
No.
Maybe not, though.
No, I'm still confused as to how that relates to saying that we are both on a gold standard and we need to go on a gold standard.
Okay, wait. So we don't go into a circle. Like, Brandon, what do you clarify what you mean when you say that?
We are de facto on a gold standard, but we're trying to pretend we're not. Is that better?
Okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's just a bit weird because like when you say we need to go on one, I think that you're referring to like literally we need to go on one rather than you just what you really mean is we need to stop masking this unrealistic perspective on the situation.
I think it's like when some theists claim that everybody actually believes in God.
Well, we really are on the gold standard because gold really doesn't go down or up in value, and paper money does. So, yeah, I'm not just making a wild claim. It's actually true. We are on the gold standard.
I know. We agree that we're on the gold standard. That's not the disagreement. It's the semantical way in which you're presenting this idea that we need to go on the gold standard that is what has been confusing me.
Well, we need to go off of paper money.
Yes, okay. That makes more sense.
I don't agree we're on a gold standard just because gold tracks this whole thing about a new suit costs the same as gold, and just because it tracks some multiplier doesn't mean that we're on the gold standard. We are no longer, our currency does not have to be linked to how much gold we mine out of the earth. That is a difference. It's a big difference.
Yes, we do. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it does, though.
Yeah, it is.
Like, if you take away the paper money, then that's what you're left, like, having to present, like, in terms of relationship to. Like, that's what you end up getting in return. So,
well, in the history of mankind, all kinds of things have been used as currency. Beans and commodities, generally. Gold is a weird one.
Okay,
No.
I see what you're saying. I guess you could say that if you ended up having to trade your money in, you could trade it in, I suppose, for commodity. Well, no, that doesn't really make any sense because then you'd end up having, like, then the money wouldn't be useful towards the people that, like, you're trading it with.
What were you trying to say, Brandon?
The gold is not a weird money. It is actually the perfect money. Feathers and rocks and all those other things that have been used were not very good. Gold is perfect. Gold is not chemically interactive. It's chemically inert, as they say. So it's perfect. It never changes. It doesn't rust. It doesn't corrode. You can divide it into many pieces and put it back together into big lumps again, unlike seashells, for example, and feathers. So gold is not a weird choice for money. It's the perfect choice.
I think the best money is stock certificates where you have an organization, ownership is split up into the currency. And that's basically what you should have, and how it really works, because your GDP, how much you produce, is a real stuff. Doesn't matter how much currency there was, it's supposed to track the real stuff. So why not just base it on that? It's the 21st century. You could easily have a commodities back. So just like you had a gold standard, every dollar in theory is worth $1's worth of the basic commodities, which is a limited set of things that are traded in commodities markets like wheat, oil.
What do you mean exactly? Because we can view GDP as the relationship between what you produce and its value. So
I'm saying that the currency is like, it's related to the stuff that is for sale.
Right, I get that.
And it's a kind of mathematical thing where, you know, if you fix one thing, then another thing floats around. You try to fix that, maybe it's hard to fix that. It's kind of like an engine. We can base the basic trading thing is just like having a ruler. It doesn't matter if you use rulers that are a foot long, or a meter long, or whether they're a yard long.
Well,
but you got to be consistent. And I'm saying,
but we don't really track.
If you're backing money, the gold standard is like, I got $1. I can go down to the mint and get $1's worth of gold that they're holding for me. That's what this dollar represents. But that dollar could be $1 worth of the actual commodities that we're producing in the country.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could view it like that, but the question is, if you end up taking away what you end up getting when you take away the money, because if you take away the money, like, that value isn't worth anything to anybody else outside of the U.S. if you remove the money itself, because then it's no longer a tradable thing since you're removing the money itself.
All right, what were you going to say, Brandon?
Yeah, when you seem like you want to remove the ruler that we measure everything by, and you just say, oh, we're just going to keep producing things, but now we don't know how much we're producing because we measure things by money, by gold. So if you don't have the ruler that you measure by, you don't know how much any given company's worth or how much any given product is worth. You can't just throw everything up in the air in a vacuum and say, we'll measure everything against everything else. It just doesn't work that way. We use gold for that.
Well, we don't use gold for that. You can say that, but we don't use gold for that.
Use gold for that, but I would say that the reason why it's substantial to say that in somewhat in a sense we do still have a gold standard is simply because if you remove the money, then you can't remove the money and in turn get product, because then the money's not worth anything to anybody.
Wait a second. So when the shit hits the fan in a New Orleans, or there's a tornado, or let's say things were just knocked out for months and people are on their own, you think people start giving away their water for gold? How long do you think that lasts? Well, until you're running out of water yourself. No,
I'm not
you want commodities. Like a gallon of gas is like a brick of gold in that situation. Barter is the actual.
Yeah, when they spend their gold, they would spend their gold.
And when we have currency, we're trying to think up a trick to make barter more efficient. And that's it.
But that's not removing. That's not removing currency. That's just entirely. That's just removing it from one place. Like.
Okay, if you did the same thing over the whole world, people are not going to...
Okay, guys, stop talking over each other. Like, Piro, okay, so Piro, can you wait?
Gold will be the currency, and that's not likely. It could be another metal. It could be everything. It could be everything that's known to be of value. Anything you can carry that you know you'll be able to liquidate quickly for another kind of good.
Pyro, can I try explaining to you why I see a difference in what you're saying and what I'm saying?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so in your scenario, right, if you ended up having to give your money in for, like, commodities or something in some sort of small community, like, obviously you trade that in for the commodities that you need rather than gold, because the gold's not really worth anything to you. But the only reason why that scenario works is because you're able to give that money to somebody else that needs it. If you remove the money entirely, then that gold isn't worth anything to anybody.
The gold's always going to be valuable because it's non-corruptible and it's used.
I'm referring to the paper money.
Oh, the paper money, right.
Yeah.
So
I don't understand.
Barter. But Piro proposes barter. He says we'll barter.
Okay, wait, Piro. Wait, hold on. Piro doesn't understand your point. Like, Piro, what don't you understand about the point?
Yeah, I don't understand. You were saying you were making a distinction between what I'm saying and you're saying. I don't get.
Well, I'm saying your scenario doesn't cross over because in my scenario, right?
You're talking about the money isn't used anymore, goes away. What do you mean goes away? Maybe they're making.
Well, if you literally remove your paper money, right? What you're left with.
Remove it. You got to burn it all.
Yeah, I don't know. The state is like, well, we're no longer using paper money. In Brandon's, I guess, scenario, I don't think Brandon's scenario is that simplistic, but
the only situation I could think of like that was where money doesn't matter anymore because people want water and stuff. And what happens in those kinds of situations, I'm saying, is first, people are taking money for the water, thinking it's only going to be a couple days. Once they realize we're on our own, it is road warrior out here, then people stop taking gold and stuff unless they're rich in artifacts and they really need to, you know, have these trinkly things because only rich people are going to be interested in the gold.
Well, meanwhile, back on Earth, we have an economy to run, and gold is an important part of that.
Yeah, but Pyro,
back on Earth, I didn't come up with this scenario where all the money disappears.
No, he meant like you're not being realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
About when all the money disappears, that's not realistic.
No. You can't get water in this disaster and stuff.
Yeah, your entire basic, like, Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I think
we have examples of times when money is not important.
Basically, your entire scenario, I think, is what he's calling unrealistic. Is that correct, Brandon?
Yeah.
My scenario?
Yeah, the entire scenario of
Which
everything.
Which scenario did I come up with?
What you brought up, I could even make a refutation of what Pyro is bringing up because I still don't understand.
Try to tell me what you think I brought up because where I think you brought up a scenario where all money disappeared, and in my head, without asking you how that could happen, I thought of disaster areas where money and the rule of law breaks down and people trade in farm animals and all kinds of things, and saying
right,
in that case, barter gets used.
And
you were saying because you were saying in some situation like that, people would pull out their gold. No, they wouldn't. So I don't know what you were talking about. Now we backed up. Tell me what you're talking about. If we decided not to use money anymore, then we would replace it with what? Not gold.
No. Not that straightforward. So if you remove your currency, right? Let's say, for example, I run a business, right? And this business is in debt, yet I own I have the product of these things in stock, right? Even though, like, I'm not worth as much as I have in stock, right? Like, I'm actually massively in debt. If you remove your money, right, and if we just then go based off of what you have in stock, the system doesn't work like that because you don't actually own what you have in stock in that scenario. You only own what you have in relationship to the currency you had before. So if you were to fall back on something, you'd have to fall back on some form of, like, measurement.
Okay, wait, Brandon, does what Vasty's
Oh,
saying,
you
does
mean
that...
if you didn't have dollars as the backing, then you'd need something else to use for a backing.
Yeah, you couldn't just remove your dollar and then expect everything to work fine, because what somebody has in terms of their stock isn't necessarily what they're actually worth.
Hero, why wouldn't gold suffice for the backing if money? If tomorrow.
Well, it would. It obviously has sufficed, quote unquote, in the past, but it's just moving backward. If we're talking about a road warrior situation, after a while, yeah, people would probably start using precious metals and gems and all kinds of little valuables again.
I think the Road Warrior thing is
That's
what
not
he's
going
calling.
forward.
I think the Road Warrior thing is what Brandon was talking about in
Well,
terms of
okay,
a
look,
realistic.
we used
Yeah,
to
I
use
would like it if you
use gold and other precious metals, and we don't anymore. I don't see any reason to think we're going back in that direction. So, what's the question? When we get rid of money, what'll it be? Probably some sort of commodity mathematical instrument.
No, well, Brandon, that's not really
Like
what
maybe
the debate
Bitcoin.
here
It'll be a
is.
mathematical instrument.
The question's not what you end
Solve
up.
the problem of fluid making barter fluid.
Bitcoin is majored in gold.
Brent, if I could, Pyro,
Okay.
Pyro, the question would more so be if you were to remove the dollar, commodity wouldn't suffice to actually show what people are worth. So you'd have to have some sort of, I guess, system to go off of, if that is gold or otherwise. And considering gold is a value which has a relationship to the rest of the world, it would be reasonable to go back on gold and distribute wealth in that way, rather
The thing is, you guys,
if you
you
had
have
to
this
remove the
idea.
dollar.
You
Well,
seem to have this idea that you need an absolute. You can't float on a sea of inabsolutes, but there is no world currency, you guys. And they figured out how much every currency is worth minute by minute to every other currency. How is that possible? What's it traded against? Well, valuable commodities like oil. Valuable commodities. That's how they tell. And so that's how you could tell. And it is just a mathematical thing. And we will have a computer using the perfect mathematical thing eventually, is my guess, when we get rid of paper
Well, then would
money.
you have to move?
Okay. Also, one second. Brandon was trying to say something. What were you gonna say, Brandon?
I forget now. We should just let them.
Fuck it. Go ahead, Vesna.
For your scenario to work out, though, wouldn't you have to be able to distribute the actual wealth of people in terms of products out? Like, otherwise you wouldn't actually have any form of true balance in terms of what people are really worth.
Well, I don't mind. Like Hero was saying, why do we have to have an absolute? Why can't we have floating stuff? I don't mind the floating stuff.
Well, no, I don't mind it, but I'm saying that if you remove money, then his scenario is a very,
we
very,
don't just
very
remove money. When
scenario
people
to resolve, because
countries exchange currencies, and they've even been known to respect the currencies of rebel systems and stuff. They take in and people don't like it because they don't trust the government to give a fair exchange because there's really no market for it, right? But they will take the old rubles in and put out the new money. They took in the pesos and bought people's pesos. Forever hold your peace. You hold your pesos after March 20. The banks won't switch it with you, the government. You just work out the math, and then you switch it. Now, if it wasn't another kind of paper currency, but a whole new economic system, I don't see that happening. I think we're probably going to have our currency. We can regulate it. We can put it on some kind of a standard, maybe a commodity standard, and over time, it's going to be eaten away by virtual currencies like Bitcoin and alternate currencies in a more fluid international multiple currency market. Because, for example, money market funds are like currency. Any highly liquid asset that's truly reliably liquidatable, whatever the denomination, it is tradable like money. So I think we'll have a mathematical system that combines all of these sorts of, not every product, iPhones aren't a commodity, but oil, these things that run the world, the top 50 commodities.
But Pyro, that's great and all, but we're referring to what you'd end up having to fall back on if you remove the dollar. I mean, sure, you could end up in the long run having
Okay, I
some
don't
other
understand.
form
You
of
keep saying
currency.
that. Can I ask you questions because it's not clear? Okay, you remove the dollar. You're going to transfer the dollar. So, for example, we're going to start using bitcoins, international bitcoins, everybody, international euros, everybody.
Sure, technically that
You
would
bring
work.
us your $100, and we'll give you 100 of the bitcoins, or whatever the trade agreement is, and it gets transferred. And then what backs that money is now the the Bitbook chain or whatever, the Bit chain. And it's not gold or debt.
No, I agree,
So
right?
that's
I
how.
agree that you could remove the dollar and exchange it for another form of system, right? And so
Trade people's money
in
for the
that,
new money.
in that, you could end up having a system in which you remove your dollar and you could say, well, gold's not really the standard because we're able to exchange it for all of these sorts of different things out there. But the thing I do disagree with is that you could exchange it for this idea of what people have in terms of the actual
Well, here's the thing.
produce.
Here's the thing I would say you
that's
could look
really,
up.
really vague.
Here's the thing you can look up, which is that the mechanism for this sort of thing, we don't have the corporation to do it, but basically if you make a corporation, right, and there's a million shares of stock for that corporation, right? You own 1/1,000,000th of that corporation if you have one of those things. And I would argue the real basis.
But that's
wait,
just,
let me
just
finish. We don't have a gold standard. What we really have is the dollar is like a piece of stock in the U.S. government, and that's what's really backing its value, right? And to base your money on commodities just requires, for example, the commodity market. You create a public sector commodity market for trading official currency commodities. There'd be a lot of reasons that people would want to get into providing the commodities behind the currency, just like the reasons to get into gold when it's used for that.
Okay,
and then the currency in the country is basically stock in that corporation, like equal to a year's worth of commodity value. So if the country creates twice as much commodities, the way the exchange would work is your American dollar is still 1/1,000,000th of all the commodities, but that's twice as much stuff, half of which you can sell, so you're living off less, and the country is more productive.
Well, I suppose I understand what you're saying. Now I could go back on what I'm saying and rephrase it in, I guess, a more useful sense, which is that you could end up removing your dollar and have it exchanged for in relationship to gold. Because I guess what you're saying is fair in that you could view the current dollar as relatable to whatever
how would you change it to gold?
To.
Here's an example of how you change it to gold, right? You would say, here's all our gold that we're using for our currency, and we're selling it to everybody. You give us your dollar, here's the little gold coins equal to the dollars. In proportion to all the money, boom, all the gold, boom, now it's the new currency. No more paper, straight gold coins again, right? If you did it on commodities, you basically say, look, everybody, for your current money, we're going to sell you the nation's commodities. They're in warehouses.
To be honest,
no, it's not complicated because it's all based on. No, it is not, because the commodities markets already work this way. There are already instruments in commodity markets that work like money. People buy oil dollars, never intending to have oil.
Okay, hold on, wait. Yo, calm down for a second. Hold on, Brandon. What were you gonna say?
Don't tell me it's unrealistic. Okay, forget gold then. No, goddamn it, I'm gonna finish.
All right.
Then imagine this. I'll make it as simple so you can see how it's very simple. Instead of the gold, you use oil. You have the oil dollar.
Earlier you were saying, why do we have to have an absolute system? Why can't we just throw it up in the air and let the people do what they want?
Well, that's what I think I'm saying. If you base it on all sorts of commodities, it's based on the definition of commodities, which is a mathematical thing. You can look out in the country and go, well, oil is one of the main.
passed a law.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying based off of...
Okay, one second, Vasily. Brandon's talking. Brandon, go ahead. Continue your point.
Passed a law that says the government doesn't coin money anymore. Sorry, guys, it's closed for business. And that would be the end of it. And people would just have to do their own thing. Some of them would use Bitcoin. Some of them would go to the local farmer's market and sell their carrots. And some of them would use gold.
It'd be just like the 1500s again.
No, it would be like the 1890s.
Well, I like trains that,
All right. Sorry, Vasily, but go ahead with what you were saying.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay, I think I understand what Pyro is trying to say, because at first I thought Pyro was saying you traded, instead of having like a single system where you end up having, for example, oil as your standard for trade, even though I'm not entirely sure how that would work out, because I don't know if you'd have enough oil per se to go around, which...
Right, because it's combustible, so it's different from gold, which theoretically is just sits there, but we know there's gold mining and people use gold for stuff, so yeah, that's one idea. It's game theory. One token you can have is one that stays forever. Another token, I'm saying don't base it on something that stays forever. Use it on a used resource.
Okay,
well, yeah, that's fine, but Pyro, wouldn't for your scenario...
Wait, guys, hold on. Brandon's going to go after you, Vasily. I just want to establish that order.
Okay, that's fine. So I guess my question would be for Pyro that what one commodity out there would you end up having that there's enough of it to go around to exchange for your current currency, and it still be that currency to be in relationship to the rest of the world?
You believe gold could be that, so anything with at least as much... I mean, anything. It's just a token. It's like asking, what would you use if you're not using plastic for your Monopoly token?
Wait, hold on. It's Brandon's turn.
No, it's my turn because he asked me a question, and I will sometimes...
My bad.
All right, well...
So it's no more difficult than that. Right, when you have dollars that represent the total oil or oil reserves of the country, and you give that dollar, it's just like giving the dollar when it's a pretend piece of gold. You're saying, here's a piece of gold. It's a lot lighter, but, you know, somebody else is going to want this because it's a piece of gold, remember? Well, the same thing with oil, any liquidatable thing that's... So best things that are always used.
Yeah, but I don't understand how you could end up exchanging your oil around enough.
Okay,
like,
you have a piece of paper.
Oil to go around for it to work.
Okay, hold on. Let Brandon...
Well, why is there enough gold then? Go ahead.
One sentence. The reason gold is valuable is because it's a way to store energy. You don't use it, you don't burn it, it doesn't rust. It just holds energy. That's why it's valuable. So you say you can't use it, you can't burn it. Yeah, that's why it's gold.
Actually, I said that's only one way of creating a token for your currency, and I don't agree with that. I believe used resources are better. And two, I pointed out that you can use gold, and it should be used, and it's made good for circuits, and it should not be it should not be wasted on jewelry. It's stupid shit because of it's so precious to a bunch of cavemen. It is a useful thing that should be used in electronics.
Well, then we need to pay those people with their jewelry a fair price for their jewelry and use it in our electronics.
Right, and not try to base our entire... Look, you're asking me how would we have enough oil? Why do we have enough gold? Because it doesn't matter how much it is.
Yes, right? It does, because you have
if every penny of gold or... a pound is worth if you have a pound of gold and you get a loaf of bread or a half a pound, it doesn't matter.
All right, Pyro.
You don't work within a vacuum. You have so if you exchange oil out for money, right? You could do that theoretically, but the issue is then the amount those people have is no longer worth as much in comparison to the rest of the world because other people aren't going to visualize your oil as worth that much.
Right. It's not going to be worth that much in Saudi Arabia or Russia.
So it doesn't work.
As I said, you make it on a combined fund, combining all of, say, the top 50 commodities that are important to national security. Oil.
Well, okay, so let's
Oil.
then you're getting a lot more complex
Corn,
because how is
beef
that?
futures,
Those change over.
zinc, copper. Yes, of course they do, and it's called the commodities market, and the mathematics is very sophisticated, and you can easily trade those. And just like the gold was in the bank, $1's worth of gold was in the bank for that dollar that you had when we were on the gold standard, there'd be $1's worth of real commodities stored in the warehouses and all the places they're normally stored.
No.
To trade under that. And that's how you would know that if you went to a store, that money would be fairly solid what it was worth because it actually represents bread, and gas, rubber.
Okay, they need to be able to respond, though, Piero.
Rubber
No, you don't. You kind of do take over.
Okay, wait.
Well,
Brandon will
getting the point. Okay.
Brandon, okay, let Brandon go and then Vasily go, and then you can explain.
One sentence, Piero. The rubber industry used to be hugely important to national security. Now it's nothing. It just doesn't matter. So that would be evaporation of wealth. When there was any technological improvement, one of your 50 commodities would fall off the map and be useless. Gold doesn't do that.
No.
Always valuable, always.
No, because it would be based on whether the commodity was used. So when whale fat isn't being consumed anymore, then the whole value of that contribution to the mutual fund, just like a company whose value goes down, but the mutual fund goes up because of the other growing companies, and it just slowly fades away and is no longer a commodity, is not sold on the commodities market, and it's all very well.
And that doesn't happen with gold. Gold is always valuable. You never have a certain type of gold all of a sudden, like whale oil, is all of a sudden useless. That's never going to happen. So gold is a stable money. You're talking about trading a stable money for an unstable money, which won't happen. Incidentally, they'll keep measuring the real economy. In gold.
No, I think it's unstable that people want gold when what they always need is food and water.
Well,
Okay,
that doesn't make any sense, Pyro, because
it's Vasley's turn now, everybody.
yeah, I think that Brandon's point is still sufficient because what Brandon, if I understand correctly, what he's saying is basically these things fluctuate a lot, whereas if you were to go back and exchange for gold, your gold doesn't just all of a sudden start fluctuating a whole bunch. So that's one thing, right? And then there's the other aspect, which was the original discussion was which one would be more simplistic, exchange. And I would say that if you end up having to have 50 different commodities exchanged, that's a lot more complex than one commodity.
Yeah.
But the point is, but here's the point. The money is something you want to go turn in for something of value, right? So
No.
if you back the money on commodities, if your nation produces twice as much commodities as expected, everything is going to go down in price.
Okay, that's
But
not
if they have a famine or a storm and they produce half as much, everything's going to go up in price because your 1 million is not enough to feed your family now. And so then there's a crisis and people have to ration. You want the value of the money to go up with the actual production of the country. You don't want it based on how much gold, which is all sitting in the king's fucking vaults, how much of that there is.
Okay, that's not what you were saying, Vasily and Brandon. Can you clarify your positions then?
Brandon can go first.
Okay, I'll just be quiet for a while. Get it all out, boys.
The gold is not all sitting in the king's vaults, and when it is, the free economy will send people out into the hills to dig it up out of the dirt.
Yeah. So I want to respond to this idea that, like, okay, if you end up exchanging it, then it's worth, like you end up having to, for example, split the gold so the gold's not as worth as much. Well, that's still the case with any commodity you exchange. That's not something unique to gold. So I don't see how if you were to have to exchange your system out for some form of commodity, how something like oil or otherwise would be a useful thing to exchange it with.
You disagree with the idea of using commodities to back currencies?
Well, it'd have to obviously be some form of commodity, but I disagree that we should go with like the top 50 commodities.
Well, I don't mean to be that specific, but it's the general idea I'm getting to. You could have it every commodity that's allowed to be traded on this, whatever the Commodity Securities and Exchange Commission is. I forget. You know what they could be regulating it, just like they have a highly regulated market system for it, and some of those people would take part through an appropriate way, and then the nation would own and track its commodities, and making commodities and being productive would be a part of our economic system instead of debt.
All right, James has a question. He wants to read something out. Say, what did you want to read? Someone had an interesting proposal in the chat. What was it?
The universe in the chat. He's talking about how we should replace gold, this gold standard, with the helium standard, because gold can actually be dissolved by a liquid called aqua regia or something like that. Regia.
So we should
Latin shit.
Oh, I think the universe is in there. Okay.
So we should just turn it into helium? What?
No, that we should have a helium standard instead of a gold standard.
Because gold can be dissolved.
Yeah.
Helium constantly gets produced from uranium and all radioactive materials. Though.
So you can go out and get more of it when you run out.
That's not a very good definition of money. Hero, you have a really bad definition of money. You say it's to be things that are useful or something like that.
Yeah.
Joe is here. Okay, since Joe is here...
It's to make barter easier. That's the only justification.
Guys, hold on. Since Joe is here, that's probably going to give 3 people Piro has to go up against, so he has justifiably more time to talk, you know?
Well, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind having, as long as he doesn't take over the conversation.
Alright.
No, bullshit. Traditionally, I could go every other time, and I'm the master of ceremony, so I say who goes next. And the fact that I do it open, well, then fucking, and I would cry myself to sleep.
All right, well, I mean,
so
that's
either
fine.
it works out or it's not, but don't tell me what I can or can't do, because you don't have to leave for me to shut down the room, right?
Okay, wait, let's not fucking, let's not turn this into a fight.
He also proposed the use of xenon gas.
Alright,
I guess my question for Pyro would then be, going off of this, why you would want to do this. I just don't get why this would be a smarter idea than going off of gold. And
because I believe the value of gold is mostly artificial and jewelry and ancient love of gold, and the real value of gold is its value in electronics based on the amount of gold we have, not sitting there backing up a currency. It's imaginary. You should back your currency by something of real value, like stock in a company or stock in commodities. Basically using the stock share method over a group of goods, and then you hold the paper so you don't have to carry around sacks of beans. Doesn't really matter what it is, except for that it will affect the math, right? Because you don't want to have it be tulips.
You say real value, but what you mean is temporary value. Gold has real value. Those other things are temporary.
So food has real value, and gold has hallucination value.
Hallucination value?
Yeah, he did.
Gold has real value, man.
So does everything. So do video games. So do pictures.
No, well,
porn.
I mean, sure.
Everything has value. People will pay for it. So yeah, it's beautiful. So do diamonds. But you can't eat
gold
it.
is the real currency.
Okay, guys, stop
This
yelling
paper
at
money
each
is not currency. It's
Okay,
all
whatever.
based on the gold.
Yeah, I know, but Pyro denies that
You
we're
know.
working off of the gold standard, which, I mean, as this conversation goes on, it seems a bit more
Well,
absurd.
nobody says we're on the gold standard anymore in economics, right? Because the government's got off the gold standard.
Yeah, but now our money inflates. Gold doesn't.
Gold is just a commodity like copper or silver.
It's not just
now.
a commodity. That's why you
Yeah.
still have reserves for it. If it was a commodity like anything else, right, then you wouldn't still
we have
have
oil
reserves.
reserves,
Okay,
right?
okay.
You don't
Right.
have oil reserves in the sense that
Huge national oil reserves that they sometimes put back into the market to lower the price of oil. You don't know about that? It's for national security, because if you go to war, you might not be able to get oil.
Okay,
right
let's
away.
just finish each other's. Let's let each other's
an
finish
oil
their
reserve
sentences,
is not of the same size as a gold reserve. It's
Alright, let's
I
let
just
each other
think it's
finish
an
their
erotic
sentences,
belief.
though, so...
okay. Well, okay. So I suppose.
Why is
Okay,
gold better
so-
than silver? And why is it better than uranium?
No,
Okay, so you keep
Why is it better than platinum?
you keep viewing value in terms of what it can
Is
do
it all
for
the metals,
person.
or do they have to be precious?
Okay, wait, Piero, let people respond to you.
Okay,
Okay,
you keep presenting this case where it's like the value is based upon what it can do for you, and what's being presented to you is that what it can do for you is more so a matter of how it compares to the commodities of other systems. So, like for example, how does oil compare in terms of its relationship to other commodities within other systems? Because that's what you have to look at, right? You have to look at what commodity you're exchanging for and how it fares within other systems for you to be able to say, well, I want to exchange it for this thing, to be able to say it's actually worth what you're saying it's worth, right?
Also, I'd like to put
there's
this out.
well-known things.
Okay, one thing I'd like to say, Piero, I'm sorry I'm annoying the hell out of you right now with all the moderator shit that I'm doing. It's
No,
just,
that's fine.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay,
I don't plan to dominate. I would like to have you guys talk with each other as well about these things, but
You can make gold via fusion, Brandon. Your argument is invalid. That's what a bit of the universe said.
Yeah, that's not what I said. That's just
Yeah, that's what a bit of the universe said, right?
So why gold? Why
or
gold? Why
otherwise.
not platinum?
Why not silver? Silver tarnishes. Platinum is much less useful than gold, and it's much more difficult to work and more difficult to make use of. Yeah.
It's harder to make. It's harder, but that's one of the things that makes
Really,
it more
this is
valuable.
really-
when you make it into something.
We've already gone over why.
What about uranium?
We've already gone over why not, for example, oil or other things. The issue is.
No,
with
we
things
haven't.
like-
You were wrong about that.
No.
Because gold.
I said right that there wouldn't be enough gold to go around. I mean, oil to go around to.
And I asked you, why is there enough gold to go around? What a coincidence. How did that happen?
Because you end up having a massive gold reserve.
Not only that, but the value of gold goes up all the time.
Plus, gold is very valuable. Those two answers.
If there's not enough gold to go around, that means the price.
Okay, if the purpose of money is to solve the problem, the inefficiencies of barter, like having to carry your chickens all over, if it is, it doesn't matter whether you think that right now while I'm saying what I'm saying. If that is, which is what I believe it is, then anything that solves that, like a giant computer where you can type in, hey, I have 40 hours a week of computer programming, and I want a bunch of groceries, and the complicated thing was done, and the computer could put me in touch with all of that, that would be good enough. That would be harder to do than just having a currency backed by something of value. And then when there's shortages, you have a real reserve of useful things that are in. We don't need to waste Fort Knox on gold, guarding gold. We should be guarding our oil.
The purpose of a currency is to store wealth, not for anything else, just to store wealth. Now, to get that.
I disagree. I believe it is to
I
enable
agree
the
with
economy.
Well,
Yeah, but you can. Yeah, but
Brandon here, but
yeah, but gold is used for more things than just storing wealth, though. Technically.
Kind of irrelevant. But
I mean, no.
you're correct,
Yeah, I
but
don't
it's
think
a bit irrelevant to the conversation.
helium
I
would-
mean, it's granted it's irrelevant, but like Piero does have a point in
Well.
that it can be used for more things.
So you
I
guys are
agree
just
with
saying
Piero.
that. But wait
I
a second.
agree.
Let's forget the oil. You say that gold is some fundamental value thing. Why not platinum? Do you agree with Brandon? Because it's harder to make into jewelry. It's harder. It's not as soft as metal.
No,
Soft is good.
I disagree. I don't know enough about platinum to say for sure that you end up having enough platinum to exchange out there.
Enough.
But
I don't understand why you think.
because you have to. Okay.
There was enough gold way back in the Little Kingdoms, and then there was enough gold when we didn't have as much gold in Fort Knox as we have now, and there was enough gold because if the gold represents everything of value, then that's that.
I'm not saying it represents.
Penny is a
value.
certain amount of gold, and the price of things is however much. It doesn't matter. It's just an arbitrary token. You have X amount of it, and you split all the currency up into 1 million bits, just like that stock example, and now you own that amount of it.
Right, but what we're debating is what you want to split it up into. I agree with you that you can split it up into oil. What I'm saying is splitting it up into oil is a bad idea.
We are right. So that's why I was asking you, why is this gold fixation that gold is somehow worth hoarding when in a crisis, say somebody attacks us, it's of no use.
I'm not saying it's worth hoarding. I never said it was worth hoarding.
You did. You said we're going to have a big giant pile of it, and that's why there's enough.
No,
and I'm like, we're going to have enough oil until
Wait.
Hold up.
Make his point. Clarify yourself, Ashley.
Yeah, okay, so there is a big difference in if we should have oil as our backing and if we should have gold as our backing and if gold is a backing. Right, these two concepts are completely different, and
so let's stop talking about the oil, because I never actually wanted to do it with oil. I want a commodity
I corrected
fund.
Myself.
A mutual fund of commodities. So let's forget that, and let's talk about why gold is the one, because we don't use gold now. Fine, I'm not incorrecting you. I'm saying okay. I'm not incorrecting you. I'm trying to put it on a track that maybe you'll agree with. If not, we don't have to. That okay, it's not on the gold standard anymore right now. It's on this debt kind of standard with bonds and backed in this weird way that is a gimmick. Most people agree now. It's our system. It shouldn't stay how it is now. But why back to the gold standard?
Why?
I'm
saying, okay, so what I'm saying, well, I've already answered this. Do you want to?
You keep saying it is. You told me I wouldn't admit that we're on the gold standard now, and you went through the same thing with Brandon, and I disagree with both you guys. We're not on the gold standard.
Okay, what reason did I give?
We are not on the gold standard, yes or no? Are we? Let's try to get on the same page here.
Okay, hold on. Let's phrase each other's arguments for each other so that we'll have an understanding of what we're talking about here. What do you think he said, Piro? Like, what is his argument?
I want to know A or B. I say we're not on a gold standard now. You said that it was crazy. I wouldn't admit we really were.
Okay, well, but you're being asked to phrase my argument.
So what is he saying to you, Piro? Like, what does it sound like to you?
I've just told you, I don't get a clear reason why it should be gold instead of platinum, instead of copper, instead of why a metal. I don't understand. They're just commodities as well, all with certain uses.
Okay, so
you're avoiding what people are asking you.
Wait, no. I think he doesn't
avoiding
understand.
Shit. You have to explain yourself. I'm not claiming to understand what you're saying. It makes no sense.
He doesn't understand your argument, is what he said.
What argument? All you've said, you don't want oil for various reasons.
Can I say?
Yeah, go ahead, Brent.
Why not platinum? I don't know the answer to that. Your answer to that, I don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Brent.
Saying we want to go to the gold standard doesn't necessarily mean everybody will always use gold for everything. What it necessarily means is no more paper money. Governments can't print money anymore. They have to obtain gold and spend gold. That's all it means.
Okay, so
I'm not that fond of gold mines. They're very environmentally disastrous.
Okay, vastly, like, Frey, what do you think Piro's saying?
Oh, what do I think Piro's saying?
Yeah, what do you think he's saying?
A lot of things, but from what I've gathered, Piro thinks that it's reasonable to exchange what currency if we had to, right? It would be reasonable to exchange our current currency for different forms of commodities that we consider to be reasonable to exchange with, like possibly platinum or otherwise. And
is that what you're saying?
Yes, all metals, wheat, anything that was a highly traded commodity would be eligible for this. Or even any commodity if you wanted to. You do it on the whole commodity market. It's like a mutual fund.
Get a bit of the universe to come into the damn call. So, like...
And that way, if you have a bad year in wheat and a good year in oil, it averages out, and you have a stable backing.
Now Piro's argument, right? I mean, it doesn't really address if these commodities would be better or worse to have than that of your gold backing. And we can discuss that, but I keep bringing up 2 points. Actually, I think Brandon was one of the people that ended up mentioning one of the points. But that for gold, and that's that there is a lot of it, and B, it's worth a lot in comparison to the rest of the world. And that's why you would choose gold over other things.
This is the thing. Okay, we abandoned the gold standard. We're all allowed to try to research and see if we accept why they did that. But I don't have to say why we should abandon the gold standard, right? And not really why it's not my preference. I said why it was not my preference. I don't want to promote big gold mines for no good reason. I'd like to do exactly the amount of gold mines we need to get gold, just like we do with lithium and copper for the gold we want to use. Not just because it's inherently useful, so we're going to strip mine for gold. I don't want to do that. Okay, that's clear enough, right? It motivates going and getting gold that we don't really need, which is kind of a stupid reason to destroy the environment. I'm okay. Maybe we need to go frack and get oil because at least we actually need that.
Okay. Brandon, wait, Brandon trying to say something. Go ahead, Brandon.
Say we don't really need it. Just imagine that we all of a sudden discovered an enormous mountain made of gold and everybody could have 100 pounds of gold. The price of electronics would go down and the reliability of electronics would go up because gold would be so cheap we would use it everywhere. We would coat all of our electronics in our cars with it and rust would never be a problem. Corrosion would never cause any electrical issues ever again. I mean, gold is so valuable, but there's not enough of it. We can't afford to put it everywhere in our electronics. So you say there's no need for it? If we had 1,000,000 times as much gold as we have now, we would use it. We would find uses. Very useful, very useful.
Well, we should be using it right now and not keeping it in its raw form, unused.
Okay.
That's fine, but that's not so.
Okay.
You at least understand that I'm arguing you should not have a currency based on something that lasts forever. It should be on something that gets used because I disagree with you guys. The purpose of currency is to enable economy. It's to make it so you can have a market.
There seems to be this misunderstanding, though, between us, where you're discussing, right, what would be the best thing to base your currency off of.
Because we all agree we don't like it currently, right? We all agree. I'm trying to get on the same page. Sorry to interrupt, but could we agree with that? Is that right? We don't like the current fiat currency, none of us, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that, and that's like, I don't have to pretend we're on the gold standard. You have to say why we should go back to it. You've made your argument. I don't buy that. And I have this alternate thing about commodities.
I'm not arguing we should go back to it.
I could imagine going to a government-backed Bitcoin. I could imagine going to something, sophisticated and mathematical, but not in my lifetime, because that would be too confusing.
That's not the argument.
Can you imagine freedom, Piero? What if we just said people can...
What's not an argument? Did I say it was an argument? I was saying there's a lot of options, actually. We've just described 2 of them. We both understand...
Okay, there's a lot of...
For people to trade in what they fit to trade in. Now, why is that not an option?
Okay, Brandon, after you go...
Why do you think we left it? Why did we left the gold standard?
So the government could strangle the economy and have control of our money supply.
Oh, God.
That's why. Now they control our money supply. And they inflate the money, which makes us spend it. They've got control of what we do with our money. They make us spend it more and faster. And they think that's good, and it's not good for the economy. It's bad for the economy, but they think it's good for the economy. So they inflate the money so we will spend our money. Because they think if we don't spend our money, it'll all sit in the banks and be useless.
Right. So in the Depression, they weren't locked to this gold amount, and it was basically easier to borrow.
Yeah, they panicked and they nationalized gold. And from 1932 on, if you were in possession of gold, you could go to jail.
Basically, it allowed the government to borrow however much money they wanted. And they would just take the hit in the weakening of the dollar, possibly. But they could take that hit. They didn't have to go to a bank necessarily, though. In the end, they really did, because it works through the mechanisms of the bonds and whatnot, and the Fed. But the idea is they could decide themselves. Anytime they want to borrow money, they can, right up into the bankruptcy of the United States is the only thing that would stop it. But there's things that slow it, like if your bond ratings start to drop. So there's things that will slow it. But basically, that's why they did it. But most economists would, I think, probably agree that's how we got out of the Great Depression, so that we could invest those millions of dollars, which did, by the way, go to millionaires. They got the $1 million contracts that the government got to spend to rebuild the infrastructure of America and repair our economy.
Okay, like, alright, so Vasely's gonna go now.
I gotta go for a sec, though, so
Alright,
nothing personal.
no problem.
Alright,
I guess we can,
I don't mean leave permanently. But
Okay,
it's 5 minutes. I'm gonna, not even 5 minutes, I'm gonna smoke this cigarette I didn't finish.
Alright, Jane can,
I don't smoke inside my house.
no problem. Jane can, read out everything that A Bit of the Universe said, I guess. Jane. You, Duck.
What?
Read out the shit the mother...
Alright.
Read out the shit A Bit of the Universe is saying.
Shit, I don't know what I haven't read out so far because there's so much of it I posted.
Alright, copper, let me see, gold is the standard, was it? It was the standard, that right there. Because I think these were directed at Brandon anyway, so, like, Piero doesn't have to be here for
gold
this.
is the standard because it was the first standard of the people who used their knowledge of metallurgy to make weapons and dominate the world around them. Copper Age, Iron Age, the Golden Age, there are reasons these ages are named after metals because the people who used metal over wood and stone killed their opponents more efficiently. If it can be used up, then it must be needed to be made. To keep the gold standard, we need to make it via fusion reactors, and they need...
Not true. Not true.
Really?
Why do we have to make gold? Why can't we just use the supply that is available in the world?
That's loud.
I don't really get what is being said. I mean, you don't have to continually make more of it. It's like you can divide what you have.
Yeah, it's called deflation. So,
Okay, where's
gold is currently X, and next year it'll be X plus all the new factories. So it'll be even the value, your gold, smaller and smaller bits will buy you the same amount of the economy.
If it can...
You have an incentive to save your gold.
Which I think that right there is where me and you disagree, but we can get into that at another time.
Well, you don't think there's an incentive to save gold?
Oh, no, not that specifically, but the idea that, like, if you exchange for gold, then gold's gonna, like, stay consistent.
Okay.
I don't propose any system. You and Hero can argue about which system. I propose only freedom. And I know what would happen if we had a system of freedom. Gold would be the de facto currency, and people would trade in all kinds of things. They would trade in commodities, and they would trade in stocks, just the way Piero's talking about. But they would trade in on a background of how you evaluate them against gold. That's just how it would work. I don't dictate that. That's just the world we live in. And we can either face that, or we can try to ignore it the way the government tries to.
And isn't it pretty much gold because gold was discovered when we were ancient primitive creatures? Yeah, it could be uranium. It could
Of
be
course
any,
it could
any,
be uranium,
it could be
but it's not
stainless
uranium.
steel. Why not stainless steel?
It could be stainless steel, but it's not stainless steel.
Gold
It's not. It's not gold either. That's what I keep telling you. You act like, oh, it's gold, it's gold. Well, we went off the gold standard, and we can do fiat currency, and it's fiat currency right now. Remember, it's not gold. We're discussing what to move it to, that we both agree the current system is a gimmick, and we're being scammed, right? And we want to fix that, and you're not into oil, okay? You're not into the commodities. I said there's some other options. You haven't gotten me into gold, but stop saying it is gold.
All right, Brandon.
Of course it's gold you'd go back to.
Okay, Vaseline, then
Why
Brandon's
is it?
gonna
Of course it's Christ you'd go back to. If you have a religion, if you go to religion, of course you go back to Christ. No. You could go on to Buddha. You could go on to...
okay, wait. Okay, wait, Piero, you got...
Well, how dare you say, of course we go back to gold?
I said of course we should go back to gold, if nothing else.
Well, not every... You said we would. And that, in some sense, that means we
thought I
still
said
are.
We should, but okay,
we're not on
whatever.
the gold standard now. You're predicting we might go back to it.
No,
I think,
okay. If I said that, I misspoke. I meant to say we
okay,
should,
Vastly
not we
and-
would.
Okay, wait,
Okay.
Kara, Vastly, and then Brandon's gonna go, because Brandon never...
go into a thorium-based economy.
Alright. Alright, go ahead, Vastly.
So, if okay, so to be clear, of one thing that hasn't really come up, I think that if we script this, basically got rid of paper money, right? Gold would be the best option for the two reasons I've listed.
Okay.
I think like 5 times now. So like,
Okay. So if that ever happens, we'll go right back to gold. That would have to be
I'm not
some sort
saying
of
we
catastrophe.
would. I'm saying we should.
Well, it's never going to happen. We're not going to just burn all our money.
That's
Okay.
irrelevant. We're discussing what we should do, not what would happen.
Okay, and
We
Brandon's
should not go back to gold, and we
Okay,
will not.
well, you'd have to present a refutation to the things that have been
No,
presented.
I wouldn't. We're not on gold now.
Alright, Brandon's
Well, being on gold now and if we should go back to gold are two entirely different arguments.
Okay, wait, Brandon.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, Brandon,
Okay,
say
then
something, please.
saying
Yeah,
that we're not
Vastly,
on
hold
gold
on.
now is irrelevant.
Hold on, Brandon is gonna go because it's
Right
his.
now, the value of our money, what we call the dollar, is not stable. It goes down and down and down every single year. And we do not have the same experience with gold. The value stays even. We are on a gold standard, like it or not.
Well, then we don't have to worry about it. You like fiat currency because it's actually the gold standard.
No, and it makes it very, very difficult for me. I have to convert all my money into gold all the time.
Okay, so you want it both ways. You're asking that we just keep things the way they are so that you don't have to defend changing to a different system than we have. But also, you want to change the current system. So I only have to. The real argument for me is normally I have to argue why fiat currency isn't a good idea. But a lot of people finally agree with me.
Okay, now Brandon.
You've got to have some big system imposed. Why can't you just have freedom and let people do what they want?
How is making people back their money by gold?
I'm not going to make them back money by gold. I'm going to stop the government from printing money. That's all I'm going to do.
We just have to use chickens or whatever we want, including gold.
In the 1800s, we used the dollar, and banks printed.
Right. Yeah, you know those people in South Dakota? They were just tons of gold was changing hands.
Yeah, they used gold.
Yeah, because they were fucking gold miners.
Yeah. Well, the banks all backed their dollars with gold.
And what a waste of effort that all was. They had no use for gold other than jewelry, and there were hundreds of hard-working men up there. They should have been making a fucking railroad or some Reardon steel or something.
We had a fantastic economy that grew by leaps and bounds, and we needed that money to facilitate trade.
Facilitate trade.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how do you think... Okay.
That's what I said money was for. You remember back to that part of the conversation?
Storing wealth.
And you're like, it's not for that.
Okay,
it's storing wealth.
Let's not
totally
be
different.
Let's not be dicks.
It's for storing wealth.
I don't know, Pyro, you're being like really rude tonight.
That's not a dick. You
Yeah, you
guys are
kinda
telling
are.
me, no, you guys were making fun of me for saying that it was for trading and you're just for storing, which I consider very similar ways of putting, two different ways of putting the same thing, and then you're right back to that. I get to point that out when you
I
contradict
never made
yourself.
fun of you for
Not
that.
me being an
because
ass.
I never made fun of you for that.
Okay, there was a misunderstanding.
Point out, I'm not hurt because you made fun of me. I'm saying I get to point out contradictions. between what
Yeah,
you
but
said.
you're doing it in a really, really demeaning way. But
Okay,
Okay, well, I'm sorry then.
Okay, my bad then, Pira. I thought you were being dickish, but apparently it was just some
Well, a lot of
miscommunication.
people think I am when I don't think I am, but I could see there might be truth to both sides of that. I mean, I could be being dickish because, for example, we should be able to get on the same page about whether there is or isn't a gold standard. And saying there is one, in essence, to me, is just like the Christians that say, you really do believe in God, you just don't know it kind of a thing. No, there isn't a gold standard. We used to have one. There's a difference between the gold standard, what we're doing now, and I know you agree with me because you don't like the way we're doing it now, and you like the gold standard, therefore you know we're not on the gold standard, but for some reason you don't want to admit it.
Well, you know what a de facto
Now, you admitted it, but Brandon still didn't.
You know what a de facto is? If we're on a de facto gold standard, that's a gold standard by the fact that isn't, readily apparent or whatever. De facto.
Also,
Right,
well,
because your point is you can trade in anything, including fiat currency, and it's actually backed by gold. That's kind of what you're saying.
it is in part backed by gold.
I'm
Well,
simply saying that
And
gold,
backed by all of our gross domestic product.
the value of gold doesn't fluctuate. It remains steady over time. That's all I'm saying.
The value of the dollar is actually supported by the ability of the United States government to be wealthy enough to keep paying off its debts or interest on the debts. That is why. And if it, for political reasons, it dissolved or any other reason that was not believed in anymore, like a revolution, then its credit would go to hell, and internationally its currency would become shit all, and that would matter in today's economy. It's really based on the general wealth of the United States and our ability to have powerful government and to keep buying things and trading things. That's what it's really based on.
So I guess my reason for disagreement here is that the reason why we say it's at least in part based off of gold, right, is not for a matter of if what or what you're capable of exchanging it for, but as to why it is worth as much as it is. Its value is valuable because we've set up a system and where we say gold is equivalent to X money in this form of way, and that is what ends up developing this system where you have one thing backed off of another, not what you're capable of exchanging one thing in for another.
It has been 80 years since we had that set up. Okay?
But it still plays an effect with...
No, just in your mind.
Okay, so you're saying that gold is not simply valuable.
It's valued for the same reason a lot of diamonds are valued.
No.
There's a market for them.
No, it's not.
And there's especially good market because people really love gold. They just have this feeling that it's so real.
Well,
it gives them a good
and
feeling.
Because it's worth a lot.
Alright, be right back.
You have no water.
The reason why people feel that way is because it's in
A
part
lot of
worth
things
a
are
lot.
worth a lot.
Yes,
AT&T
but the
stock
things
is
that
worth
are
a lot.
normally worth a lot are things that are valuable in more than
Are valuable. Look, they're things that people value.
The ways in which
air is valuable and people won't pay much for it. It has to do with supply and demand, and people have to value the thing, and they have to pay for it.
How is hair that valuable?
How is what?
How is hair that valuable?
Air, I said.
Air.
Wait, what did he say? Oh, air.
You need it a lot,
air
but nobody will pay for it. Nobody will pay for it. So whatever people will pay
because you can.
So you need it to live, but people won't pay for it.
That doesn't make any sense.
Hello, people have valued gold for tens of thousands of years. So I think human beings like gold just like they like certain foods. And saffron's really expensive, but I don't really care for it.
It's a way to store wealth.
Of course, yeah, but currently
Vanilla's
the way in
pretty
which
expensive. Things people want.
You can't store wealth in grain because the grain might mold. You can't store it in iron because the iron...
Well, I think the commodity traders disagree with you.
Well,
outside of like necklaces and things like that, it's not like people
their wealth in that. They don't store their wealth in commodities. They trade in commodities. It's very different. Gold money is a storage of wealth, not a trading. You can trade in all kinds of things, but what do you do when you want to store your wealth? You get gold.
Yeah, but I agree that it has a good purpose. So does silver and a lot of things. You can also get a lot of non-perishable things, right? And like you're saying, you can trade with anything, including gold. People will probably keep wanting gold, but that doesn't mean that's not equivalent to our currency being on a gold standard. That's a different debate, as you also pointed out.
Not everybody wants gold.
Okay, first off, I
have no interest in gold, and I think strip mining for it is ridiculous.
So much, I disagree entirely. This idea that people are like really,
from the
really
West,
value
where
gold.
they just raped so many strip mines and things, it's ridiculous for a bunch of gold that we don't even use. We've just been piling up for centuries.
Well, there's some people who get their hands...
What could possibly be stupider than digging out a metal that you're not going to use?
that people get it and they immediately spend it. So other people must want it, so there must be uses for it. And there are. What do you know? Electronics has many, many uses for gold. There are
Right, but it's overpriced because of all this gold fever that the
way to
have.
No, it's a good way to store wealth. There's no gold fever about it. People need to store wealth, and it serves.
Yeah, everything is, but I don't want to go in together on our common currency and use that particular storage. You can buy gold if you want and put it under your bed, just like you could buy copper or silver.
Wait, why do we have to have a common currency?
We don't.
Okay, well then let's give up on it and just have freedom. And if we did, then people would use gold as the standard because they have, because they do, because it's valuable, because it's inert. It's chemically inert.
People would do, yeah, of course, they're going to go back to something that nobody in the whole world's going back to after 80 years. Good prediction. Fine. Could we move on to something else that might happen?
Pyro, do you not think that
its value never goes down, then how is it the case that people don't value it anymore? You're being ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't really
I didn't say people don't value it. I said I don't value it. People obviously value it, a lot per ounce.
Yeah.
Okay, when you say that the price of gold is worth more than
I don't
what
see
it's
any
worth.
reason I have to take seriously that we're going to go back to it.
No, well, that's
80
that
years
doesn't
ago.
answer my question.
80 years ago, and people are holding out, and Jesus is supposed to return again
You're
a
not
third time,
answering
for
the
all I
question.
know.
Pyro, you're just talking
Okay,
about
what's
entirely
the
different.
question?
The question is, do you think gold would be worth as much as it is, or do you think that gold is as worth as much as it is able to give in return? In other words, outside of storage, of course. And what I mean is, if you didn't have long ago, right, gold, we build how our system is built off of gold, right? If that didn't happen, do you think that today you would have gold be priced as much as it is?
Well, dude, as far as it looks like to me, that gold is valued way back into the pre-agricultural times. So human beings really like gold. And to your answer, partly to your answer, I guess, yeah, I think it's become a symbol of wealth. Maybe it's wired into us for some reason. Who knows? But it is a symbol of wealth. People like Trump want to be all gold plate, or solid gold, everything. So yeah, I think it's worth. It's an overinflated price. It's a tulip price.
Okay.
It should really be worth what it's worth just in jewelry. Fair enough. People like jewelry. I like mother of pearl. Things have value in jewelry, supply and demand, and electronics. And I think that it's not at that price. It's at this price where the whole of the world has gold fever and has for thousands of years.
Yeah, but that's part of what drives me saying that, at least in part, we have a gold standard.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I'm saying this in the first place, is because this sort of value, like unreasonable value that we assert to something that really doesn't have value, right? This causes
the same fact that we have theistic culture still, too. We have theistic culture. It's not as theistic as it used to be, but it's still theistic. We might still have a gold centered in our hearts or minds. It means wealth to us, and that's still true. But I don't think we're going to go back 80 years. It's going to continue to be this fantasy that gold is more valuable than what you can do with it. Doesn't make sense.
Well,
Things are exactly as valuable as to what you can do with them.
I'm not saying that gold is more. I guess I kind of am. I guess I am saying that gold is more valuable than what you can do with it. This is kind of true because
it has an inherent value, basically.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean that's kind of what drives the idea that, at least to an extent, you have your current money based off of gold. I mean, not entirely. Obviously, there's, with the product of credit and otherwise, you end up having things change. But
the amount of money and gold are totally unlinked now. So you're arguing that there's a gold standard in the heart of mankind's heart, fine, but our actual economic system's been divorced from that for quite a while. So it's just, and I do not think it's coming back. All right, and you can think it's coming
Well,
back,
I don't think
but
it's going. I'm not saying it's coming back. That was never my argument. My argument was that if we ended up stripping away money and we had to go to a commodity, gold would be a reasonable commodity to go back to.
But
because of this inherent
our
nature
current
of
economic
gold.
system is not compatible with having that kind of a fixed commodity anymore. Right? It's not compatible with that. It's not possible to replace it in that inverse direction without a huge, disruption to the world economy that people aren't going to do. So if you want to think realistically, I think, then we have to, or, I want to think realistically, I'm trying to, and I think what that is that we would have a migration. And it could be an unwilling migration like the Bitcoiners would like to think. Bitcoin takes over, gets valuable and valuable until it seems more safe to have money in Bitcoin than in the dollar, because they finally get to the point where, they're about to go bankrupt and the dollar's value keeps falling and falling and stuff, right? And
Well,
you
I
get,
mean,
and
that
that,
might
and
be
so
a
they hide their money in gold is one of the places. Well, they might hide it in Bitcoin or in oil dollars or in American Express or whatever. There might be a new thing, and it could just be organically we adopt the new currency. My main point of prediction is that I like the commodity idea, but who knows? We'd have to get some mathematicians. What I really believe is pretty abstract. We will use a mathematical instrument, you know what I mean? Like a mathematical statistical trick that they use, just like they use to figure out stock markets and mutual funds and how to run these things. There's math to that about combining these things' values and getting out real value in the end.
No, I get that, but do you
So
understand why
something
earlier
like
I
that,
was saying
including
that's not a smart
Bitcoin, where
idea?
it's not clear where the value comes from. Maybe it'll be just imaginary as Bitcoin.
All right, what were you saying? What were you saying, Vasily?
Well, I was wondering if, he was okay, I could potentially understand the Bitcoin argument because it's electronic based, and then you can actually kind of reasonably work things out. But other than per se your Bitcoin example, other things like oil, or I don't know, teddy bears. Teddy bears aren't really worth much, but commodities, right?
Well, it could be anything. It should
it
not
could be anything, right? These sorts of
It has
things.
to be something that's really in demand, though.
Right, but do you get how these sorts of things aren't really reasonable things to exchange for? Like if you
because I don't think you're getting how I think of this. The commodity market is like a Bitcoiny thing. It's a bunch of math in a computer. All the commodities are at the oil refinery. They're wherever they need to get next, the store. While they're in the whole wholesale area and stuff, they considered commodities and get bought and sold like that. And it's done. You can't do it without a sophisticated market. An instantaneous market, a live market, like a modern market that also has computers behind it.
Right, but okay, so for example, right, if we were to go with the oil example or something else, the thing is about these sorts of things is if we exchange it for that, we're taking the risk of having its value potentially just plummet given any form of economical situation that would occur.
That's the point of having it be like a mutual fund of the top 50 demanded things, so that if you have a bad year with wheat, and you have a good year with copper, and a bad year with gold mining, and a good year with oil, it tends to balance out, right? That's the purpose of a mutual fund approach to things, is you mix your risk and you average it out.
Yeah, but
and unless the whole
that seems
economy
a lot more
gets
risky
hit,
than just going off of something that it has a value.
dude, we had the greatest depression ever on the gold standard. That's why they got off the gold standard, because they figured, that contributed to it. So you could disagree with that, but that's kind of the reason they got off it, was because it actually helped contribute to the inability to have the flexibility to react to the stock market crash, right? So the depression happened. So I like my idea where gold still has a point. It's a commodity. But it's not the kind of commodity, because we have this special thing and we've hoarded it up. We don't treat it like wheat and oil and stuff. It doesn't seem consumable, but it is consumable. I would like to see it used in electronics. Always been sort of a pet peeve. But, people do use it in gold, and I've liked gold jewelry, and that's a real demand. And the same thing with diamonds. But come on, we know that diamonds have been a controlled market, and it's because it's bling. And then the diamonds, industrial diamonds, I'll tell you one thing, side note, spiritual materialism, side note. It is kind of interesting that human beings have loved diamonds and loved gold, and it turns out to have like, oh, it's the best superconductor. I mean, they have really weird properties. Diamond is useful industrially, right? And I always hated that diamond was overexpensive for being used in industrial processes. But of course, they pretty much got artificial diamonds where that's covered. You know, they only need little tiny ones to make, you know, sandpaper that can sand away rock and shit. So, but they're artificially high because of they represent wealth.
Yeah, which is
the Gucci effect.
Yeah, so there's gold.
Even though I hate bad-mouthing gold like this because as a metal, you know, aesthetically and everything, I do love it. It's beautiful. I mean, an incredible color and stuff. But I also value water, and I just feel like, wow, there's so much of this shit we don't really realize is pretty fucking amazing. So, I mean, I don't have a thing against gold. I have a thing against setting it aside as the arbitrary.
No, I don't think it would necessarily be a good thing to do that forever.
You know, I feel like I'm making a compromise. Like, I'm saying, hey, let's add other things to gold. Let's put everything in there.
Para, hold on for a second. Vastly, what were you saying?
Just that. What was I saying?
Sorry.
Right. That exchanging your commodities, in terms for your dollar, right? I mean, obviously that's a way of doing it. Gold's another way of doing it, but I don't think either case are really a reasonable scenario. So I mean, like what I'm arguing isn't that. It's more so like what thing would work better in terms of if we ended up having to exchange one for another, and in a way, I can see what you're saying. In another way, even if you had it split up between 50 different commodities, all of this still relies on those commodities not massively fluctuating in price. Like, there's clear issues, I think, that you can see with having it based off of even, like, 50 commodities.
Well, you know what rich people do? Like, when they're rich people in some country and the socialists are taking over, or they're scared, or maybe somebody's trashed their economy, they will abandon their own currency, right? And they will sell their currency and buy, like, American currency. Why? Because the inflation is so high that they're just trying to hold on to their money and lose it slower with the, well, that can happen with the Bitcoin. So you can imagine. I
already admitted that the Bitcoin isn't necessarily a bad scenario.
No, but I'm saying even if it was something besides Bitcoin, even if it was oil dollars or American Express started a fund, you know, maybe a company comes along and says, we have a fund in commodities, and here's, you use it like dollars. And
well, no, I think,
you know,
I think
it doesn't matter what it is.
Wait, hold on.
My point is how I'm just making a little sci-fi prediction of how this transfer, whatever it's going to be to, however it's going to happen, is the people with money are going to panic that what their money's in, the dollar, is really bad. It's got 60% inflation, and before they lose too much, they're going to try to buy. Before it loses all its value, they're going to try to buy something that has value. It could be gold. Traditionally, gold is one of the things. But I think to replace the currency, it's going to be Bitcoin or commodity coin or American Express coin, or, you know, or a barter, Google barter thing where nobody pays things because you just go on Amazon and say, I got a, you know, my labor, and it somehow goes in the labor thing and some mathematical trick makes it happen. But my point is, you know how the dollar is predicted to eventually fall, right? We can't build up the debt forever.
Yeah.
If it actually gets to that point, people jump to the other candidates. So the candidates that are out there now, they're among the candidates of what they'll jump to.
Yeah, I
Euros,
think switching
whatever.
over to another coin is not a bad idea. But I think there's obviously a huge difference in switching over to that to something that's like some form of commodity, something which is directly dependent on its usefulness to be able to produce things. You know what I mean? Because if you switch it over to the example that's been mentioned a million times now, oil, if, for example, you switch it over to oil and oil ends up dropping in price because you end up having something exchange what oil's useful for, then what ends up happening is what you've based your currency off of then plummets.
But what if the price of gold goes down?
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? That's the
other
thing.
countries can discover gold in South Africa and cause it.
The reason why gold hasn't been going down is because a lot of places view it as useful for comparing it towards other money, right? That's
So a
the
lot
reason
of
why you
people
don't have it
consider
go
it a
down.
hedge against. A lot of people have traditionally considered it a hedge against chaos.
Yeah, which is kind of the reason why, in part, it's
part of the chaos
it's a
monger
standard.
world. The chaos monger worldview is pro gold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that that the world running like this is necessarily a good thing.
I'm saying
it's kind of the way it is, and it kind of makes gold this semi standardistic system across the board because it has value outside of its usefulness to produce things.
Yeah, but based on an illusion that I don't value. It's just like, I think there is a religious parallel here. The Catholic Church had value of standardizing the norms and enabling trade across great regions. You know what I mean? Yeah, it has served a good purpose, but it's fundamentally... okay, I don't even want to say that again. I disagree. The part of the point of these conversations has to just get to, okay, now we understand some fundamental point we're disagreeing on. I do not want to base my currency on a fixed amount. I want to base it on whatever can make barter, essentially at the bottom, barter efficient, right? You can't carry around all your horses and pigs, so we need some medium of value to store value. I agree with that, but not to store it forever. It's specifically stored in a form to make it easy to trade, because if you're going to store it forever, you could just put it in your house, and for that I'm not going to disagree. Gold and silver and uranium, metals, even scrap metal, things that are going to last 1,000 years and be reusable, including gold, even if it is just the value of people think of it as wealth, whatever the value is from, those are perfectly good ways to kind of store value that you don't want to, decay. That's fine. But the basis of what we're trying to do is anything really just to make trade easy. It's very...
but isn't kind of what's going on here is more so, like, for what you're saying to work, like, you don't want gold to have this sort of value. This would have to be something that's like more universal than like what one country decides to do in terms of how they trade doesn't affect in any large way the price of gold. Well, depending on the country, of course, but...
Well, look, I disagree that that's a very big factor, except for, of course, the international ramifications. We should take that into account, which is one reason I think we aren't going to have some kind of, like, movement to replace it. It's going to be, like, you guys could invent the, I don't know what you want to call yourself, call it the Galt dollar, and you get gold, and for a fee people can use your currency, so you get your fees to pay for this, and you have gold standard money, and when the dollar finally hits its crisis point, people can buy your dollars and basically get gold, but have something, that they can use and come down and get, and you can compete in the free market of currencies, because that's the part where I do agree. I think really we need to open up currencies to being related to all kinds of valuable goods. The part I like is that it should be related to a real good, ideally the good it's meant to buy.
Yeah, but the only way for that to work is if it works on a universal system. Like you can't. That only works, right? Like if.
But what do you mean?
The
entire
about world
Bitcoin,
starts considering gold to only be worth what it's worth, or in other words, what it's able to do for them.
Well, no. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. It's just like Bitcoin. I mean, it's done a lot, and a lot of people aren't trading in that area at all. but it's almost legitimized in the sense it's been traded for real stuff, not just other bitcoins and not just for dollars. And so
Yeah,
it doesn't
no,
need to have everybody doing it. And if it continues to be stable and the dollar starts to tank, people will move their money into it.
Yeah, no, I know, but if you're
the
saying that
currency
you
will
don't
move.
want people to have gold be at these unreasonable prices, right?
Yeah,
where
but it's not like
actually
a
worth
goal
what
of mine to undermine the price of gold. I'm fine with it. I mean, ultimately I admit that, hey, if people like gold that much just because it's shiny, fine. You know, that's fine. I personally do
just
wish
like
it could be.
gold that much.
It's always been a pet peeve that it should be used in electronics. And it's too
Well, I
expensive.
don't think it's worth simply that much, simply because it's shiny. There's, in part, gold's wealth comes from like people going out and searching for gold because a few individuals
That's just
found
like
it
when
shiny.
there was the tulip craze, right? And tulips got worth a lot of money. Yeah, things can be worth a lot of money because people just love them. And if they just love it for thousands of years, I admit that kind of adds up to they're probably going to keep loving it. So maybe that is the best bet. But I personally see it as a psychological love that not all people have. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not on that. I do get it, you know.
I wouldn't say that necessarily like gold having like people valuing gold at some sort of price that doesn't really relate to its use is necessarily a good thing. It's just kind of
Well,
the way
why
it
does
works.
the price of gold go up and down with, like, you know, it's skyrocketed when we had the crisis of, you know, the Iranian hostage crisis? It wasn't the amount of supply and demand, the same amount of gold. Why? It was just because people feel like it's secure. And a lot of people lost money then because it didn't keep going up. That's one of the times when it fell off the cliff and went back down, when the world didn't end. So.
I mean, obviously, gold's not always perfectly like I don't know how to put it, but it doesn't always go up, right? But I mean, in large part, it does.
See, the way I see it too is like if the government, if people's currency was basically like a gallon of oil, not that they ever expected it, just like a lot of people trade, you know, metals, and you know they're never going to get the metal. It's metal. They get a certificate that relates to some metal that's in some warehouse, and it does have to actually exist, but it never touches you. It goes on its own way to people that are going to use it or store it or whatever. Just keep trading it, right? So. I'm sure I was going somewhere with that. I never lose my train of thought if I go ahead and drink, but see, when I'm sober, it's too hard. I go too fast. That's why they call it self-medicating. But,
so
was I going
I guess
the commodity of the sill,
yeah.
or...
By the way, I don't think that have like transferring our money over to gold is a good idea. I don't know if you've like misunderstood that.
Oh, I know what I'm saying. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. No, you made that clear, and I see we're just exploring these ideas, and you have to be more, you know, pushing one side of the point. But wouldn't pin you into that kind of a final thing. But so what I was going to say, so I just like the idea that the dollar, I could go down and get something useful. I wouldn't expect to go down and get it, but if it's in a mutual fund of all the most important things that we need to survive when the shit hits the fan, then I get the feeling people get like, this dollar, I could go down to the U.S. Treasury and they'd give me my ounce of gold for it, or, you know, my gold cord, or my gold whatever, my doubloon. That would be $1 worth. And there's a feeling of this makes this piece of paper not just a piece of paper. It's kind of nice enough to be hard to counterfeit, but it's, you know, not worth really $1 itself. It represents that gold. I like the idea that it's mathematically representing commodities that are in the country, because it actually does mean that we have a storehouse of important commodities. If there's ice storms and hurricanes and we run out of gasoline, it actually means we've got that in our reserves, right? It's real stuff that when real disasters happen become important. When things going good, we eat and all of that and we use it, but we don't have to worry about it. But it's still the real value, as you see, when the shit hits the fan. So I like that. I get a feeling of this inexhaustible value that Cropper describes about gold, which is a true beautiful thing about gold. I've had gold and it looks the same every year, and it is pretty neat. I get that same feeling, though, out of this commodity thing, because I believe that the economy of the United States is going to keep going. And if oil isn't a commodity in 50 years, it's just because there's going to be some other energy, and it's going to keep going. And I'm good. I feel fine tying the value of my dollar to how well my nation does in terms of actual productivity of buying commodities, because they don't have to be produced in the United States. We could also be buying commodities from out of the country in the market. And that gives me a feeling of solidity, because I believe there's always going to be people in this country being productive. And that feels to me more strong than gold lust, which I overcame around 14. No, I'm from gold country. I used to go in the caves, and we found the quartz crystals, and there'll be gold on the side of it, and you find, flecks of gold are easy to find in the stream. And, I love gold, and it's fun to get, and, and I get that it'll always be valuable. I never deny that won't be zero value. That's obviously true.
Well, yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? But I just admit I have a different taste. I have this taste of where I am feeling, so I feel like we should base it all on our productivity and remember to be really productive. And that's
in a sense, you could already say, though, that, there's already a relationship between the dollar and commodities out there.
Well, yes.
That's not like something that.
Well, the thing about commodities is their value is always tracks each other and goes with the general state of the economy, except for the fact that since they're all peculiar, there can be a drought or there can be a disaster at the world's biggest gold mine. So then there'll be a little spike. But overall, the weird thing about commodities is, if they're being consumed, their desire is constant enough that they track the general up and down of the economy. If there's a lot of jobs, and they waffle right around whatever's going on in general prosperity, which is what you try. That's why the gold standard worked pretty good, and considering how long gold and silver were used for that, and then behind paper money, yes, it's good enough to provide it's a very good approximation, right? But so is the geocentric universe.
I have to wonder, what do you mean by standard?
What, the gold standard?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
In the gold standard, the idea is every dollar out there relates to a finite amount of gold in the U.S. gold reserve. And you could go down to your bank and get that specific amount of gold.
Okay, well then wouldn't you still agree that in a semi not
like a British pound sterling was a pound of sterling silver.
Right, but well then under your definition, then don't you still agree that in a sense we live in a semi-gold standard? Not entirely, but we still have a gold reserve that ends up having
I'm in a really abstract. I believe it's artificial. It's like you could consider anything the standard that way.
Well, yeah, you could consider anything the standard, but you could consider anything the standard
a lot of people,
even under the scenario you provided.
Right. So what's the difference? So what's the difference? Which one you choose? A lot of people say it's really water.
Okay, wait, Brandon.
That's not what I said.
All of the functions in your scenario, Piero, are now taken on by the market. Every dollar's worth a certain amount of gold, and you can go get that gold any day you want in the marketplace. So all of the functions you mentioned are current. So basically, the government privatized all that and said, now we print the dollar, and everybody has to trade using the dollar. But people can still go get their gold worth $1 any day at the market.
The problem is, it would work better if it was really a fixed amount, because the idea is it's fixed, and so the price of bread is because there's more or less bread, and you take one of the ways to game the system out, and you don't. Right. So the problem is
they tried to do a fixed amount, and people just hauled the wrong type of metal in. Whatever the government had fixed wrong, they hauled that type of metal in, gave it to the government, and got the other type of metal, and it screwed the system up. So you cannot set a price.
What screws the system up is that Hearst can go out and get hundreds and millions or thousands of tons of new gold. So it's not actually fixed.
That helps. That helps the system when we get more gold.
Oh, not really.
Yeah.
Well, but anyway, Pyro, I have to ask. Okay, so if that's what you're going with as what the gold standard is. Fine. But then how, according to your opposition to saying we have a semi-fixed like gold standard, then couldn't I apply your thing to when you're saying we did have a gold standard? For example, right, if we go back to when we had a gold standard, right, couldn't I say, well, we could relate this money to any other form of commodity out there? Still,
Right.
right? And so we really don't have a gold standard, right? See, this is why it's kind of coming off sounding more like semantics than really. Okay.
What? Dude, the gold standard is when Brandon just said it, that you have it relates to a certain amount of gold. You're just holding the paper because gold is heavy and because robbers might steal from you. And in the first days, you would actually, those certificates of gold were, you know, you had to sign back at the bank. So it was like safety from getting actually robbed, and yet you could. Right. And with your own ID to prove you really, you know, and so.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
So that's the gold standard that we've been talking about, because that's the idea. So back when we did have that standard in the U.S., then that was the standard that we had, and then when we stopped, we didn't anymore.
Okay, Vasily, what are you saying?
Well, I'm saying his opposition to this idea that we have a gold standard, like, I don't understand how that's not applicable, right? Even back when he says we had a gold standard, right? If we go back in time, right, where we have this gold standard, and we use Pyro's argument, which basically says, well, even though we can relate money, like 1-to-1 or whatever, with this gold here in our banks, right? Well, we could also do that to other commodities out there, and therefore we really don't have a gold standard. Like, doesn't your argument still apply there?
No, it doesn't make sense what you're saying, because we're using a standard, right? So some countries have fixed the value of their currency to the U.S. dollar, $1 to $1. We're just going to make it that way, and these can cause all kinds of side effects.
Sure.
Okay, kind of mathematical the kind of artifacts or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so when you had gold as the standard, the government is fixing, or not necessarily, because they can change the price of gold they pay. Right, but they're saying every dollar, you know, $35 for an ounce of gold, right? And that's the price. $35 will get you an ounce of gold, and it's fixed to that.
Yeah.
That is either going on or not, and it's not going on now. It's not fixed now. Gold can cost any value.
Well, sorta. I mean, obviously, there's still. The reason why I keep saying that it's still a semi-gold standard is because you ended up having this scenario where you had this 1-to-1 system that ended up kind of devolving over time, but you still kind of have the basis of what we put in, and then it sort of ended up devolving, so it's not some sort of scenario where it's 1-to-1 in any meaningful way. But that didn't really answer my question, because if what you're arguing here is that something that we can't have the gold standard now because you can base your money off of other commodities, if that's what you're arguing, well,
we could have the gold standard again. Possible.
No. But if your argument is we don't now have the gold standard because of that reason.
The gold standard means the price of gold is fixed, attached to the dollars. Every dollar is a particular fraction, an amount of gold.
Yes, which is
that's the gold standard, and we don't know. We do not have that situation. That's why the price of gold can go up and down in dollars.
Yeah, but not entirely.
Yeah, it could go up and down. Just what do you mean not entirely? It can entirely change.
What I mean is it's
was
not going to all of a sudden fluctuate for because we end up having gold reserves that represent a certain amount in relationship to the money we have.
In the long term, it doesn't go up or down, and millionaires know that they can't keep their money in gold unless they just want it to stay stable. They know it won't grow. The value will not grow if they put it in gold. Millionaires know that. Billionaires know that. So gold does not go up or down in value over the long haul.
Right. It does track the value of the economy, but I think that's because in people's mind they think of it as the value of the economy.
No,
Well, it doesn't matter, but simply that thought itself is what ends up driving this
why is it so?
semi-standard system.
Look, if it was really the true value of the economy, why does it react positively to chaos? It's worth more when things are threatened.
Yeah, because people want the stability and the safety.
Right. So that's why it's on a healthy negative feedback loop.
Well, what happened when they started
positivity or negativities?
When the government starts printing money, we know.
I meant like the result was negative, so I misspoke. I didn't mean literally a negative feedback loop.
Well,
I haven't thought it through. Is it negative or positive?
People know about fiat currencies and historically what happened in Germany and stuff, so it does scare them. So when there's instability, they buy gold.
The actual feedback loop in gold is fine, right? It goes up and then it has to go down because it tracks the value of economy, like you're saying. So, yes, it is, but I think it's negative in the sense that, in this whole conversation, obviously, I don't support it as the whole thing. But anyway, what you were asking is, look, we were on a certain kind of thing that has a certain name, and it's been a metal standard, and it wasn't always gold, I don't even think, right? I mean, didn't we have silver-based? You know, it's like it's basically you choose a really valuable commodity, and it started off in the old days where people were using precious metals and jewels of stuff, and you could put that in a bank and take your certificate, and another bank could give you a silver, so you didn't have to carry it. So, I mean, it seems pretty much like me saying, hey, I use other commodities. It should be a pretty obvious idea. Maybe it's not a good idea, but it's not, at least it should make sense, right? Because really that is how we used gold and silver to begin with, and copper.
A bit of the universe's point is roughly that we are the standard because we use gold, water, electricity, heat. All these things are valued because we use them. We are the standard.
Well, he's on my side then in that sense. I'm saying the real value is in the use of it, including the gold. But one of the uses of gold seems to me perfectly emotional. It's an emotional use.
Yeah, but that emotional use is what drives it.
Like, for example, Trump used the gold. An emotional use.
Wait, what are you saying, Vasily?
What I'm saying is this weird emotional use has been a result of at one time it being a standard, and it being a shiny commodity, and so it basing things off of it, which has sort of resulted in having this sort of over exaggerated price where it's worth more than its actual use.
Its value comes from our ancient religious past.
Yeah.
Temples of all ancient times seem to be the first plastered in gold.
Sure, but I mean, if you're going to go with like this idea that gold is only worth what it's useful for, I disagree.
Well, that's a philosophical point, right? I believe philosophically, as a true objectivist, not a Randian, seeing if Brandon's awake, that things really are only worth their value, and that doesn't mean to dehumanize people or pets. Their worth and love counts, right? The love of beautiful objects and jewelry and stuff. I believe sports and all these things have value because of their emotional values. But yeah, it does sort of mash things down, and when the chaos happens, you start to see that, like, yeah, some food, some bread, water, fuel is basically the super important, the most value. But the thing that will retain its value the most, to me, is what you need when you're having to survive on your own.
But you just said maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're contradicting
we just
yourself
have
and saying that things are only worth what they're worth, but gold happens to not be worth what it's worth.
Because there's a lot of people in the world, right? And so I can remember more than one story. I can acknowledge that gold and diamonds are of great value to other people, but I'd never spend very much on a diamond, and gold has gotten priced way out of what I really aesthetically think it's worth.
Okay.
I can imagine in a company.
It's a subjective scenario.
And then other people value it, but I don't. See, it's always going to be that way where there's the millions and millions of people, and we value things differently, and the economy is sort of the combination network of all of those values so that we can trade things with other people. So I value things philosophically. My personal philosophy, the way I value them, is based on their usefulness, including emotionally to me and to other people and whatnot. And in that sense, fine. I'm acknowledging, that diamonds are valuable to people that value them, and that's fair enough.
Yeah, but I
I
mean,
value things
by
but I'm a utilitarian in the, not in the utilitarian.
you're just basically saying subjective, but even more so than that, though, if
Subjective,
something,
yeah. What you value is subjective too. Like your automatic value of gold is very subjective, and you think it's objective almost, but or it
yeah,
seems
I
like.
don't think it's subjective. I think it's a subjective matter. But,
Okay, good. Yeah, all values ultimately are subjective, except for things that keep you alive, or can be super subjective, right? Or objective, as objective as you're going to get. So that's where I put the real value.
But one thing I wanted to bring up was by someone else viewing something as valuable, that thing can become more valuable to you in turn. By it simply being more valuable to the other person, because we work in a network where the value of things are kind of interconnected, and you can exchange them for one thing or another.
I would say that if you look at it really, my way of interpreting it is that you can have that valuable thing knowing somebody else wants it. Right.
Yeah,
but it's not really a value of you. No, if the zombie apocalypse happens right then, it never really was a value. You were going to trade it on to somebody else, like doing a job that you don't really enjoy doing it, but other people find it a value, so you do it for them. So there's a value.
So the zombie apocalypse has to happen for it to really be of value to you.
No. Okay.
Well, okay. What I'm saying, right? If for example, right, you want
if you don't see the distinction between something that's a value to you that you would want and use and something that's purely to move on, well, it's like that's what capital is versus wealth. Capital is wealth you're going to move on and make a profit from, and wealth is the wealth you're planning to use yourself. So there's two kinds there, and if you hold on to something to get rid of it and you don't want it really yourself, that's different than if you got it because you might keep it yourself, even though you might sell that thing. So that's a real distinction.
Yeah, no, I get the distinction, but you wouldn't define one as valuable. Like the example I was going to use was if you want a television, right? And to get that television, you need money, right? But the money itself you can't actually use in any way.
Right.
You would say, wouldn't you still say that the money's valuable to you because it's able to get you that thing which you consider really valuable to you, or the thing
but
you
it's
really
possible
want?
to talk more specifically of what's really of value.
Well,
when you're trying
trying
to design your economy, you don't just take it for granted and you go, what are we really trying to do here? We're trying to get food and water and nice things, comforting things, and do things that make it easier to live through the winter and be warmer and things like that. That's what we really want, right? To facilitate that, we have roads and all other kinds of things. So you could say, hey, don't we really want roads because that's how we get stuff around? Yeah, we do. But there's one thing that is the end purpose that you can focus on and know that's why we're doing all this stuff. And yeah, everything else that facilitates that is also positive and a part of that system. But the real value is in those end uses. And again, this is just philosophy where you get a story and I get a story. We all get one or more stories. This is the way I see it. If you understand it, that's like level 1. You don't have to agree with it.
You're basically just applying, like, attributing this word true on then, which is whatever. If you want to do that, that's fine. But
what?
You were saying there's value, and then there's the true thing that's valuable, the thing that you want in the very end. It's like, okay,
I believe
you apply
that
true at the end.
Okay, let him explain, Vasily.
All I was saying is I'm telling you how I make my subjective value decisions. They're basically weighed towards things that are of use in keeping you alive and healthy. Clean water, reliable food supplies, also, comfort and leisure and warmth, more shower water than you strictly need, whatever. That's what I really value. And things like diamonds, I think, are a little bit frivolous and a little bit tulip crazy.
Disagree with,
and I don't have to value them, and I think they're overinflated.
I mean, it's not like someone would say like opposite of what you're saying. Like I
And
value
also,
pain
they
or
both are
something.
terrible industries. The gold industry really tore up a lot of places out west, and just take down whole mountains and stuff I've seen with my own eyes in my own lifetime. And we all know about the blood diamond trade. So yeah, they're batting not so hot on my scale of value system. They're counterproductive, overvalued, and cause damage to workers and the earth. So that's my bias, right? So you don't have to agree with it or whatnot. I'm assuming you disagree with it because it sounds like you've been disagreeing with it.
Okay.
No, I don't agree. I don't really disagree with any of that. I don't really know who wouldn't value those particular things. It's what would you say? I value being hurt, like, or not being able to.
I think sometimes reason I feel like I'm perceived as rude is because I feel like people just lost the thread, and that's fine. But I mean, we're talking about why I don't think gold is really worth that, why I don't think diamonds really worth that, why, for that matter, I don't really think lobster. I don't think people like lobster as much as they say either. I think they're fucking faking it because it's known as fancy.
Brandon, did you want to say something? Also, lobster is fucking amazing. Fuck you, Piro.
I had to throw it in there, man.
People are lucky that
I'm crab dungeness, boy.
No, crab takes forever to fucking eat and get out. I'm sorry, Brandon. Go ahead.
Those people are lucky they can go out and dig up gold and diamonds out of the dirt, and that those things are valuable. That's not a curse. That's a wonderful thing.
Okay, I guess that was the end. Hello, Brandon. You're muted. If you were talking.
No, I'm playing horse with no name.
Oh. Vasily, you want to go? Yo, is Piro dead? What happened to Piro? Also, Vasily, were you saying something or what? What the hell happened? Brandon.
What?
Thank God. Like, it's like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. Like, fucking Vasily vanished and then Piro. Like, I have no idea what the fuck happened. What the fuck happened to them?
They got bored of their conversation about gold.
Were you bored? Are you bored of the conversation?
They got to set definitions. I mean, look, obviously gold is the measure of value, or else it wouldn't be steady in value. So what's the argument about? So I don't have very much more to say on it. Gold's obviously the measure of value, and that's decided by the people.
So what? Do you think anything can be used as if people decide we want to use like fucking socks or something as in place of gold? What is your opinion on that?
Everybody has to use whatever's proper in their context. If you're stuck on a desert island and seashells and rocks make sense, then so be it. So everybody, my dad traded a tractor for a semi-truck once, and that was reasonable. It was a barter deal. There was no gold or money involved, or seashells or rocks or feathers. So you trade with what's valuable in your context for you. The problem I have is the government has laws that tell us we have to use dollars. We can't use gold. So that's the problem. It says on the notes, it says this is legal tender for all debts, public and private. That's actually a threat to you. don't use other types of money or you will be prosecuted. That's what that means.
Isn't your argument kind of similar to what Piero is saying?
How's that?
Because you both are like, sure, people can use whatever the fuck they want to use.
No, he's not saying that. He wants a commodity-backed currency or some shit. That's different from people doing whatever they want.
That's what I got. Hold. If Hero were here, Vasily, are you? What the fuck happened to Vasily?
It does remind me of a Star Trek Next Generation where the universe shrank. I'm probably not as lively tonight because I'm not drinking.
Like, why aren't you? You seem pretty. You seem pretty mellow, actually.
I'm not drunk.
Are you gonna host now? I miss your hangouts.
Am I gonna host? I don't know. I don't feel the need as much if I'm not drinking.
Shit, I miss your fucking hangouts.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing them again. My wife's been on vacation, so I've been real busy because I had to work more. Because my wife was on vacation, so I have to work more. See how that works?
What's being talked about?
Thank God. Hey, Vasily, you.
Yeah.
Where the hell? What happened to you? You vanished.
I went to go get coffee.
Hero just stopped talking out of nowhere.
I don't know. Maybe, like, did one of you guys understand Piro's argument better by chance? Because from what I was gathering, I could be wrong, but, like, at least from what I was gathering from what he was saying was that because you can base your gold off of, like, really any commodity, you can, like, compare it to another, not your gold, your dollar, right, to, like, any other form of commodity, right? I could compare my, the dollar to the oil or to anything, right? And one that we're not really on a gold standard. Like, I don't know. Was that what he was saying, or was it something back?
Yo, Pero, can you phrase your argument because Vasily has no idea what the fuck you were saying.
Well, from what you were just saying, yeah, I mean, the dollar could be fixed to anything, including other currencies in the world. People have fixed their currency to all sorts of things and used all kinds of things as currency. And when they used things like chickens as currency, they had little stamps and traded little tokens, so you could leave your chickens at the government chicken place and get your little stamps that you could spend for other things or get chickens with later.
Okay, so if that is in fact your argument, then isn't your argument applicable to any time period, even the time period where you're saying there is in fact a gold standard?
Yes, at any time we could be using a different standard than the one we're using at that time.
Okay, then wouldn't you say that we're never on a gold standard?
No, because we were using that standard at one time.
Okay, so then the original argument I presented as your argument is not the argument you're presenting.
You can back your currency with anything.
Right.
Including debt. That's what they do with it now. So, yeah, anything. And whatever they are basing it in a particular country on, that's what they're basing it on. That's the standards. If it's based on sterling silver, then it's based on that. If it's based on gold, it's based on that. If it's based on whatever it's based on and nothing else. And the fact it could be based on something else.
What do you mean by based on? What do you
consequences for that?
That the price is fixed. That the dollar is a particular amount of gold. That it's fixed based on it, or that the peso in your country is fixed to.
But the dollar is always a particular amount of gold.
What?
The dollar is always a
No.
Well, okay. I guess what you mean is
it's always.
You always.
Every day, it's a particular amount of gold.
Yeah.
It's not fixed. The gold standard is the price of gold is literally fixed. $10 gets $10 worth of gold, and it's the same weight of gold now as later. It stays the same. And if the government changes it, they're kind of fiddling with the system. The point of the gold standards, it stays the same. That paper represents gold that you could actually go get.
Yeah, but the price went up and down just like it does today.
I mean, yeah, it's. I mean, at what point has it been fixed in the sense where it's never fluctuated at all?
They did have it 2.5 to 13 or something like that ratio gold to silver once, and the market was trading 2.5 to 14. So people were hauling tons and tons of silver in there and trading them for gold coins. So then the government reversed that and went the other way, and people started hauling gold in there and taking the silver out and making a killing on it. So there have been, they did try to manipulate it. That's true. And that was a disaster. It turned out as a disaster, just like printing money is a disaster. There's no way around it.
Changing the price of gold on the gold standard is one of the worst things you can want to allow on the gold standard. Then you're just saying that the government just gets to decide how much your money's worth based on their vote.
Oh, I mean, but in a sense.
No, the price of gold was kept very steady when we were on the gold standard, and it was played with. And there were times, and the government likes to hoard all the gold when you're on the gold standard. And in wartime, it could be illegal to have your own gold. So I don't think it was that great of a thing for people that believe gold is a good place to put your money. Just do that then. Don't let the government control it.
Do you think there was, in fact, in a time when you did have like some sort of fixed system so that you have a gold standard, though?
Yes, I think we were close enough to that. The price of gold stayed pretty steady for a long period of time. I mean, it was $35 until 1971 when the government stopped paying that price for it. Or accepting that price for it. So,
but you think it fluctuates now too much that we can't consider it as such?
If you fix the price of gold to it, its fluctuations would really they would disappear. They'd be worth the same amount of dollars because you'd fixed it, and the price of everything else would be changing relative to it instead. So the price of gold fluctuates so much now because it's on the open market, which open free market people should support, I would think.
I disagree that fluctuates a whole bunch, but...
Well, I'm 48, so to me the fact that it was only $35 an ounce until 1971 sort of... What? Yeah, it's gone up a lot. And it didn't go up before that because it couldn't. The value of it went up in a different way, right? The value of it didn't go up because it was fixed, but it's fixed to a relative, to what can be bought with it.
Well, it goes up as you end up producing more money, though. I mean, it's like even in a system where you have it presumably fixed, it's still...
You know how they say the price of a good suit was always, and then it was $50 and it was $20. It was always this amount of gold. Well, the point of having a gold standard is the price of a suit would just stay the same, basically, for decades and decades. The point is the price of things, and that doesn't really happen though because it doesn't work that well with modern things like stock markets and bank-fueled speculative bubbles and stuff.
The guitar.
Okay, what did you say, Vasily?
Oh, I was wondering who was playing the guitar.
Brandon.
Yep.
Mine's upstairs. We do a duet. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, you can do the fancy stuff. All I can do is strum.
No, I can't do fancy stuff. I just enjoy it.
Well, I can't play instruments.
I want to tune mine. What's the open tuning where just striking a chord across the strings is melodious?
Yes, open tuning.
Is it called open tuning? Is that what it's called? That's brilliant.
Yeah, I really like that because then you can use a slide, and it's really fun.
Just slide your finger bar up and down. And
for like 8 years, that's all I did. I never let anybody teach me other guitar. I just had it in an open E. Usually people do an open G is more like for steel. Like they do that on the table guitars, the steel table guitars. Those are like usually in a G. Of course, it could be in anything. But I did an open E. But you stressed your strings out kind of a lot if you do an open E, but they could take it. But yeah, Yeah, I like the open tuning. Slack guitar in Hawaii, that's usually open.
I went to buy a ukulele.
Oh yeah, those are fun.
I ended up with a guitar, and I'm kind of glad, but I didn't.
Yeah,
I
prefer. I prefer the for having a guitar, but ukuleles are cool.
Well, I wanted
Ukuleles.
Yeah, that's how it's really pronounced.
Really?
Yeah, ukulele.
Well.
Hawaiian word.
Definitely not the way people around here pronounce it.
But it is how the people in Hawaii pronounce it.
Interesting.
And it's Hawaii. So, yeah, I probably got to go pretty soon here because I've got interviews tomorrow by Hangout.
My fucking jaw hurts
Google
like a
Hangout.
motherfucker.
What are you doing as a job, Clint?
I think it's because I got a cold or something.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, and my fucking jaw hurts, man.
You ever feel, you know where your the lymph nodes are underneath your jaw?
Yeah.
If those get swollen, and you can tell if you know where to feel, and you can feel it hard as rock, and that'll fuck up your jaw. Even if it's your muscles that feel sore, I notice those go together. For me, I get sinus shit. Oh my god, you know what? Where was it? It was in Nadia's room. And then I tried this, and we can finish up with grossing you out. So there's this thing someone mentioned called a neti pot. You know what that is?
What is that?
Okay, it's like a little teapot, and you fill it with distilled hot water or lukewarm water with a sea salt packet shaped up in it. And then you tip it up, and you put it against one nostril, and the water goes into your sinuses. And this is like available at CVS and Rite Aid. It's like, when I heard about it, it's a common thing now. And then the water goes in your sinuses, comes out the other side, and washes your sinus out. Then you put it in the other nose, go the other way. And, it's great.
Does it work?
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, it feels great. And you moisturize your sinuses. And I have had sinus problems, like chronic, my whole life if I drink milk. And it's a lot of people in my family have it. People get it. And, I steam, or you take a long hot shower where you scalding hot the water against the wall just to steam, and that works just barely, or head over with the towel over the lemon steaming, and this thing works way much better. And it's like, it's the most grossest thing that it isn't gross and all. And actually, an interesting part is you'd think that would hurt like getting water up your nose, but no, that's the salt. If you do it with fresh water, it hurts like getting water up your nose. But with the salt, it's just a little bit uncomfortable because it's such a weird thing, right? But it doesn't hurt at all. There's none of that water up your nose thing at all, or feeling drowned or anything like that. But isn't that weird? It's such a weird thing. It's become so common that it's in the CVS. Like, it's just out there on the shelf with the eye drops. Great.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, when you're old like me and you can't breathe, then you'll go like, oh, that thing that old guy said, I see what he's talking about now.
Clint.
Yeah, what's up?
Where do you work?
I work at a strip club.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What music do you play with your act?
You should come dance for us, like, Vasily.
Dude, you don't know me.
Vasily.
Yeah.
I do know. Yeah, Vasily, you should just shake your ass for some money. You'll be good to go. Oh man, I feel like I'm about to die here, Piro. Are we? I gotta go. I was just saying, we're just draining out the last few minutes because for me, I mean, I could always leave it open, but I gotta go because I gotta work. I got an interview for work tomorrow. Alright, I gotta go because I'm dying on the inside here. Later, everybody.
Alright, take it easy. Let's shut down.
Alright.
Take it easy. Bye, everybody.
Bye.